But it's like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's.
You look at that picture he posts. I don't know if I have hands or not. And here he is talking with his hands. Clipcord just got it.
Exactly. Clipcord, thanks, but
yeah, I mean, how do you deal with somebody like that who they don't know if they have hands or not? I mean, right from the rip, I don't know. Okay, can you prove to me that I have hands? And since you did not give me an argument or some sort of logical syllogism for why I have hands, the only logical conclusion is I don't have hands.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, dude. Like how does someone like that function, like, day to day? Like, how do they go? I mean, at that point, it's like, do you even know that, like, you're on Discord? Have you ever eaten food? At this point, he doesn't know anything. Like, you can't tell if you've got hands or not. Your worldview has brought you to the question, do you have hands?
Yeah, his deceptive mission, the hidden agenda, was to confuse and distort. He did not come to stand up for the globe, not even one little bit. He didn't come in here and say, okay, I'm going to set the record straight. I'm going to show you guys what you don't know, being a PhD. Like, that wasn't his mission. This fucking potato nose, goblin came in here just talking about how we can't prove anything to be true because reality as it is can't be proven to be something that's manifest for real. Like, it's weird, dude. Like, we're dealing with this. This is the crowd that we got to deal with. So it's not like a it wasn't even the idea that it was like some fair debate or anything like that. No, it was just like him just trying to dig with an internal critique of how flat Earth is inconsistent. That's all he cared about. That's his whole mission. Just the internal critique. He didn't care for us to be like, okay, let's stop and give some clarifying points. He did not care about that. If you heard the way he was just trying to steamroll, he was trying to do a burden of proof reversal so he can internally critique flat Earth every single time. That's his whole mission, and he was trying to do it like a salesman. That's it.
Yeah, that's the best part, where you'd have to do an internal critique, you have to know what's being presented. He didn't. He didn't even know. He wasn't even sure if he knew. Like, if you're going to dive into a globe model and critique it, you got to at least know, like, where is the Earth located in heliocentric? Like, some basic thing. What is the radius? What's the circumference? How many continents are there? Like, you'd have to know enough information to critique it. This guy wouldn't even be able to articulate the word flat or Earth.
Yeah.
Like, this is what he wanted to, in his worldview, flat Earth, like he showed the picture, is literally a disc in space. That's it. That's what he's looking at. Like a Terry Pratchett, which was funny for the part two, where he kept ripping the Middle Earth discussion, where he would know if Middle Earth exists if you had people who went there and there was video. And you're like, the same talking point for New Zealand or Australia. That's where Middle Earth was filmed. In his own worldview, he's got more evidence for Middle Earth than he does for the moon or his space pizza.
Crit, I listened to his words carefully when he brought up the neutrino test as his proof of the globe. He tried to get the audience to accept that they did do when he told everyone that they can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I think at this point, the real takeaway is we need to vet people that we're going to stage. Like, if we're going to platform someone, we just shouldn't take their word for it. This guy's a PhD. He's interested in the topic. Okay, let's look at your YouTube channel. What have you talked about in the past? What have you said? Who have you engaged with? What claims have you made? This just idea of just expecting a goodwill conversation. I mean,
and that's what his angle was, because he wasn't getting his way. he said it was bad faith on my part. So he already was saying that because he's like a petulant child, didn't get his way because he couldn't say what he wanted to because I fucking thunk him when in whatever move he was trying to go to. He was trying to set traps for me throughout the whole time, and for me to go into those traps by internally critiquing whatever I'm saying. Oh, I wrote everything down. Oh, here's what you said, and never did he once say, okay, those are your points. Here are mine. He didn't do that. He didn't want to. He just wanted to see whatever I said and internally critique me, just like what we do with those guys. He was trying to interrogate me. You get me? That's his whole shtick.
Yeah.
He wanted to, yeah.
I thought, remember we did the one on the Chatterbox where they had that thing where they want to present your flat Earth and have critiques for it, and they would come in there and they try to find something that internally your worldview is broken, and I'm like, well, why? Can you articulate that? They wouldn't be able to articulate it because so I'm like, well, if something I said caused you to get away from a flat Earth cosmology, a geocentric cosmology, or a flat Earth model, you need to try again. I'm presenting a flat Earth model. If you're going to critique it, you'd have to understand what I'm saying. If what you heard was something other than that, you misunderstood. You need to try again. Like if my answer to your question caused you to think something other than a geocentric stationary Earth, try again. You somehow you heard something. You hallucinated. You hallucinated an answer that I did not give.
Yeah, as you can tell, like the Minos test that they did with the neutrinos, like he was trying to talk about it as in something like it was a foregone conclusion that it disproved the Earth being flat. That's what he was saying. It was like every time I was like, so this doesn't prove that the Earth is. You heard me when I was saying that. Like, does this prove that the Earth is a globe? He said within what they were testing, already the way he presented it is that they were already presuming that the Earth, being a globe, is verifying that it is such and it's not flat. That's what he said. And I was like, oh, is that the test? Is that the result? Is that what they were looking for? Is that the reason why?
No, that's the thing. I did a whole presentation of this on GEMS, and I presented it as proof of flat Earth and watched them argue against it. Because when I first saw it, I'm like, wow, this is pretty conclusive. There's got to be some good explanation here. I can't find one. And it was like, 2.5 hours arguing against it. And finally, at the end, like Kosho looked it up and said, oh, this was supposed to be on the globe.
Don't know.
Yeah, dude, you're hot miking private. Okay, so then at the end of it, I said, this is what happened. This is the main issue. You tried to apply an experiment, asking a question that wasn't even part of the experiment. That's your error. This neutrino, it wasn't a stream, like they keep saying, like a beam of neutrinos. It's a cone that was sent out. They aimed it purposely down so it wouldn't break the surface of the Earth. And they aimed it at a higher elevation point, northern Minnesota. So you put all these things in there. I go, this was not asking, the question wasn't asking, is the Earth a globe or if the Earth is curved or not curved. You applied that to the experiment, and that added basically an uncontrolled variable.
Right. So how would they know where they were and where they were aiming it to? Oh, are they using latitude and longitude? Well, then you're presupposing a globe.
Yeah. Well, I wish you were able to have a conversation like that sporadic with him. I'll tell you like this, man. Even if you were set up to do it and have a conversation with him, you wouldn't be able to because of the way he was and what his hidden agenda was about. So, You know what I mean? Even as good faith as you might have been trying to have it, he would not have allowed it because he would have just been looking to internally critique what you're saying and not what he said about the Minos test. So, I mean,
The audience needs to know that we approach this whole thing in good faith. On Thursday at 11:55 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, he came in with one of the server mods, and he said, "Hey guys, I want to debate. Yes, debate. I'm ready to go live in 5 minutes on my stream. Can we set something up here?" And I was like, wait, what? What's going on? And then one of the mods for the server said, "Yes, I finally brought a guy that I've been trying to get in. I finally brought an astrophysicist for you guys to talk to. He's ready to go in 5 minutes." We're like, what? Like, I just got on my lunch break. I got maybe an hour. I'm like, "Oh, hold on, let's put a pin in this." He said, "Okay, great. My next available date is tomorrow, same time." I'm like, what is going on here? So, in our back chats, I mean, we at first decided that we would just turn all this down because we didn't want to get bombarded with like an offer to do an on the spot debate or discussion with somebody that people were unfamiliar with and not even knowing what the format is, what the audience is, and what we're supposed to be talking about besides Earth. Was there anything else to talk about? And so over back chats, we said, okay, we're going to take this anyway because McToon actually just released a video a few days prior saying that Flurfs run from debates. And when they do, they always debate in bad faith. Here's a cheat sheet I have of all the tactics that Flurfs do to get out of debates. And if they debate, how they get cornered. So in back chats, people said, we might want to just take this so that we put on a good showing. It can put 24/7 on the map, potentially wide audience. 24/7 hasn't really put its best effort forward to do anything like this in a while because there has been no debate. And people have been running from us and not showing up in our spaces and talking about us around us. So, basically we drew straws and, Indio stepped up to the plate and said, I'll do it. I had no problem with this. And said, okay, well, let's respond positively and say we'll do it.
That's what he thought, dude. That's exactly what he was telling me. He was like, dude, last night we were talking about it. He was like, if I knew that it was going to be this, he was like, I would have approached it differently. But my whole thing was to try to keep a composure, like, putting a good foot forward. And, maybe he's just somebody that's confused. Like he got buffaloed, dude. Let's just put it that way. And
yeah, because all Blitz did was over talk.
Yeah.
Trying to straw man.
Exactly. So, and let's put it this way. Anybody like him, you, or anybody else that wanted to have a conversation in that particular venue like that wouldn't be able to, because he was set up to come in and internally critique Flat Earth. That's the whole mission, bro. He did not care for sitting down and like parsing things out. Not even a little.
They came at us with the word debate on Thursday, and they said debate. So we're like, well, we don't really like to do this, but, whatever, we'll do it. And then like 10 minutes before the debate started, DJ had already put up an event thing calling it a debate, and it was a debate, right? He DMs us and says, no, this is supposed to be a discussion, guys. What are you doing calling it a debate? I'm not here to debate. I don't do debates. Like, what? So in good faith, we said, fine, yeah, we'll just call it a discussion. Sounds great. We like discussions too. And then he turned it into a debate, right? As we were talking. Exactly. Yep. I mean, it was dishonest through and through, and his entire sophistry. The way he was arguing was unethical. It's unethical to have an argument and then not hold an absolute position.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, Heretic, not only that, he labeled, while he was debating in the discussion, his own. What bothers me is that he was simultaneously, while he was telling us we're having a discussion, he must have been setting up his own stream, entitling it Flurfers Debate Science. Because the name of his stream said debate.
Wow, I didn't see that. That's crazy, dude.
Yep. You should have seen that. What's even worse is that if you like click on his stream, and you would see his face while he was talking to me and Indio. He was making smug, like annoyed looks, and people were, and I was looking at his super chats as they were going up. He was being fed from his audience the things to tell us.
I find it funny that he led with this neutrino thing, like something we've all dealt with before. And they've always left with their tail running between their legs. I mean, the first off is if this is your definitive proof, then what made you so sure it was a globe before the neutrino labs came out? And if you're going to use this as definitive proof of the globe, how did you ascertain where these laboratories were built? Did you use latitude and longitude, and is that how you configured your setup? Well, then you're baking in the assumptions in your application circular. So yeah, I mean,
we could have. Well, we could have went into that, Sporadic. But remember, he said he doesn't know all the data.
right, and that was towards the end. I'm like, so you don't even know what your claim is, and you're trying to get the audience to accept that they did something when the most you can vouch for and demonstrate is they can do something or could, and that's just your own personal assessment.
He was Googling it on the fly, and he said he knew Quantonaut, who I've already talked to, who I've actually talked to a few times. Actually had to ban from the other server because he's just as hard-headed as that dude. So I think he thought we weren't going to know anything about it.
Yep.
I mean, granted, he could have got someone through Russian roulette that didn't know about it.
Peter,
But
the
that
Glober
wasn't
would
the
come in and
case.
talk about this all the time.
The point is that he didn't know about it like at all.
Yeah.
He knew. He was reading it on the fly.
That's
on
even more
the fly, bro.
hilarious. Yeah, so they were feeding it to him, saying, "Hey, use this, use this."
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced he had a helper or coach or AI or something because he was talking
15,000
to
people.
AV. Well, yeah, there's that, but I think like he had two screens because he was looking back and forth. Did they go over? Did you talk to AI about the image?
I caught part of that conversation that you were having with him.
Oh yeah,
You know,
dude.
that has clouds that didn't appear in the original or in the above portion.
Because the horizon doesn't go through the center of the image.
Right.
So a reflection isn't going to have the clouds on top and the clouds on bottom unless the horizon was through the center of the image, the center of the mirror, like where the mirror.
Right. So he reversed the predicted effects of the distortion, putting the distortion near the feet of the observer instead of off to the horizon.
No. What he did, we haven't figured out what we think he did is that he did some horizontal translation. Is that he took two, overlaid it, and then moved them, compared them against each other, like horizontally or something.
Oh, like translated them horizontally?
Yeah, instead of vertically. Like, they don't understand mirrors, bro. Remember?
Yeah, spatial relationship intelligence 0.
Yeah, so, okay, so you have the horizon is going through the image, right? But it's like displaced, like say it's 1/3 up. If you flip that over, there's going to be some shit on the top that's not on the bottom, right? And some things on the bottom, whatever the shortened end is, whatever the shortened part is, you're going to have missing stuff that's not reflected. So when you flip it over, you can't have a double image of those things at all. It's not possible because you're missing the information that would create the double image.
Yeah.
But it was still doubled in his image.
Wow, so it's like
with no
graphics artists look it up.
Dude, I don't know. No, I don't know. We don't know. Like the only thing I can think of is he did some sort of horizontal displacement. Okay. And listening to it again, he said something. I was like, "So is it squashed or is it? Which side is shorter? Right? Which way is it displaced? Is it squashed or not?" And he said
I get it. You're right.
I don't remember.
He did say that he was like squishing it side to side. Like what they were doing with the freaking level on the green table, like trying to squish the horizon and look for left-right curvature.
Yeah, so it's hard to figure out what he did. Like the only thing I can think of is he just did something completely wrong or didn't understand it. Because when Elbow TV flipped the image, it was perfectly symmetrical.
Wow!
Right? Did a vertical flip and then line up the horizon and then see if all the clouds match up, and they all match up. It's perfectly symmetrical. He did something wrong. and I don't know if it's intentional or not. Anyway, there's like so me and AB went kind of over the videos last night. We've actually fed some through AI. I'm actually gonna go through. I'm gonna do like I'm gonna make like a series out of it.
That'd be great. And he owes you a concession at the end of this.
Yeah, he's gonna.
You're not letting go of that.
Oh hell no, dude.
You know what we should also do? Icing on
he
the
has
cake.
to
We should.
concede, he has to concede the Earth is flat, dude. That was the stipulation, because he acknowledged that it was flat Earth. I said this is flat Earth proof that this is impossible on a globe, and he said that if the math shows that, then he'll concede.
That's right. That's right. That reminds me, we should go to the live stream on Thursday around 11:50 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time and find where he came in with that mod and kept calling it a debate, a debate, a debate.
I left that chat, dude, before I realized I should have got a screenshot of that shit. Is anybody still in that chat? Is DJ still in that chat?
I left that chat too. No. Shit.
DJ, you here?
Yeah, I only got the one screenshot there that I put in the side chat where he says, 1 second, I posted it in the side chat there.
Are you still in the Welcome to Dr. Blitz chat though?
No, I'm not in there anymore. I left as well. But yeah, he said, yeah, if this was a debate, I would have asked for more than 24 hours prep. That's all I
He
got.
asked for a debate on Thursday.
Well, we got to record it if he in audio.
That's what I'm saying. We should rewind the tape because
Yeah, I'll get it.
it was either him or the mod, or they're both calling it a debate. Like I found the astrophysicist that I've been trying to get you to debate.
Astrophysicist.
And
He's even an
that's why I said-
astrophysicist.
I know, and that yeah, it's true. And so I told him at the time. I said, well, if we're going to debate in here, this is not the way to do it. We need a stage so we can control the trolling and stuff because this is one of the most highly trolled topics. I didn't even know that was Blitz PhD that I was talking to at first because I was in my car driving.
Well, I didn't listen to it. The guy told me and AB went over some of it last night, and I didn't listen to AB's. I only listened to part of it, but just listening to it again, he's just a regular debate bro. Like,
yeah,
I just personally I gave him too much respect off the rip because you told me he knows what he's talking about.
Yep.
So I gave him like some modicum. Okay, I better be careful on what I say. I better be very fucking specific, on what I say, so that all can't be misconstrued or whatever. Because you know how they do shit. So, but then when I listened to it again, it was just like my brain is just like I didn't even think of it, and then the way my brain worked was like as if I was just listening into the live stream and just listening to any normal person that like comes into this or politics or something. And I'm like, this is just normal, regular, everyday shit. This isn't like,
yep.
This isn't just guy ain't special, man. Like in no way is this dude special. It's just regular debate, bro, nonsense.
Yeah, we gave him. We
like
did everything in good faith.
And like, yeah, like you know how who is it? Fallon. There's a few guys that have been coming on. This has been like their new thing is to, turn the topic into a shit show by doubting reality.
Yeah, it's true. Here's some back chat context going into this. About 2 months ago, Wersa, one of the mods here in the server, was in my DMs and he's like, hey, so I happen to know some academics and science and technology types, friends and family and things like that. One of them is really curious and interested in talking to you, but he's a bit shy. He said, I'm trying to get him to come on and get him comfortable. And I said, well, why don't you just bring him in? I said, we can have like a moderated chat so that we don't have, trolls coming in and just bleeding nonsense all the time on both sides. He's like, yeah, well, he's interested. I'll keep in touch. I'm working on him. It's going to be nice. He's a really nice dude. I'm like, okay, cool. And so that day actually, Wersa like melted down in my chat over the Canagoo long distance infrared. He's submitting like all this flat earth.ws stuff and saying, this is the wrong, it's not 255 miles and blah, blah, blah. And I said, no, this is actually 255 miles. Here's the Reddit post. Here's all this other stuff on it. Here's the guy's new website, by the way. And he just melted down, and I'm like, look, man, if you're gonna behave like this, just don't talk to me again. And then, like 2 hours later, he comes in. Hey, I found the guy. I found my astrophysicist PhD friend. Here he is. And so I'm talking in the chat. I'm like, I can't believe this. I didn't even know that it was Blitz, right? I'm thinking that this was like a personal friend of his or family member that he was kind of implying or hinting at in the chat, right? And so we're talking after he leaves. I'm like, wait, that was Blitz. That was that guy. Are you serious? I'm like, Wersa, like, how'd you dig this guy up? Is this really the company you're keeping? Like, this is the guy that you're trying to talk up this entire time? Your friend? He's like, no, that's not him. I actually found this guy just on YouTube the other day. I was searching for people that would be interesting for you guys to talk to. I just happened to find him. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, this after, you're sending me all this crap on Canagoo from the same team of people that you're chatting with behind the scenes, huh?
Really, that's the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
So it's really weird that you mentioned it because I actually haven't seen it presented as evidence in a long time. And someone presented it as X as evidence, and of course, some Glober has to say, "You guys are still using that," blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And so I posted, I'm like, "Well, yeah, because like the horizon is supposed to be in the water somewhere." Because the horizon is supposed to be like 121 miles away from the mountain, because they're not on Canagoo like that. There's a Canagoo one that's 413 kilometers, and it's actually Peak Fenestrel is actually further away. It's actually behind it. Canagoo's in the shot, like, so it's like
Right.
behind Canagoo. So the horizon ends up being like freaking 5 or 10 miles from shore. Like, it's not even like at the shore. Like, so you shouldn't even see the shoreline at all.
Yep,
in
that is true.
Image. They don't want to think about it. Well, you should see some of the mountains. So obviously that supports the globe.
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah, it's enough curvature for me.
Yeah, just enough curvature. Why don't you see the bottoms? Well, I mean, like, if you look at Topo map, there's like I don't know if you would call them mountains. Yeah, they'd be mountains. 1,200 meters. But is that a mountain? Yeah. Well, there's that surface profile goes uphill, and then there's like 1,200 meter tall mountains in the way, and then it starts going up into the hill. So there's no way you could see the bottom anyway, because there's freaking mountains that are 1,200 meters closer, or 1,200 meters tall, in about, I don't know, 100 kilometers closer, or 90 kilometers closer, if I remember right. That is, I mean, I think people underestimate how far that is of a fucking photograph.
You've probably heard them say, well, the light still bends a little bit in infrared. It doesn't get rid of all the refraction, Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, there's some more context for you of what was going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And I think the audience needs to be keenly
They tried to
aware
pull
that
a fast
we
one.
approach this in best faith.
Well, they tried to pull a fast one. I mean, it didn't really work, because if you like, this is going to age. Like I said it that day, like, this is going to age well. I mean, maybe on first impression, people thought, man, it didn't go so good. Well, that's probably kind of like, we have to always hit a home run. We have to win. We have to blow people out. But when you actually listen to it again, I was like, holy shit, dude, this dude is just a train wreck. He didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He was making up shit about turbulence. He said that zenith angles aren't the same as vertical angles. It's fucking so stupid. Like, if you actually listen to what he says, when I listen to it, I'm like, dude, this dude's just talking mad nonsense. But he's just gish galloping from topic to topic to topic to topic to topic, so that you can't call him out in anything specific. He's very good at changing the subject. Excellent at changing the subject. That is like literally his whole thing, is changing the subject and never getting on anything specific. He actually, when I tried to hone in on something specific, he freaking started complaining about it.
Yeah, I remember that. Dude, I heard the nervousness in his voice like 4 minutes in.
Yeah, with the sun and moon. But I was telling AB, man, as soon as he said He's like, "Where's the sun?" And I go, "I don't know how far away it is." I didn't ask you for a distance. Well, then how the fuck am I going to know where it is?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He was really trying to pigeonhole you there. And then tell the audience he's not trying to pigeonhole you.
Yeah. Like, it was like, I knew right then, this is just like going to be a sophistic nonsense.
Yeah.
Or he's dumb, or he's a freaking dumb fuck. Like, how can I know where the sun is if I don't know the distance? Like, like that doesn't even make sense.
Well, this guy's used to talking to flat earthers and aether cosmology and Earth Awakenings and Gem Pandas or something, maybe. So he's used to taking those people down.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so he's expecting you to be like, well, the sun is 3,000 miles up and 33 miles wide. We can triangulate it.
Yeah, and I went back and looked. They didn't. He said they had thousands of detections. Now I know he doesn't know what he's talking about. So I went back and looked. Even like, so I said there were 6 detections. It was actually, what did I see last night? It was 100 and something. No, it wasn't even 100 and something. Because like, they don't directly detect neutrinos. It's indirect detection. But they have to eliminate from any other particles that could also have the same interaction, right? That could also make one of their little light bulbs flash. So they have to eliminate. So they don't even know if any particular detection is a neutrino. They do a statistical analysis and say, well, the probability of, based upon the standard model, says that this particular detection was in all likelihood a neutrino. So they've done, like he said, thousands. It's like 1,000 per year. Neutrino, what they say, neutrino-like events. But confirmed neutrinos was 217.
Wow.
But when I looked at it, was years ago. I didn't freaking get all into it. Like, I dealt with a particular claim that the neutrino detector in Japan imaged the sun through the air, which turned out to be a bunch of horseshit. Which was a horseshit claim by a guy that worked there. And then there's Quantonaut, which also has made a bunch of horseshit claims. Now, also, if what Crick came in and said is true, that the emitter is higher than the detector, which is quite possible, just at an elevation. Of course, they're going to have to tilt it down. It doesn't even make sense that they wouldn't, like, because you're higher. Chris said that the elevation is like, it's like, I don't remember, 400 meters or whatever. From what it's like 400 meters, 400 feet, whatever it is, higher than the detector.
So they have to even obscure their own geometry. He didn't
even want to get to the geometry part. That's what I was trying to do when he told me I was being like, I don't have all the information. Like, bro, like, how are you connecting detections of neutrinos to geometry? You're just saying 3%. There's tilted down 3 degrees. Okay, you need to know the relative orientation, like what you're doing. You have to totally connect it to the geometry. You can't just say, imagine this, right? You pull a person off the street, some truck driver. You bring him into the freaking Minos experiment and you go, you see this thing? This is tilted down 3 degrees. And there's somebody at the other end that detects when we shoot 1 trillion of them for like a year, maybe they'll detect 1,000 of them. And that proves a globe.
Yeah.
Proves the Earth is a big fucking ball. Like, nobody, you're a fucking retard. Like, come out of here. You're too, like, you know what I mean? Just say you're a retard. Like, it's so, unless you rigorously connect it to the geometry, whatever it is you're doing, but it's like, you're not even making direct detections. You basically have a whole bunch of fucking data and you're extracting what you think out of statistics. It's crazy, dude. To even present this as evidence, like it's sad.
At one point in the chat, I actually like did hashtag statistical mechanics, like indirectly quoting it.
Yeah, I mean, Why I didn't
That's
want
all
him
it
to
is,
use
yep.
this. I didn't want him to use this. Like that. Like I said, I really didn't want to do the Minos thing because even though I knew about it and maybe a couple other people might know about it, why are you doing that when you know nobody else in this chat is gonna fucking understand a word? Like either on his side or our side is gonna understand a word about what the fuck's being said.
I know,
Or
and you
understand the
called him out for
experiment.
obscurantism. Yep,
Yeah.
you rightfully called him out for that. And it could have gone so many directions. One of the places it could have gone is to say, okay, so if this is what definitively proved the globe, then how did they figure it out like 50 years ago?
Yeah. I guess that's
So
what they did. That's what Eratosthenes did, man. He had a fucking
Yep.
neutrino fucking gun.
yeah,
No, but then it limited what to do. Grab your shovel, brother. Gotta be all over here in an hour. No, I got to guess him out.
there's a lot of lag or something.
Like fucking pinball. No, they call. I'll walk around without. So you need this for flag. Hope your pocket's dead, bro. Damn, I used to put it in my bag. They brought my and then easy access.
I check. Check, mic check.
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, good, thanks. But I think India was right. This whole thing is going to age like fine wine. I was feeling really dejected earlier. I mean, even this morning, but after reasoning it out, hearing you guys talk about it, this isn't going away. Like, this isn't over. Because Dr. Blitz promised that concession. As long as the math can be demonstrated to be consistent and true. And we've also got that great clippable content. Go back and re-listen to the stream again, and you might find some gems like what we were just talking about. And if we can also obtain audio of their first appearance on Thursday at around 11:50 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time, asking for a debate, there's just so much here that we can use. It's at our disposal to undermine their credibility. On top of all of this. And this is what's kind of upsetting to me a little bit is I wanted a good faith discussion. I wanted a good faith discussion between two people who are academically inclined over this topic. I think it could have been very refreshing to have. It could have been enlightening for both sides. This is what we wanted and what we'd hoped to expect going into it.
And once again, we're disappointed by these sophistic tactics, debate bro tactics. You could tell he was just itching for a fight early on in a discussion with Indio. Indio's laid back, chill, just here to have a conversation, right? Like he said. But I mean, yep, he was itching for a fight, and he sure got one. They turned it into the clown show that it became, and that's always their fallback tactic. It would have been made much worse if we had not done this on a moderated stage.
We had somebody who could do technical designs and graphics for the salt flat. Showing like an observer, showing the angular relationships, some kind of infographic. And there might be a way to like come up with a quick derivation of that entire freaking crazy optical equation. Just like we've used Pythagoras, right, and derived 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. There's probably a way to do that with this. Might have to look at the math a bit. Like what? So we got 0.02 degrees is the average resolving angle for the eye, looking out, seeing 0.67 miles where the distortion begins. For what is the rate of angular change that is predicted over that surface, both in curving and over flat topologies? So you do like 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, beyond. So what is that relative to the amount of distortion that occurs on the curving surface? It's kind of what I'm getting at. And then you can compare. Yeah, I think we can definitely like memify the salt flat observation and geometry into something simple and compact like we have with the black swan. Because it'd be great if we could get most of our people used to presenting more than just one observation, even though one is all you need. I think there's a lot here to work with and can be simplified. Everybody learned that once again, surprise, surprise. You try as you may to try to have an honest conversation with people, and they lose their minds. Like you'd think somebody that's got academic training would be used to entertaining ideas that are not only not their own, but ideas that they themselves don't accept.
Yeah, if it happens again, I think it needs to be planned out better. it needs to be, I think, subtopic specific, if you know what I mean. Like not just flat versus globe, because there's just too much to that, right? It could go anywhere. It needs to be like subtopic specific, right, about a particular thing, and it needs to be like sectioned out and organized so we know exactly what's going to happen throughout it.
Right. Planning, like the kind of planning
Yeah.
we hope to have.
Dude, what it should be. I'm not a big fan of formal debates, but there should at least be time limits. Like, okay, you got a freaking minute to talk. You can say whatever the frick you want for 1 minute. You know, the other person can't interrupt, even mute them. I don't even care about that. Right? So, because the crazy verbosity. Okay, like,
Exactly.
Yeah, his word count, like you said.
off the chart.
Yep, supported all the gish galloping.
But the thing is, nothing was penetrated in any detail. That's what irritates me the most, is that nobody learned a fucking thing about either side.
Yep. You kept trying to bring it there, and he kept deflecting, over and over and over.
Isn't that point of the debate? Is to educate the people listening or something, or have a position. I don't know.
Yo.
Yo. Yeah, he's definitely steamrolling.
Who's
Steamrolled me a
steamrolling?
few times. Oh, the debate I had just a couple days ago. Are you there? I don't even know who's talking.
Me here. Hello.
Skull guy.
Yeah, Skull Guy. Earth is flat is my name.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's obvious.
I agree.
I've come to the conclusion the Earth is flat because if you shoot neutrinos with a wide enough beam divergence, you can detect them over a flat Earth, 800 kilometers away, 800 miles away. That's what I'm thinking.
Through the cord of the earth.
Through the core of the Earth, dude. Do you think you knew what I was talking about?
I picked up on it.
Well, I know you know what I'm talking about.
Oh wait, you asked if he did. I misunderstood you. I don't think he did. I think it went in like it didn't register. Like the implication did not register whatsoever.
I said the core of the arc, so he knew what I was talking about. You know what I mean? Maybe he didn't know what that was.
Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, he's the expert on topologies, right? Known relativity.
Well, I figured if you're taking mathematical physics, right? If you have a PhD in mathematical physics, that you have extensive math courses, right? Enough that you could maybe with 1 or 2 more classes get a degree in mathematics. That's just what I figure. Or actually have a degree in mathematics, like a master's in mathematics and a PhD in physics, or a master's in physics and a PhD in mathematics. I figured I could just use typical terminology used in the field and he'd understand it, but didn't seem really like he did understand a few things.
Indio, have you ever read into the sun is flat theory?
I heard trolls are flat. I heard trolls get flattened. The sun is flat. What the fuck's the sun got to do with anything? I mean, if you look in the academic literature, they describe the sun as a disk. They call it the disk of the sun.
Exactly.
Because it appears, same with the moon.
Yeah, moon as well.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? It's this weird, like you can see features on it, but they have no discernible depth perception.
It's because it's so far away.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I'm fucking being troll Goldberg. Because
Right.
it's so far away.
Yeah, so does moonlight not come in parallel, but sunlight come in parallel?
We need to do that test, man. The moonlight Eratosthenes, we still need to do that shit. That's something that's been like. You think it'd be too diffuse? That's the thing.
I've seen maybe only on 2 occasions in my life where there were like moon shadows casted, by trees.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be someplace where it's pretty dark, like the woods, or you know what I mean, into the wilderness.
Right, with ultra clear air.
Do the moonlight Eratosthenes, man. Be freaking badass if you could. I wonder if there's a way you can. I'm not sure. To collimate the light, you think there'd be a way to do that?
Oh, well, yeah, yeah, maybe. Shoot.
Maybe you
How
could
do you-
get
how
like
do you
a
gather?
lens. I still haven't confirmed this. I heard this a while back that that if you say you have a phase of the moon, like say it's a half moon, and that half moon, if you look at the bright portion, that is brighter than like say I take a section of a half moon, right, and measure the brightness of just that area, and then I compare it to that same area when the moon is full. I heard that section, that when compared, it's brighter when it's in phase than when it's full. I haven't confirmed that yet in any way. But obviously, a full moon in totality is brighter. It's like this. So like you figure, like you got a half moon, it's half as bright as a full moon. It's not half as bright. It's more than half as bright.
Listen, and my hands are full.
Yeah. So me and AB, oh, it's AB still in here. Yeah, we were talking about last night. I'm gonna make a bunch of shorts of different sections. I already got a few in my head of different parts of his nonsense. Because he would state some principle and then sometime later he would contradict it. Dude, he did that shit. He said, "Dude, that was like he was all over the place, man.
Yeah,
all
I kept
over
hearing
the
that
place."
too. His own contradictions. It was amazing.
Yeah, he's doing science. He's not doing science. That was amazing.
Yeah, he said we do experiments to determine what's true and come up with a theory of what's likely. I was like, what? You just used fucking true and likely in the same sentence.
Yeah.
And what the fuck is credence in science? I'd never seen that in any physics textbook, science textbook, where they said we give credence to some thing, and what does that mean? Is that subjective or objective? Or is that just like how you feel about it?
How good it is. He kept saying how good it is.
Yeah.
Oh, so here's the funny thing. That's how AB, he was like, in science, we're epistemically humble. We should be epistemically humble, and it's epistemically arrogant to say there's an objective reality.
Yeah,
I should have asked him, why is that bad?
right. Well,
Why
he
should we
answered that.
not be? Why do we have to be epistemically humble? Why do we want to do that?
He actually
would
said it
not
leads
been
to
able to defend that
nihilism.
shit. It leads to nihilism. So why is that bad?
Yeah, I know, right? If you're not epistemically humble, then you're nihilistic, because I know for a fact your search for absolutism will always fail, and you will be upset at yourself and want to kill the world.
Well, even saying that, right? Like they start from the subjectivist paradigm of does the internal world creates? Like the external world is created from an internal world. There's actually there's no reason to believe that, right? I come from there's an external world that creates an internal world, because without any input, right? Like say you're born with fucking zero senses. Do you have an internal world? About what? About nothing? Like there's nothing there to have an internal world about.
Right, like a mirror has a reflection and it needs light. You don't have an internal mirror. You don't have any stimuli to create anything to operate off of if you're just locked in.
Yeah, it's like this is probably a person that thinks like the brain is like a computer. Okay, can a computer operate on no data?
Yeah, empty hard drive. Nothing in the module.
You don't even format it, right? You just fucking do the freaking NSA wipe, right? Just random ones and fucking zeros.
All zeros, baby. Bleach pit.
It'd be good to hold him to points like these, but in a real conversation with him without being muted, he would just run right over you and kind of like not let that point get heard by the audience that he's speaking to. So, I mean, it'd be nice, right, that we could point out all the errors and things like that, but in reality, it just couldn't happen. Not with him being the way he was.
Agree. He just gish galloped to something else. He would just run away. He was very good at that, of changing the topic. I'll give him credit. That's an acquired taste, man. You don't get that good at changing the topic and get away with it unnoticed unless you're good.
And not only that, on top of that, Indio, he fooled everybody else. He was like, dude, he's winning. No, he's not. He just changed the topic, dude. You guys didn't realize that. So the old 23 skidoo that just happened was doing so that the optics are, he's making it seem like we're not giving a rebuttal to what he's saying. And he's asking the questions. He's doing the interrogation. And that's why I'm like, everybody's kind of a little bit confused on this. They're like, all right, it sounded like, he was the one asking you guys and you guys were not supporting. It's like, no, he's just playing mind games. He didn't really have anything to say. He just wanted to internally critique what we're saying.
Yep, he wanted the audience to think that he had to change topics because we were deflecting and not answering.
Correct. That's why you got some of our team going like, oh, dude, big time fail. Like, why didn't we give him what we needed to? Because you can't. That's not what he was actually, he wouldn't allow it. And, Indio tried, as you can see. Didn't happen.
Yeah, typical.
He complained about it. He complained about it. I tried to go into detail about the freaking divergence of it. He deflected. I tried to go into detail about turbulence. He deflected.
Yep.
Right? Then he brings up a paper that he never read. And I know he never read it. He was reading it on the fly while I was talking to him because he said a couple things. I've read that paper probably at least 5 times, maybe twice that. But I've read it years ago. I know every word of what it says because it's one of the zenith angle arguments. He said vertical angles aren't zenith angles. Now I know he fucking never read it. He doesn't even know the concept of what they're actually doing even in the paper. And just like you try to go into detail, he freaking just did, like you said, 32 skidoo. He juked to something else.
Yep. And then he was trying to get moderation to go along with his his gimmick so that he can get DJ to mute you while he can continue to pursue to interrogate.
Yeah, bro. That's actually one of the shorts This is one of the first one that came to my mind. There's a part where he starts whining. It's like, he's doing meta. He's doing meta.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
I am going to clip all of it. Like, every time he does meta, I'm going to drop that at the end. So it's going to be like, because he did meta, I don't even know how many times, 30 times, some shit like that.
Oh, we know why he doesn't do 2v2s now.
Yeah, for this to do the way he does, he needs 100% control.
Yes.
Yeah, it's clear he is well practiced
I think he
at
has.
all of this.
Like, dude, that mod, I got fucking kicked in that debate, bro.
Yeah, that was.
Wow,
Juan Versa?
I got kicked.
There was tons of server admins and high moderators in there. Could have been any of them.
I wondered if,
Like when I was
that
about
was.
to make my point, dude, I was like, I got kicked, bro.
Yep.
And I didn't even remember what I was talking about, like, when I came back. I didn't remember the specific point I was going to make, so I got kicked mid-sentence.
Yeah, whatever it was, I don't recall specifically, but it was good. It was a crescendo.
Yeah, well, I have to go back and listen to it. And, like, it wasn't anything I did. I didn't have my hands even on my table or anywhere near any key or anything like that, or even near my mouth. Yeah.
Feels like a planned attack, huh? On
Yeah,
this room. On this
Yeah, but the
room.
thing is, I was kicked. I wasn't dropped down to like to the room. I was kicked, meaning I was in the channel, right? I could still see the channel, but I wasn't in the in the audience. I was
Right.
straight kicked out of that place.
DJ, can you have Vivek look at that? I mean, we have the logs. We know what time it was and everything, too.
Yeah.
Can you see
Yep,
what
definitely.
you on there? Can we see those logs, or do we just see our rooms? Or you know what I
Vivek
mean?
will be able to. Yeah, Vivek will be able to. I'll ask him if you can check if someone disconnected you during the debate, and if he has a log of that action, then if he could just double check, he'll do it.
Well, if it happened, I am my suspect.
Yeah, I'll message him. I'll DM him now.
Yeah, like
So,
from one server owner to another.
Well, Amish, I know who my suspect is. It's probably the same as yours.
Yep.
Who that Weirsa?
I
Possibly.
name names yet. I'm not gonna spare someone's reputation, but yeah, because he was in
It
the
was
chat
worth
talking
it.
shit
It was
when
worth
AB was. He was not neutral in any way, dude. He was talking mad shit about AB and side shit
Yeah.
while AB was
There was a lot.
talking. Yeah.
There was a lot of fucking agents that came out at the time I was speaking. I saw Small Fox. I started naming them. Where's the?
Look,
I
right?
think
Them come out of the
Raised by
woodwork. Yeah.
Ghost was Raised by Ghost was another one. Dude, I was looking at the chat as I was speaking to that guy. There's a lot of enemies that I was making right at the moment I was speaking to him. The ones who stay quiet. Fallen Friends was in there disparaging. I was monitoring the chat as I was speaking to this knucklehead.
Dude, it was like it was like somebody like opened a box of ghouls and they all came flying around.
Exactly. It was almost like a planned attack, dude. Like if I mean, I know it might not have been, but it's just coincidental. But it feels
Probably
like
was.
it was.
It's like in Narnia when Aslan's on the table and all the ghouls are like dancing around. They're about to drive a knife into him. Like Blitz told us on
Yeah, like
Thursday that he had like between 500 and 1,500 people on his stream, and then he ended up having 13,000 on Friday.
Yeah.
Just him on TikTok. Like there are other streams going on.
The pictures of
Well, the
them just-
YouTube stream. Well, the
speak
YouTube stream.
volumes.
I looked the other day at 28,000 views. So
If you guys get a chance, go to his stream on YouTube and go to the end after he clicks out of like talking to us, and look at what his super chats are saying about us. You're gonna be astonished. That's all I gotta say.
Astonished.
Yeah. You're gonna be like, okay, how come nobody in there is challenging him to be like, dude, you did a great job providing evidence that the Earth is a globe? None of that. They're all comments like, I'm giving you this for suffering these guys, and like, it's nothing to do with his performance on what he said. Nothing like that. It's almost just like, people who are just caught in a web of, this, delusion.
Well, that's what I was saying. He was just trying to paint a picture rather than discuss anything, right? He kept trying to bait you, AV, into proving your credentials, right, or proving your worthiness to be in a conversation with him, which I thought was hilarious.
Encouraging me throughout, yeah. Oh, you don't have the boots for
Yeah.
this, like,
Yeah.
As-
And I
as-
mean,
Yeah, that's
he wanted him to say the weird thing.
This is
Yeah, you
that's
didn't
one of the
feed into
tactics is to get you to talk about something other than the fucking topic, dude. He didn't want to talk about the topic.
yeah, he snubbed
Oh, yeah.
his nose up at me many times in the conversation.
yeah, it was kind of sad because I was just like, well, if this guy was so bright, he would be just laying out different reasons why the Earth cannot be flat, and not a single thing that came out of his mouth was definitive evidence that the Earth can't be flat, which is the funniest thing to me. I mean, his audience, like you said, his audience obviously didn't get it. Why? Because they're just fanboys. They wanted to hear him demean flat earthers and call them unintelligent, right? That's what they came there for.
He also brought up that Grace satellite, and then said, "What do you say? The gravitational direction was what do you? Oh man, I have to go back over it. He basically said it matches the globe, right? Because it's all uniform. He said uniform gravity. That's not what they found. Number one. Number two, that would actually show that they're wrong because they're models of a potato Earth where the gravity is just like whipping around in all sorts of directions. So that whole part, that's another obscurantism where nobody in this chat and nobody in his chat knows what he's talking about. But his name is Blitz PhD, so he's like a priest saying, before you could read the Bible, God said this. That's all he's doing, dude. It's sick, dude. It's pretty pathetic, quite honestly.
Like I said, images of him say it all. And if he was anything worth his salt, right, he wouldn't be making content instead of going out and doing something. I mean, seriously, bro, that's all you're doing is creating content, doing live streams on a weekday. I mean, come on, bro. Really? I wouldn't have time to do that on a freaking weekday.
He does have millions of subs on TikTok, I thought. That was like 3 million subs on TikTok.
Well, because they get flat smacked by all the you know how many flat earthers there are on TikTok? Like just flat smacking the crap out of people. It's insane. And it's like when you see one of their priests that just goes out there and just like, oh, see, he doesn't even know how to say this. Oh, he doesn't know about this. Ha ha. You know what I mean? It's like, well, where's your globe evidence, bro? And it's like people just need someone to cling to when their worldview is getting dismantled. You know what I mean? And
Well, his content
yeah, the
isn't
one thing-
about that. He doesn't do flat Earth content really on TikTok. Well, I think he does live
Not really.
streams. I think he does live stream
yeah, but
debates,
that's
but he
where you make
doesn't
all your
save them.
money. Yeah,
No,
that's
what
where
I'm
you
saying
make all
is-
your money on TikTok is your live stream debates, and that's where you're going to get a lot of new subs, right? Because like people are like, oh, it's going to come on the feed. It's like the live gets a lot of taps on the screen, right? So it's all about the amount of people tapping, and there's a big feud between flat earthers and globe earthers on TikTok. It happens like it's a daily thing, man.
I was on there
Angels
once.
Light-
Dude,
Yeah,
they got
Angels of
so
Light is
mad at
on
me,
there. Like,
bro. Dude was like, I wish you would come on fucking camera right now. He's just screaming at me, dude. Dude, he
oh
went
man, it's
fucking.
insane.
It's a guy named Hasselblad or something.
Yeah,
It was
It sounds
that sounds
familiar.
familiar, actually. Yeah, that does sound familiar. Well, no, it's the camera probably. That's why.
But
That's probably why it sounds
the
familiar.
camera's one thing, but I think there's a user that came through. Maybe I
Yeah.
feel like he came through here before.
Yeah, he has. He has. Maybe you didn't remember. I don't think I ever interacted with him on Discord. Or maybe he showed up after that. But Alan, so what happened was Alan and Shane were doing the TikTok invasion. And like they were waiting, and they got sick of waiting because they were live streaming, so they jumped to another one, and I stayed in that one because I was looking for this guy. Like because I had seen another stream he had did where he talked mad shit. That I knew, like, I measured the fucking distance to the moon, like doing this. And so I just joined. And the name of it was There's No Evidence for the Earth is Flat. Prove Me Wrong. That was the name of the title. And I just went and said, yeah, it looks flat. That's evidence it's flat. And they fucking started spiraling, right? Because they're like, no, there's no evidence. That's not evidence. Like, then what is it? Is it evidence the Earth is curved? Like, but then the Hasselblad guy chimed in, and I was like, that's the dude I wanted to talk to. I go, okay. He went through his whole spiel, what he does about fucking how he measures the moon. Okay. How'd you measure the baseline? You motherfucker! I wish the camera. It was fucking glorious.
Well, the only qualm I don't like, the thing I don't like about TikTok compared to Discord is like, you have the side chat, you could share links, and you're limited in chat. It's almost like an X post or whatever. You have like a limited number of characters. That's way less than what you could do here on Discord. So it's not like people can scroll up through the chat and, grab links. You could, but it's not the same. You know what I mean? You can't post pictures. So if you're trying to educate your chat, you got to kind of be able to pull stuff up on a computer screen and then share stuff that way, right? To do like an extra.
Yeah. I don't like that. But
yeah, it is annoying, man. I just don't like how hard it is to present any evidence, right? If you wanted to. So
yeah,
that's
they were
kinda
taking
why-
like their camera, they were taking like their phone and then filming like shit they had on like on their desk or their screen or something. It's so gay.
yeah, it's just not a good place to present, right? If you're trying to present evidence rather than just have a conversation, it's kind of difficult. So I do think this is a better format for that. And there's a ton of subgroups of flat earthers that are flat smacking, right? So they all kind of, because there's a limited number of people that could go on one live stream. So you'll have Flat Earth Dave and Angels of Light and like their cronies will fill up one, right, and leave maybe 3 spots or 2 spots for Globies to hop up on stage to present evidence or ask questions or just spiral out. And then once that happens, everybody kind of just dips off to another one, and so there's about 4 or 5 of them happening at once amongst that one community. But there's tons of different communities on there, so it is a cool little thing. But they're sitting there struggling to find stuff, right? Just the one thing I noticed, Dave has a ton of stuff on command, right? But he's got as far as libraries of GIFs and videos and links and stuff. But I had told Angels of Light, I was like, dude, just come to the home server, man. Let's get you hooked up so you could at least present, stuff that you're missing. Like he was just talking about the Black Swan.
Can't you stream? Can't you stream from to TikTok from OBS? Isn't there a way to do it? Listen, if there's not a way to do it, I'll invent it, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
I think you can live stream from PC now. And OBS has a virtual camera and shit, but then you can use the feature You can use the feature in OBS to do set up different
So
scenes,
TikTok
right?
has its own. It has its own studio, just like Rumble has Rumble Studio. TikTok has their
Yeah.
own studio. I was using it for a while, like before they kiboshed what I was doing.
We stream on TikTok with OBS. TikTok app.
Maybe you can do
So
that too.
you can see a server URL. You enter this in OBS later. Yeah, there's a way to do it. You can
Once,
stream through OBS.
Yeah, it's still the same deal over there too, like as it is on like YouTube or over here, right? Like you start going
No,
off the
listen,
topic,
you can
right?
use
You
OBS.
don't have free speech
Hold
over there
on.
anymore. Yeah, like,
What I'm trying to tell you is you can use OBS as a presentation platform because you have it has all these plugin things, right, where you can show images or videos or whatever, and you basically you click the freaking you can make it visible or not visible, so you can actually present, and it would go through TikTok as a camera. It would go through there. There would actually be a way to present. It might be a little, you have to do it a few times to get good at it, but there's a way to do it. That would be better than the way they're freaking doing it. That's for sure. Because the way they're doing it's horrible.
yeah. But
Oh,
you're
let me
really,
reach into
like
the
I
drawer
said,
on my desk and take a picture of something I drew down on a piece of paper.
well, normally
like,
what
what the fuck?
what Angels of Light does is he just like has his camera. He has his camera. Like he's rarely looking at himself, right? But he has one camera that is taking a photo of him. So I think it's just his phone, maybe. And then he just flips it. It's either looking at the screen of the monitor of his desktop, or it's looking at him. So when he has to present something, he has to actually take a photo of his desktop monitor.
Yeah,
So
he
that's
just
the
flips
way
the
he does
camera.
it. I mean, yeah, and I mean it
That's
serves him
actually
pretty
pretty
well.
clever,
It's
man.
not like, yeah, it's not really that bad. It comes out like good enough quality so he could present, but he's missing a lot of stuff. Like, so he'll be like doing he'll be presenting something like, let's say, the Black Swan argument, and I'm like, yeah, do you have the evening one? And I'm asking him like, yeah, well, there's one video, and he's like, oh, well, where's that? I'm like, yeah, just come to the home server, man. I've been trying to get those guys to start interacting with us, at least just to talk shop and maybe exchange ideas or whatever. And they're like, yeah, give me the link. So I sent them the link. They're all like, oh, thanks so much in the DMs, but I didn't see anybody. But I haven't really been spending much time at the home server, so who knows? They might have stopped in to check out stuff and whatever.
Yeah, that would give you dude, you could figure out a way to present on TikTok better than everybody else is doing. That would give you obviously it's a technical advantage, but like that would actually be pretty useful. Because the way they were doing it in the live stream I was in, it was freaking horrible.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like whenever that guy goes live, there should be people I mean, someone should be tasked with it, like, all right, you got to do your community service for today. Go into douchebag Blitz PhD's live stream and present like whatever, like if we have like little shorts or something, some gifs or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna break some stuff down on him.
Yeah, it'd be nice to just be able to go in there, bomb his little live streams, and make him look like a fool for not presenting any real globe evidence, and then walking away like he won the like he's the champion.
Well, the picture thing, dude, that's just straight fraud. It's fraud or ignorance, one of the two. And we're talking about abject. You're so ignorant you don't know how a mirror works.
Oh no, he said he needed to get better. Like I said, I knew it right off the bat. He was messing with it at the moment. He's like, I need to get better at Photoshop. I was like, yeah, he's messing with it. He's gonna mess with it, and he's gonna come back and be like, no, see, I knew it. I called it before he even did it.
See, it doesn't line up. it does line up because Elbow flipped it, and it lines up perfectly. Just like I said, it lines up perfectly. You take the image, you flip it vertically. He did some horizontal translation where he took one image and put it on the other and slid it sideways instead of flipping it vertically and just overlaying it.
Oh, I knew he was up to some slimy.
This is going to be the gift that keeps on giving, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, because
Total-
everybody's like,
total
have you
dishonest
debated a
flip.
PhD? Like, yeah. Okay, and this is what he did. And I'm going to show him the shit.
Yeah, it's one of those things that worked out good for him, like the day of, but it's gonna, keep biting him.
Did anybody
gotta
confirm the
let you know he did
PhD
it.
thing? Quite honestly, did anybody actually confirm that?
Yeah, I think he's working towards it personally. I don't even know. Looks
Because
like
I don't know.
looks-
Like,
looks like a hippie.
it didn't seem like he wasn't familiar with some academic terms that are pretty. I don't know. If listen, if I didn't know better, I would say he's not. I wouldn't even say he had probably maybe a bachelor's or something like that. Just like not that that's important or anything. I'm just saying is like if you're going to name yourself, Blitz PhD and say you have a PhD in mathematical physics and you don't have one, dude, that's total fucking fraud.
Yeah. I mean, I knew he was a snake just by the person who freaking brought him up to the table. We were like, oh, I don't take a side. I don't take sides. I don't care either way. It doesn't matter to me. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Why are you hanging around then if you don't care either way? Oh, I'm just bored. And it's like, okay, dude. Got no dog in the fight, huh? So
No, I think he thought
I
that
didn't like.
he's going to do something that would nuke this channel.
Oh, I think so too. That's what I'm saying. I didn't think he was being honest.
Because
He
he's
was
mad
telling
that this is the
Sporadic,
most
like,
popular
oh, this
channel.
guy's really. Yeah, well, he was telling Sporadic, this guy's actually a really nice guy. He's not like anti-flat earther or whatever. Blah 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 blah.
Oh, horse shit.
Yeah. Well, that's the way he was painting it to Sporadic in the first place. Which is why Sporadic was like, "Oh, cool, we could have a good conversation, right?" And Mercer was playing nice, like good cop, to Sporadic as well.
So he was so
Before the whole
confident that he
thing.
had to try and sandbag.
It was a planned attack, Indio,
Oh, no
Yeah,
doubt.
for sure, man.
on the channel.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they like that we're the most popular channel in this Discord. Well, him personally, and decided he's going to try and, if I show up the flat earthers, no one will go in it anymore.
Didn't work. His plan failed.
As always. So I'm saying we need better opponents.
Speaking of which,
Like he's an
yes,
incompetent
speaking of
boob.
which,
We
is there
can
any
use this
events?
dude just as like a stepping stone and use his head to step up to some higher level person who actually knows what they're talking about.
Yeah, no one's going to get into it. No one's going to get into the subject matter. Whenever people who are like they're balls deep in it, they're not like their careers are like relying on it. Like especially the super educated ones, the ones that spent tons of money on their education and then they're specializing in the field, right? Like an astrophysicist is always going to be on the side of astrophysics. Why? Because if they don't, they just threw away all of that money. Like I said, it's
Well,
they go hand
no,
in hand.
all that just no. It's like they don't. They do and they don't. They like astrophysics doesn't deal with the Earth. It's not part of the Earth, right? Unless I guess you're an Earth astrophysicist or something, which I'm sure they have. NASA and fucking MIT has like what is it? What did they call it? xenoastrophysics or something, it's the study of life on other freaking planets or something.
Still, it's
Serious, this is an actual profession. This is an actual profession, bro.
still
But
it's
you get what I'm saying. If you
related
ahead,
to
sorry.
astral objects. It's those objects that are related to that so-called outer space, or in the ancient nominations was sky, heavens. That's
Yeah,
astrophysics.
if you're giving lectures, right? If you're giving lectures at university or different, like, expo centers, right? I just feel like you're going to shoot yourself in the foot if you start talking about a subject that um, debunks like the basis for your whole thing, right? Like, oh yeah,
Yeah, but
everything has
no,
to
not really,
coalesce and
because
turn into
that's
a ball.
actually John. That's taking a philosophical position, which I tried to make out at the beginning of the debate. That, like, yeah, these models, they work to make predictions, but when you make that logical leap to, not only do we have a model that makes predictions based upon a whole bunch of measurements we made, the stuff we don't actually have physical access to, we're going to say that those models represent physical reality in some way, right? Where you could have, there's an arbitrary number of models for any arbitrary data set. There's like an infinite number of models that could possibly make predictions within that data set using different types of mathematics, right? Like, people think that there's like one, so general relativity, there's actually multiple models within general relativity themselves using different mathematical techniques. So there's like Hilbert half spaces, there's tensors, there's like all sorts of different, there's what they call Minkowski space, because I know you're not probably know what this means, is that the geometry is invariant under transformation, which means you can transform it into any other geometry, right? And do all the mathematics within that geometry, and it's all mathematically equivalent, right? But the geometry itself, what it represents, isn't equivalent. You know what I mean? You're making different assumptions within that. So, to take one of these models and say, yes, this model is physically real, that is a philosophical statement that you need the evidence for.
There is an app that resembles Dave Weiss's app that of flat Earth, and you can use it, and it will give you the eclipses, sun eclipses, moon eclipses that happen, and where it will happen over that AE map. Does that mean that the app is real? So it helps to predict, not predict, that will be a wrong term to use, because it's not a prediction. It's not something that will happen for the first time and someone will just predict that thing. It happens every time. So it's just post-diction. That doesn't mean that model is the model for reality.
Yeah. So I brought it up, like, so there's the Kepler model, the solar system. Yeah, great, it works. But there's other models that also work. So how do we choose which one is physically real? Like, what is the criteria? Like, we have Kepler's model, we have Tycho Brahe's model, there's also other models. There was a third person that made a model in between, at the time of Kepler. I can't remember his name, some weird Polish name. But like, his model also quote unquote works. Is his model real? Like, which is the model that represents physical reality? Because we're making observations from our viewpoint of what the planets do, and we're making a mathematical model that will predict what it does in some future point. And as Copernicus himself said, like, there's no way to ascertain what the true causes are. So, like, as long as you make accurate predictions from some principles of geometry, then, you've done your job. Like, your job isn't to freaking, astronomy's job isn't to make hypothesis about what's happening, about the why, right? Its job is to just state what's happening, not why it's happening. And what's happening is, I see a planet, next to the moon. That's the only thing you need to do. Like, that, all the other shit is just stuff that's added on that
speculation.
you can't actually prove.
Yeah, everything that will add, it will be just a speculation or an assumption.
Well, that so the Wakey Wakey interview, right, where he went undercover and got an interview with that astrophysicist. She didn't want to. She didn't want to discuss anything, right? Right. She.
Daddy.
What's up?
I can speak English. Please help me, Daddy.
Oh God, buddy, do me a favor. Mute your mic, please. We're having a conversation.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, the main reason I'm bringing her up was because she did not want to discuss any of the subject matter once she found out she was discussing doubt in the heliocentric globular model, right? And I feel like it's probably something that's going to take place when you're dealing with anybody who's that far, that far down that rabbit hole, right? If they're like, oh no, it has to be true with no evidence, you start presenting to them that there's no curvature, they're probably going to do the same thing. And I mean, I don't want to, speak to how people are going to react to this information. I mean, I just
But ain't
can't
that
see somebody
weird,
doing this
though?
bull for
Don't you
all.
find that weird that someone that's the head of an astrophysics department doesn't want to discuss their own belief system with somebody that doesn't believe it, that they only want to discuss it with people that do believe it? It's like, oh, I'm not in an echo chamber. I don't even want to talk to you.
That's what Blitz PhD said the other day, man. He said, "Why would I talk science to science deniers?" What he said.
He
You
said
can
that
quote
shit.
him on that. Yeah, you can quote him on that. Yep.
When
Yeah,
did he
that's what
present
he
his
did say
science?
that.
Well, he was
First
double
he tried to
speaking. He
get.
said he did, and then he didn't with the Minos test.
Indio, that guy has a PhD in pseudoscience. That field of study, which is astrophysics, is just pseudoscience. He studied the things that he can never verify.
He gets a PhD in sophistry.
Yeah. He have the highest degree in sophistry and pseudoscience.
Well, no, Blitz PhD isn't a. I don't think he studied astrophysics. I thought he studied just physics. I was talking about the astrophysicist that
Yeah, he's just
Wakey
he's just a physicist.
interviewed.
Oh, physicist, that good.
Allegedly. Unverified.
Strong allegedly on that one.
I don't deny that.
He probably made his degrees in Photoshop.
But it just came down to the best argument he had for a globe was that the Earth is not flat, and with the Minos test. That's it.
I thought it was hilarious that he was
really
asking
know
you
how
to
it works,
define.
but it's a test.
Oh,
The Minos test that when pressed didn't actually know how it worked.
Test that he
He was
talks
trying
about.
to. Oh, go ahead, Necros.
When he talked about neutrinos, at best, it will show that the surface is not even. That's the thing. It doesn't show that the surface is not flat. It shows that the surface is not even. So when you will place detectors on the surface, that means that the surface and they are not in line. So,
Yeah, is he talking about the curvature of the Earth not even, or is he talking about land topography not even? He didn't make a distinction, did he?
Yeah, no, he didn't make the distinction, and that's why I say that he was talking about the surface that is not even, because he can distinguish between an overall flat surface, and not even surface where you can have inclination and curves, topography, like you said.
This PhD says that he can prove that tides are an uneven distribution where there's a hump and a divot from two geographic locations. All he has to do is call somebody up in another geographic location, and then Bob's your uncle. He understands that one side is higher, which is a hump, and the other side is a divot. It's lower. He
Yeah,
said his verification
Dude,
of
that
that
gives
is just calling somebody up. That's it.
that,
The PhD
that
said this.
gives a whole new meaning to phone a friend, man.
Yeah.
You got three choices. You can phone a friend, or
and also he said that he knows that the moon is the cause of tides, and we had Easy who wanted to defend him after the debate or the discussion finished. Easy wanted to defend that and wanted to prove that that the moon is the cause of tides, and he failed on the first step.
It was an absolute W for us, man. I mean, I'm telling you. Like, he didn't have any evidence whatsoever to back up and anything he said.
So you want to have fun? Give that video to Bruce McGuire. Mind shock.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, he would
we've
love that.
already listen, guys. We've already extrapolated all. Me and Indio critiqued it from a standpoint of running through a filter of how many logical fallacies he committed. We have them on a PDF form, so if you guys ever want those, you can see, and the timestamps to go along with them. So you can go to each
Oh, that's
timestamp
awesome.
and then look at the logical fallacies that he committed. Me and Indio did that the other day. So
I did that myself when I was listening to the discussion while he was talking. I detected the fallacies every time he said.
well, I tell you what, and I'm not going to take away from this chat or anything, but at some point, right, go to Frontline Unfiltered, join our Discord, and right there, we've laid everything out for, what we talked about with the PDF that we laid out with all the logical fallacies. So my PDF, his Indio's PDF, and just other conversations we have. That don't jump in there right now. It'll take away from this place.
yeah,
he
I
did,
also made a transcript of a timestamp transcript of all of it too. And I broke the video in half, so I got the audio for AV and the audio for me separated.
Nice.
Nice. That's a lot of work, man. Good on you guys for doing all that. At least helps make everything a lot easier to sort through and analyze.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I
So
think what's hard though, John, is that when people are listening to this conversation, argument / debate, they don't know how to parse it out. Like the common Joe will listen to what it sounds like, him running over what we're saying, and then probably say like, well, he's just on the offense. Like there's really nothing you guys are saying to defend yourselves. On the onset, that's what it looks like. But when you look deeper, right, at sort of what's being said back and forth, he's not presenting anything or evidence.
Oh, I saw that right off the bat. But, like if you look at the first thing he said to Indio, or the first things he said to Indio, he was trying to get Indio to divulge something to him that was going to give him like an edge, right? And then when he first started talking to you, he tried to divert the topic away from him and start asking you questions, like qualifying questions, which is another, debate tactic, right? Oh, well, let's make you look stupid, right? Let's try and paint you as unintelligent, right? And get you to go down that rabbit hole of trying to prove yourself, right? Oh, prove your intelligence to my audience, right? Like prove your qualification to have this conversation with me, rather than just having a conversation with someone, And just the sneaky tactics of calling it a debate on his channel while telling us, no, we don't want to have a formal debate. Let's just call it a discussion, right? So there's just so many different things that are happening right off the jump between both of your conversations, right? That let the critical mind know that he was using tactics rather than trying to actually have a discussion and get somewhere in the discussion. So, but yeah, like the moment he's like asking Indio, I just want to know who I'm talking to, right? I want to know so do you believe in a firmament? Just give me some stuff. Give me something to go off of here. It's just like, yeah, no, come on, dude. It was blatantly obvious, like where he was going, where he was trying to take the conversation right off the rip. Right off the rip, it was just he wasn't ready for it, man.
Well, that's why I was so laid back. I was laid back because I didn't want to swear in here, and I actually went on X to practice my good cop, like I told everybody, practice my good cop, not to be freaking crazy. But as soon as he said he don't know anything, I'm like, okay, you just gave up the ghost, man. There's like, I can just kick back and relax, man. It's already over. That's what when I asked him why should we follow you into your, uncertainty, why should we do that? He never gave a good reason why we should follow him into his uncertainty. Like, you don't know anything, you're admitting it that you don't think you can positively know anything. So why should anybody listen to you?
Yeah,
Are you trying to convince us we don't know anything either? I don't know this to be true, but please believe it along with me so we can hold hands and sing Kumbaya. Like, why would we do that?
So far, I think he's the highest level sophist that I've spoken to thus far. The level of sophistry he was bringing was unparalleled by anybody that I've spoken to. So that's got to say something about what he's.
Slimy worm, dude.
So, and the only way you can accomplish the only way you can accomplish this goal is that if you have a field that's set up. So he has to have the forum that doesn't mute him or is not allowed to mute him, and he's got to come in as if it were a discussion. So he's got to fool the opponent into thinking that he's coming in as a false pretense that he wants to have a conversation. So there's a couple of key factors that need to be in place before he begins his barrage of interrogations. That's the way he. It's like a planned attack. In other words, it doesn't work if it's not that. You get me? It needs to be those specific key components there, so that when he comes in, he's already set up to win. Like it's an easy win because the opponent doesn't understand. Like he's coming in not in good faith.
Oh, that's 100% right. Hey, did you guys want to start an event? I don't know if there's an event going on today. DJ, did you look into that?
Yeah, it's not possible right now, unfortunately.
Why not?
There's upcoming events on the stage that we can't interrupt.
Oh, okay. All right. No, I was just wondering because
Keep an eye on it though.
When I came in.
Yeah, I think there's one in about 20 minutes, so I'll keep an eye on it. Sometimes they plan them, but they don't like the host doesn't show up. So if that, I'll keep an eye on it, and if it doesn't start, which happens quite often, then then we can start one.
The next event, DJ, when you're able to start it, just put the question: are you able to distinguish between science and pseudoscience?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah, that is a good one. Who's this guy that has his name Crit as an atheist?
He said he's a flat earther yesterday.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if anybody wanted to engage with that guy who said, "Help me learn my English, Daddy." I wasn't touching that with a 60-foot pole.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm going to go on listen mode, guys. I got a lot of work to do. So good to see everybody this fine day. Hope everyone's having a good one. Catch you all later.
A good day, brother.
If anybody cares, I posted both transcripts in the chat.
The audio's too big. I can't post it. Well, I can't. I can post a link to it, but not right this second.
Trippy video I just put in the side chat. I'm not vouching for what he's saying in the video necessarily, but it's just a trippy effect, right? He gets like 3 different sizes and different shaped pieces of glass, and then he reflects them onto a board. And as he moves the board further away, they slowly turn into spheres. And by the time he moves it far enough away, they're all the same size and they're all perfect spheres. Pretty trippy effect.
Oh, that sounds cool. Hold on.
Oh yeah, that's super cool. That's so nice. So the size, like, just translate to brightness.
Yeah, man, I have no idea how that happens like that, but my wife showed it to me. I'm like, damn, send me that. That's crazy.
So that means more confusion for them. They can't tell you that a planets are round, actually.
Yeah, man.
You could say, no, look, there's evidence that they're actually square or triangle or whatever else.
Your eye, your retina is the board. You know that, right?
No, what do you mean?
So if he would have looked at those mirrors from where the board was, if he would have looked at them, they also would have looked like circles.
I getcha. Yep. Yeah, I've heard like, I do make that argument sometimes myself. It's like, well, any shaped light that you look at from a distance turns into a circle looking light, like a round looking light. So the reflection will do the same thing, will it?
Wouldn't that be worse for a glober, though?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
all of these
It's
things.
like looking at a bright light, right? So the light's far enough away, it doesn't matter what the shape of the light is. So, they claim in astronomy that no celestial object other than the moon is resolvable. Meaning you're not. It's actually not. I'm not saying not in focus. You can get them in focus, but they're not like a resolved image. Meaning you can't get details that are proportionate to what you're viewing it at. I mean, it's hard to. I can use the example of the mirrors, right? Now, if you had like in that case, you could take a bigger, like one that's brighter than the other. If they would have looked at if they would have went to where the board is and stuck a big telescope there, right, like a Newtonian reflector, they could have seen the individual mirror shards. Okay, in that case, just saying. But there is a distance where like no telescope is going to help, no matter what you do.
Yeah. Wanna have fun? Read what Just Easy spiraled in the side chat to respond to what DJ sent, and just tell me if that's not word salad.
I don't know what's worse, word salad or ChatGPT.
I don't think ChatGPT will say that shit. It's completely.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, well, he didn't use ChatGPT to type that, so that's a plus. But on the other hand, it's word salad, so that's not too good either.
Yeah, pure word salad. Because of the sharpness of the edges, in the first part, he's talking about the sharpness of the edges at that distance, and then he jumped to, that's exactly why Earth looks very smooth from space. What the heck? Have you ever seen Earth from space?
Easy is a Golden Globey generator. I've got about 5 hilarious screen captures so far.
Easy is the textbook guy.
Loves the textbooks.
Yeah, he loves textbooks and they are confusing him.
Here's some funny ones from today.
He's an imaginary guy, so he lives in a conceptual thing, a model.
Hey yo, where's everyone?
We are here. Hello?
Yeah,
Very happy to hear this.
Ah,
How are you?
Raptor.
Yeah, I'm really good. For a second, I lost hope in believing that the Earth is flat.
Nah, I
Now
don't
you're
believe.
here.
I don't believe
Now
that.
you're here.
It's just the thing that I
I'm
know.
just kidding. I don't believe it too. I don't believe it too.
Yeah, it's something that I know. It's not a belief. So,
What's the difference, bro? You know
oh,
something or you believe in something.
believe in something is just accepting that thing without any evidence. It's just pure acceptance. That's belief. If you know something, that thing that you know must be verified using your senses. So it must be something that you verify to claim that it is a knowledge. Something that you believe is something that you just accepted without verifying anything, without any evidence. So no, I
That
don't
looks,
believe that it is
that
flat.
looks
I
very
know it.
complicated.
Sorry?
That looks very complicated.
No, it's not in reality if you think about it just a little bit. So if I tell you, for example, that unicorns are real, and you accept that thing, that will be a belief. You believe the thing that I told you without any evidence. I didn't show you any unicorn. I didn't present to you any evidence for a unicorn, but you accept that. So if I tell you horses are real, and you ask me to validate that, and I show you a horse, and you examine the horse entirely to be sure that, yeah, that's a real thing, at that moment, that won't be a belief. If you say that horses are real, it will be a knowledge because you verified that.
Oh, looks nice. Another
It's
philosophy.
with the Earth. Earth is flat. That's the thing that I can verify and I can experience every time because it's the reality that where we live. And you experience the same thing majorly. So you experience a flat, horizontal, planar Earth and motionless. Never experience any curvature of the Earth unless if it is topography. Other than that, you never experience an overall curvature of the surface of the Earth or any motion of the Earth, unless if it is an earthquake. And you will, at that moment, you will just distinguish that. You will know that the ground is moving and you will know that it is an earthquake. Other than that, you never experience any motion of the Earth or around itself or around the sun or around the galaxy or with the galaxy in the cosmos toward the edge of the universe. You never experience any of those motions. But you believe.
Yeah, bro, sorry. What does the earthquake have to do with the Earth to be flat or not?
No. It had to deal with the motion. I told you, you never experience motion of the Earth only when it is during an earthquake. The only moment where you experience motion on the Earth, it's during an earthquake. Other than that, you never experience any other motion like the globe believers claim, like Earth orbit rotating around itself, or going around the sun, or going with the sun around the galaxy, or going with the galaxy toward the edge of the universe.
Understood. Yeah, look cool. That look cool.
My question to you, do you have any proof that the Earth is a globe?
Actually, if it was not globe, how the plane works?
I'm sorry?
If it wasn't a globe, so how the airplane works? The airplanes, the flights.
I swear I couldn't understand that specific word. What works?
Planes. Airplanes.
Before jumping to explaining how things work in flat Earth, we need to see if it is flat or not. So, do you have any proof to validate that the Earth is a ball? So let's see if the Earth is a ball first or flat, and then we can try to understand how things works. So, do you have try to think just between you and yourself? Think if you have any proof that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, basically the day and night. How it's day here and maybe it's the night in the US. So basically there should be something on the other side. There should be another side. It's not only one side. It's not only all flat.
We don't
What about this?
flat and it has another side. We're not talking about that. We just want to see. So, because when I ask you the question and you are just dancing around the question, I would just want to know, do you have an answer to the question, or you don't have the answer to the question and you just don't want to say that, no, I don't know that the Earth is, I don't have any proof that the Earth is a ball. So my question was, it's not about it must happen like that because you think that the sun is going around the Earth as being an object around it, not just above it. So I don't care if you don't understand things, how things works, but I wanted to know if you have any validation, any proof for the globe. So you believe that the Earth is a globe. Do you believe that? So do you think that you know that, or you know that it is just a beliefs or something that you accepted without any evidence because you heard someone saying that the Earth is a globe, or you saw some images in the television or videos. So, like I told you, for me, I don't believe that the Earth is flat. I know that it is flat, and I can validate that. But I just asked you the same question. Do you believe that the Earth is a ball? So it means that you accept that the Earth is a ball without any evidence, or you have any evidence that the Earth is a ball. So it means that you know it.
Yeah, my friend, I answered your question. My answer is that was my answer. If it was not globe, how the day and night happen? This is my answer. This is my real frank answer.
It's impossible to be an answer because that's a question. A question cannot be an answer. So when someone asks you something, you can't answer him by asking him another question that is completely different. So I asked you if you have a proof for the globe. You said so. My question to you: how day and night works? That's a question.
Yeah, I said they have a proof, right?
Sorry?
You asked, do I have a proof that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah, this is my proof. It depends. What proof do you want? What kind of proof do you want?
Maybe
it's a question. Maybe my proof is a question. Maybe you didn't like my proof.
Your proof is a question. So how day and night works?
Yeah.
Okay. So I can answer that. So day and night works because of the sun and the position of the sun above your head in the sky. That's the only thing that is explaining day and night. So day and night are because of the position of the sun. Dependent to where the sun is in the sky, that will be your day. If the sun is not in the sky, not present in the sky, so the sun will set on the horizon, that will be your night. It's completely independent to the surface. It's dependent to the sun itself. So when the sun is above you, it's day. When it's not, it's night.
Yeah, but I said, what is the explanation of that?
So it's not
it would be day here and night in other countries.
No, I just explained to you.
On my location.
I just explained to you that day and night are dependent to the sun, so it's not. It wasn't a proof for the globe because you told me that you presented a proof. So the question you said, that was a proof. You said how day and night works. Day and night are dependent to the sun and its position on the sky. And that's all. That's not telling me that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, that's right.
Nice.
That's
so
right.
Again, I can ask the question. Nice. I'm glad you understood that your question wasn't an answer to my question. So again, I can ask my question again. Do you have any proof that the Earth is a ball, or you just believe that without any evidence?
I just take it as granted. I don't have any proof actually, and I don't care. I don't care.
You don't care?
Yeah, that's right.
So why are you here? Why are you here? Why your question, first question was related to the Earth and its shape.
Yeah, actually, this server is for English, right? So I'm here for English.
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
care
So
if
you
it's flat,
learn,
it's
you can
slow. I
learn.
don't care.
Listen, Linda, listen. You can come here and practice your English, but the topic is flat Earth. So if you have any proof of your globe or any flat Earth topic questions, that's what you talk about in English. So do you have any globe proofs
Yeah.
other than the sun above your head?
No. For me, I'm just
No?
participating
Okay.
in this
Okay.
speak.
Okay.
Just
So you have
participating. I'm not here to prove anything.
Whoa. Excuse me. So you have no globe proofs. Do you have any flat Earth topic question?
No.
No? Okay, then you can move on or you can stay and listen and learn.
Sandra, why are you talking to me like that?
Talking to you how? Are you letting your feelings get involved here?
No. You're talking to me in a super, how to say it in English, in a bad manner. I didn't like the way you speak. I didn't like it at all.
Well, you don't have to like how I speak. The topic is 24/7 Flat Earth
Yeah,
Discord.
you don't have to talk to me in English.
Pardon?
You don't have to talk to me like this.
Like how? In English?
It's a moderated room, brother.
I didn't like
you
your
don't have to
attitude.
stay. Raptor.
I
You
don't
don't
like
have to
your
stay here if
attitude.
you don't like it, dude. You don't have to stay here if you don't like
No.
if you don't like our attitudes, man.
Why I shouldn't have to stay? I can stay here. I don't like
Because
it.
no one's forcing you to be here, is
Okay.
what we're saying, and it is a moderated room. So if you don't want to address the subject matter, you will be moderated. That's what he's trying to tell you. He's trying to be nice about it, to be honest.
So let's practice
I'm
that.
trying to be frank.
So let's practice that English, like you said. So do you understand now that the idea of the Earth being a ball, it's not a knowledge, but it's something that people believe, just like you said. So it's something that you believe to be real, that the Earth is a ball, because you heard that from someone, or you saw that in TV through an image or a video, or through a screen of a computer or phone. That's the only way you had that idea of a globe. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand. I fully understand. But I told you from the beginning, it's not the biggest concern of mine.
I
think it's a globe. I think it's a globe. It's okay for me.
You think it is a globe. Can I ask you about your daily experience? What do you experience in your daily life? Do you experience a flat, horizontal, planar Earth, or do you experience a curving surface?
Flat one, for sure.
Sorry? You said flat one?
Yes, a flat one.
Nice. Nice. And you also experience that there is no detectable motion on this surface, unless if it is an earthquake. You will know that.
Mm-hmm.
You never did. Nice. So those are the things that you experience every day, and you can verify those things if they are real, if you don't believe your senses or the interpretation of the information got by your senses and interpreted by your brain. So you think that it will be just influenced by your interpretation or your senses. So you can verify that, measure this, the surface of waters and see if it is really horizontal and flat or if it is curving anywhere. So you can verify those things. And I understand that you don't care to know, but don't you think that better to have knowledge instead of being just ignorant about where you live? Like, for example, you want to practice your speaking. You can speak about things that you can know, so you can have ideas to present, be able to talk, instead of just trying to formulate simple questions to make it simple for you. So you will have arguments to present. So do you think that you are able to verify what you experience? Like you said, you experience flatness and you experience motionless. You think that you can verify that with tools?
Okay, sorry, I was disconnected.
No worry. So, do you think that you
No.
can verify what you observe in reality? So you
Yeah,
you
listen. I understood the core of your question. I don't have proof.
Yeah, I
Proof? No, I
understand
don't
that.
have. Yeah.
I understand that, but you don't have proof for the globe. For flat Earth, you're not making any assumption. It's the same thing that you are experiencing. You're not assuming that it is flat. It is the thing that you're experiencing. And I asked you, do you think that you are able to validate that experience by measuring the thing? You
I
experience
think
flatness. You think that you can verify that it is really flat. It's not just you imagine it to be flat. You see the surface of water, you see the horizontal horizon. Do you think that there is ways to verify that it is flat?
Listen. I will tell you something. Once when I was at college, there is something called topographic class. It has something to measure the angle. If you point a laser, or if you point something to the horizon, you can measure the angle.
Yes.
So we did some calculation and we were checking the coordinations between 2 points, 1 point here and 1 point after a big distance. So they were changed. You understand? If you look at something, the horizon, it should be like straight, right? If it's our Earth is flat, it should be straight.
Should be straight,
yeah.
not curved.
Yeah. After this calculation, we found that the other point which we are looking at after distance, shape and angle. So it's lower than the point which we are standing on. Here, the professor told us this is why the Earth is a globe. This is the little proof I can remember. This was brought to me by numbers.
Yeah, I understand that.
Other than this, I don't have.
I understand
And how airplane works? How airplane works?
I can talk to you about planes, but I just want to first talk about that point that you just brought to the table, which is measuring that line of sight. You see that you saw that the object is like at an angle, like it dipped down. And the line is, you have to point the line downward. That doesn't show that the surface is curving, that you are still using a flat, straight line. That line of sight that you are using, from that point where you are standing, and only God knows what elevation was, and you, for sure, the person who made those measurements. So, and the point that was in distance. So that's not sufficient to claim that the surface is curving. That's one, because the line of sight is still not horizontal. It's still straight and flat, not curved, because you don't use curved line of sight from the tool, which is a theodolite or sextant or anything that you use that will calculate that angle. So it's a straight line of sight. It doesn't tell you that the surface is curved from between you and the object. It can tell you that you are at higher elevation than the object. That can happen. If I'm standing, and I put a bottle on the floor just 2 meters or 3 meters in front of me, and I just try to calculate an angle from horizontal toward that bottle, yeah, it will be an angle tilted downward toward that bottle. That line of sight from my eyes or the tool toward that bottle. So it will be tilted. That doesn't mean that the floor where I'm standing is a ball.
Yeah, that's right.
Understand?
I understood. That's right. That's right. That's right. But if you want to prove something, you will go step by step, right? You will not go by one proof, a flip of a finger, and voila, Earth is globe. You can start with this, develop it, build other proof on it. But this always I have. Actually, this always I have.
The Globers use those things as being a proof. Like, for example, they use, have you ever heard about Eratosthenes?
Yeah, I remember. I heard it somewhere. Yeah.
Nice. So for that guy, what you just did, and you said that it is just a step. You can't say that it is a proof for the globe. You can't say that it's sufficient to claim that I measured the circumference. No, the guy, or the Globers claim that that guy really measured the circumference of the globe by just putting some sticks, one underneath the sun, at an angle. And he assumed many things. He assumed the distance to the sun. He assumed the parallel rays coming from the sun. He assumed a curving surface forming a ball. So all those were assumptions that he threw in his calculation, and he said, "Oh, I measured the circumference of the ball." And the Globers, since those thousands of years ago, they still claim that it is a measurement of the circumference of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
It's not, for sure. It's not. He will not be able to measure anything using this very basic ways, basic methods.
It's not just the method that is basic, but that was full of assumptions. Like, if you want to do the same thing now in your room, just take a bottle, put it underneath the light bulb in your room, and another bottle in the extremity of your room. One will form a shadow, so the one that is far from the light bulb, and the other one that is underneath the light bulb won't have a shadow. Just make the same assumptions as Eratosthenes, and you will calculate the circumference of your spherical floor of your room. So that's why I told you in the beginning, the Earth being a ball is a belief. If you go with your senses and the verifications that you can do, the Earth is not a ball. The Earth is a planar surface. In other words, it's flat. You care or you don't about knowledge and ignorance, that's your problem. It's not mine. It's just the reality and how it is. You said earlier that you don't care about how is the Earth. That will be difficult for someone who is considering knowledge.
I'm only considering knowledge and, and speaking English, actually.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. In your life, you don't consider knowledge. So for you, it's a question. Don't consider it an insult. I just want to know, for you, ignorance is a bliss?
I consider getting knowledge, but listen to me. I will share you my perspective if it's the right place to share it. Like everything you do, like for me now, I'm spending this time talking. I'm spending this time here at this server. This is costing me time. I would rather. Okay, now I have the time to be here, but I would rather to spend my time doing something else rather than searching if the Earth is globe or not. For example, got it?
You
This is my
can.
approach. This is my approach.
You can. It's not an obligation, but it's just something that also you can do. There is many possibilities to do it, like you just said. Now you have the time for Discord, and you have that opportunity to get an information. Oh no, I think that you didn't even imagine that you will just encounter a channel that talks about the Earth and the description of its surface, if it is curved or not. I think you never imagined that, but here's the opportunity that came to you. Will you just refuse to try to know? So you will consider ignorance, or you will be interested by just acquiring that knowledge.
Yeah, listen,
Maybe
this
you will
seems
have more
interesting.
time. I'm not asking you to know everything today. I'm not asking you to believe anything I'm saying. You will have the time like you had it today. There will be some coincidences that will happen, and you will have time to watch some videos, go to the beach, go to the lake, make some observations, something like that, to just validate the thing for yourself.
Yeah, but where I will go with this knowledge? If I get this knowledge, okay, the Earth at the flat or globe. Now, what I will do? I'll change the word. What I will do, yani?
You'll go nowhere with that. You'll stay on the earth like us. We were here. We were using Discord on the earth and thinking we left Earth since we knew that. No. So it's like I
Yeah.
told you. It's not something that will that is material. It's a knowledge. Knowledge is not material, so it's something that you acquire that you can use in your life, and something that is related to.
I see. I see that. I see that. Okay, actually, listen, bro. I have a lot of work to do now. So it was very nice to talk to you. I will
Yeah,
go see I will go see a couple videos on YouTube regarding this topic later. And maybe we'll have something to 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 say the next time.
Yeah, try. And you're welcome anytime. Try to research the thing. Try to find for yourself, by yourself, validations for the thing that you believe to be real. So it happened to that you believed that the Earth is a ball. So you gave that with your choice or with no choice the moment to have those ideas, or to hear those ideas and come here with those ideas that the Earth is a ball and talk about that. So now you have an opposing idea that is saying that no, the Earth is not a ball. The Earth is what you observe and experience every day. And now you can verify that for yourself if you are interested, or some moment it clicks in your head and you want to research the thing.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Later.
Does anyone else, any other Globers, would like to present any evidence or ask any questions about the flat Earth topic? Feel free to unmute and ask now.
Yeah, DJ, trust me, brother. I know that it is a problem that I have. I try every time to make the idea a little bit more concise. I just fail every time. I have that like a chain reaction in my head. So I can't make the idea more concise. I just need more words.
Oh, I get what you mean. It's not easy to explain it in a short amount of words sometimes. You know, I think you explained everything really good to him. But yeah, sometimes, you know, their attention spans. And by the time you say the end, they've probably forgotten the first half of it. So, but yeah, no, that was good, man. That was good to listen to.
Yeah, I understand it, but I'm sorry. In reality, I acknowledge that it is a problem that I have, and I try to learn more words that I can use to make my ideas a little bit more concise. So short ideas with packed information. And I don't think it's because of English. I think it's because of me. It happens to happen in with my Arabic or French also.
Hey, you're doing miles better than me. I am so bad at learning other languages.
Welcome to Any Global in the channel. We are really thirsty for proofs for the globe Earth. If you have any, just help us and share it with us. Hit us with the proof. I just have another idea for another question. For this, for the future event, are you able to concede that the Earth being a globe is just a belief? Or you can formulate it some otherwise, but just to say that if people are able to concede that it is just a belief, like that last guy did.
The Science and Technology Lounge did a good one the other day, right? That's a quiet channel. And they had an event and they said, are women smarter than men? Instantly they had like 50 people in there.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you. What is the topic here?
Flat Earth.
Oh, all right.
Do you have any evidence for the globe Earth? Or questions about the flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm just here to listen.
Oh, okay. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And then he left. Wow.
TikTok brains. He listened for long enough.
He heard enough.
He swiped up. Yep, he did. He swiped up. He's gone down to the Ask a Christian.
Attention span of a gnat.
Oh, and he's left the Ask a Christian.
Let me see if I can post the image of the critique I had of the Blitz PhD argument debate.
No one is talking, yeah. What's going on here? What the hell is going on?
We're just waiting for.
No, I'm serious. I mean, this is just a weird thing. I mean, look at the number of people.
Yeah, we were just waiting for you, bro. We were just sitting here in silence, waiting for you to come along. He's here, boys.
That's interesting, but what do you want me to say?
We want you to go
any
ahead.
globers to present any proof for the globe that the Earth is a globe. Do you have any proof that the Earth is a globe?
Nobody. I'm not doing this right now.
I'm not doing this right now. He's like, I can't. I'm not doing this right now. Can't do it.
That's what's happening. That's why you found us in silence, because globers find that they don't have any proof for the globe, and they say all the time that thing. I can't do this right now.
They put their track shoes on and run away, just like you're probably going to do in 2 seconds. We're
It's
used
not
to
about
it.
running away. I mean, I just
Yeah,
don't
you
see
are.
any volume in
That's
this
fine.
kind
And
of
if
debate.
you're not running away, then go ahead and provide the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Just do it.
I mean, you can look at the evidence yourself. Why would I waste my time on this thing?
Yeah, what evidence? You didn't present any.
I mean, people have jobs, right? People are actual astronauts. Like, they're not
Okay.
doing this for you.
So-
People don't do this for
So
their
you don't have
families, for
any
themselves,
evidence, right?
because they're interested.
So you don't have
Are you
evidence, right? Just admit
Are
it.
you
I don't have
I mean, again, it's not really exceptional to become an astronaut. So
Yeah,
this is
so-
kind of enough for me. You know, it's not something that
somebody
can be
being an
considered as
astronaut-
magical or.
Yeah, somebody being
Yeah.
it's magical to you because you don't know how it's possible that the Earth is a globe. So it's magical to you.
What's up?
And
It's not necessarily magical to me.
Excuse me.
It
Are you
is.
suggesting-
Putting
are you
words into my mouth.
Excuse me. Are you suggesting that none of us have looked into the globe evidence? Is that what you're suggesting? Earlier you said just look at the evidence.
Oh,
No, he didn't
probably
present
you
any, though.
did, but you didn't find them convincing.
No, wait a
as I
minute.
can
Time
tell.
out. Time out. You didn't present any evidence. That you didn't present any evidence whatsoever. That's what we're
I mean,
asking.
it's-
What evidence
man,
do
you really need to
have?
see a therapist, man. Why are you so angry?
Yeah, therapist. Well, because you're not like presenting anything. You're like, yeah, I presented all
Like,
the
I don't
evidence.
even know you, man. I'm not even here to debate anybody. I'm just here to see what's
Yeah,
going
really.
on.
So why are you still bumping your gums then?
No, I'm just talking to you, man. You seem quite.
why?
Oh,
If you
I
didn't
don't-
have any need to
you
open
seem
up your
quite
mic,
pressed for no reason. What's going on,
yeah,
man?
I'm pressed. I'm pressed because
What
individuals like
happened in your
you
life?
seem to think that there's an idea that the Earth is a globe and there is no evidence. It's a fantasy idea. Yeah, you get it now? It's fantasy, and you're just like, oh, it's so true. There's a globe. It's so true. Yeah, well, present the evidence. It's true.
Are you schizophrenic? Are you okay, man?
Present the evidence that is true. Stop chuckling. Just present it.
Well, you're just a weird person, man. You're really
Yeah,
bizarre.
so is that your way
It's
out?
not because of your beliefs,
looking
but
for the
because
door.
you're just
You're looking
acting
for the
very
door, right?
irrational.
You're looking for the door. Is that it?
What are you talking
Yeah, the
about?
exit.
What-
You don't want to talk about how you don't know that the Earth is a globe or not. You don't want to talk about it. You want to talk about everything else except that.
Yeah. Do you have the answer to your first question now?
You asking me?
Yeah, you, dude. Is
Do
the
you
Earth
have-
a
I mean,
globe? Yes or no?
I wasn't asking any questions. I
Yeah,
mean,
the
I don't even
question
know
on the table right now is if the Earth is a globe, yes or no. And if you do know that it's one, where's the evidence for that? Simple.
Well, I could theorize, but again, I don't know any
No.
technical terms.
We don't need theories. We don't need theories. We want the evidence. No theories. Evidence.
Well, I can only use the media as an example because I don't work in that kind of field, so there's no reason for me to.
Oh, you don't know? Just say what, dude?
Give you-
Save us some time, brother. Save us some time. Say I don't know, and we'll move right along to the next caller. That'd be nice,
I'm not
right?
going to provide you any definitive answers. That's
Okay,
that's what
then
you're looking
you
for.
don't definitively know that the Earth is a globe. So all your chuckling didn't help.
But based,
At the end of the
I mean,
day,
I'm
you
chuckling
didn't, you did
not at the
definitively,
idea
you did not prove that the Earth is a
of the
globe.
Earth
definitively.
being flat, but because you're so irrationally
That irrational. I'm only asking for
irrationally
your evidence. How is that
immature.
irrational? I'm asking
Well,
for
the
you
way-
to present evidence. That's not irrational. For me to ask you to present the evidence of your claim, it's
I
not
mean, it's about
irrational.
your behavior. I mean, you gotta calm down, my guy. You can just ask the same
Yeah, so
questions,
what?
but just calmly, you know.
So what? Who cares how I ask you? The important thing is that you're not
I mean,
producing
I'm just.
the evidence that's
I
required.
don't necessarily care, but I'm just kind of curious
I
why
think
you're
you-
so
I think you do.
emotionally attached to the idea. What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah,
Genuine
well,
asking.
here's the thing, right? A lot of people are being told that the Earth is a globe, and there's a lot of things that are attached to that, right? There's other narratives that people believe because the Earth is a globe. So
you decided to kind of spend the rest of your life just
you're just interrupting
wasting
me, dude.
people's
You're
time,
just
right?
interrupting me. No, you're just interrupting me.
Well,
So
like you
a lot
did.
of people, a lot of people are believing narratives because the Earth is a globe, like we're
Interesting.
overcrowded on this Earth, or this is a dying planet, or we're gonna get hit by an asteroid. Whatever you want to say, it's all attached to the same thing: the Earth being a globe. Now, this narrative is like a foundation for other tiny narratives, right? So that's why I'm energetic about it. I want you to go ahead and tell everybody how you don't know, and you just said it, right? I can't prove definitively if the Earth is a globe or not because I'm not in that field. There you have it. You just gave it to everybody, so now everybody knows that you can't prove that the Earth is a globe. So now
It's
the
just
time.
about me and you, my guy. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not about
me
you
and
being
you. You didn't prove
energetic. You're just being
didn't prove it.
disrespectful. You don't know how to have a civil debate. You just yell and
Civil debate. So now is it a debate where you said it wasn't a debate?
yep.
Is it a debate or not?
I will kind of
Said it
force myself into it, obviously, but it doesn't matter. It's just about
Oh,
you.
so now we're having a
not
debate where
knowing
you
how
said we
to-
weren't before.
How
so
to
now
have
you're
a civil
engaged in a
debate.
Yeah,
But
so a
clearly
debate,
you're irrational.
a
I'm
debate
just
would mean
kind of
that
having
you
fun
have
right
a
now.
position. Oh yeah, a debate would mean you have a position.
stop
My position,
yelling,
my
man?
position is that the Earth
All
is
right,
flat.
man.
What is your
Everybody's
position?
hearing you, man. You
Yeah,
just
who cares,
have
dude?
to
Who cares? My
calm
position
down,
is that
man.
the Earth
Stop
is flat.
yelling.
My position is that the Earth is flat. What is yours?
Why are you so obsessed with the idea, man? Even if
My
it's true, I
position
mean,
is that the Earth is flat.
do
What
you
is
have a
your
life? I mean,
What is your
what do you do in life?
What is your position?
I mean, it doesn't really affect me in any way, my
Yeah, it
life,
does.
so
It
it doesn't
does.
matter.
It
I'm not
does.
going to be
It
obsessed
does.
about
It does because
about some
whatever the
idea.
mind thinks, whatever the mind thinks of the
Why are you
body's gonna
yelling?
follow. Whatever the mind thinks of the body's gonna follow.
Yo, guys, can
Yeah,
anybody
yo
kind of tell
guys,
this guy
yo guys, why are you appealing to the audience, dude? Talk to me. Why are you appealing to the
There's-
audience? Talk to me.
No, I'm just trying to understand what's going on. I mean,
No, what's
do
going
you-
on is that
do you
it
know
seems like-
these people?
It seems like you want to.
Do you know these guys?
Yeah, it seems like you're. You're energetic to have a conversation, which actually turned into a debate, according to you. And now you don't have any evidence of your position, which you say you can. You don't even want to say what position you have. My position is that the Earth is flat.
Mhm.
I have evidence to back mine up. You don't have evidence to back yours up.
Interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, that's great.
I mean, that's beautiful. I mean, you could have just said the
Yeah.
same thing, but very calmly and in a very
It doesn't
respectful
matter,
manner.
dude. You're not
Of
the
course it
tone
does.
police. I can speak however I want to.
Exactly, but
speak however
you
you want
just
to, but the problem
you just
is-
look like a dumbass in front of
Yeah, so
other
what, dude?
people. I mean,
So what? You
I'm
said-
not yelling. I'm not.
Listen, I don't care about your
attached.
tone policing, dude. Oh, look at him. He's saying it in a weird tone. So what? It's still the truth, right? At the end of the day? At the end of the day, it's still true. And what you have is a position that is fallacious. You just imagine that the Earth is a globe, and just like everybody else, you're going to keep wandering off and thinking it is. But you don't have no evidence. End of the day.
Interesting. So you're gonna spend the rest of your day talking, just yelling to at people and yapping about things and not letting them talk and just kind of whatever you're doing, man. Just talking to you, to yourself, to your voices in your heads. I mean, what's going on, man?
That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing. Are you going to
I mean,
do
those are genuine questions.
I don't care, bro. I don't care.
Then why are you talking to me? Why are you still here? Like, what's going on?
Because I'm proving the point. My point is
What
that
point? I wasn't even trying to debate.
The point is, all you're going to do is bump your gums for another
Bump your-
30 minutes
oh,
about how I'm talking instead of you presenting a case for the Earth being a globe. That's all you're going to do because your weak argument can't support the case of it being an actual globe.
There was no argument. I wasn't even trying to
Yeah, it
debate
was.
you in the first place.
You agreed. You agreed. You said, well, it turned into a debate. You said so.
Yes, that was again. It turned into in a debate without my will, essentially, right?
Without my will,
But,
you're still
yeah.
talking. It is your will. How is it not your will if you're still talking? Explain that.
Well, again, I wasn't providing any arguments for any position. I was just kind
Yeah,
of
that's
making
great.
a point about you being irrationally,
Who cares?
emotionally attached to something that doesn't
hold to
even
the truth, and you
doesn't
don't
affect you in any way, man. You're just obsessed
does.
with some idea. Again, there's no reason for you to be
affects you
that
and me,
obsessed
dude.
or
It
emotional
affects you
attached to
with truth.
something that doesn't affect you in your
Yeah,
life
truth
or
affects both of
in
us,
the lives of your parents or siblings, whoever you have in your life. You just
Yada yada yada. Blah blah blah. Dude, is the Earth a globe? Yes or no?
Well, it's a difficult question. There's no reason to
No,
just
it's
say
not.
yes or no. It's intellectual
Yeah, there is.
dishonest to simply say
Yeah,
yes
there
or
is.
no.
Yeah. Well, so you're saying that everybody out there is walking around going like, I don't know if the Earth is a globe, scratching their heads. You think that's what they're doing? No, they're walking around. They're
Hmm.
walking around like you, saying that the Earth is a globe, man. It's such a globe. Why does everybody think the
Interesting.
Earth is flat? Yeah.
Very
You know,
interesting.
yeah, you keep saying that. You're not analyzing anything, dude. You're not
Interesting.
bringing anything to the table. Yeah, keep saying that. So what? What is
Continue, man.
interesting? Yeah, what is interesting is that you're just saying interesting, and you're not giving any evidence for the globe.
No, I'm just gonna keep you. I won't distract you, man. I'm gonna let you.
See?
Yap.
There you go.
Keep yapping, man.
Thank you. Thank you for that. You've
You're
shown
welcome.
your hand. This is your hand. No evidence for globe. You're just here to distract. You said so yourself right now.
No, I'm just trying to understand what's going on. Really, that was my initial
Yeah.
kind of reason for
What's
joining
going on
this.
is you're very confused about how to present evidence for globe. So now you change your tactic to distract. From debate
There's
to
no-
distract.
What's that, bro? This guy has real issues with his head, man.
Yeah.
What
so-
tactic?
so what?
I was just
Whatever you
again. There was no
whatever
tactic. There
you
was
say
there,
to disparage
there were no
my character is
tactics.
not
There were
going to
no
help.
arguments about anything. You're just again paranoid and
Poisoning the
schizophrenic.
well.
I don't know what's going on with you, man.
Poisoning the
You gotta
well.
see a
That's all you're
therapist.
doing.
It's time to see a therapist, man. This is not the way to live your life. Doesn't matter whether the Earth is flat
Yeah, you're the
or it's
arbiter.
not
You're
flat.
the arbiter of
Whether
living
it's a
life the right way.
sphere or a triangle, doesn't
You're the
matter,
arbiter
man.
of
You
living life
are
the right way, dude. That's
you
you.
are
You're the
incredibly
arbiter.
irrational.
Are
man.
you some kind of like you're gonna tell people how to live their life now? You're probably like no bigger than like 17 years old or 18, dude. And you're
That
gonna tell
wasn't
people
even
how to
me,
live their
man.
life.
I wasn't. That wasn't me, dummy.
Yeah, you're still laughing now.
Well, no, it's me, but there was some other guy laughing at you, man. Not me.
Who cares?
B, you can focus on the topic, present your evidence for your globe, or ask any flat Earth topic questions. Or yeah, well, hold on, I'm still talking.
Well,
You
yes,
shut
I
your
do have questions. I do have
shut your
questions. I
Dorito
mean, are you
shoot
going to see a
until I'm done.
therapist?
Hey,
I'm going to see a
B, until
the
I'm
guy.
done
The guy.
talking, B,
Is the guy
keep
going to
your
see a
Dorito
therapist?
shut. Keep your Dorito shoot shut till I'm done talking. So you can do one
Not
of
really.
those two things. You could escort yourself out, or you could be escorted out. Those are your options.
All right, so you're just gonna do that, huh?
Yeah,
to
of course.
anybody who asks irrational questions.
No, you're not asking any questions. You said you weren't here to do that. Admittedly, you're here to distract. Isn't that what you said? I'm using your own words against you.
Alpha, can I
Bye.
say something very fast, please? So this guy,
he's gone. Necros, he's gone.
I think he had a short memory problem because he came here asking why we are in silence. I told him why, because we are waiting for some people like you to give us the proof for the globe Earth. And he just laughed. Now he just seems to be like those, doesn't have any proof, so we'll go back to our silence, waiting for someone else. We'll try.
I don't think you should live your life like that. Dude's nothing but like 18 years old. Doesn't know anything about life.
I was waiting for something like 18. I'm 23 and I know a lot. I've been around the block.
Anybody else in there? Thinks that the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Any glober think that he have a proof for the globe, just mic up.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, he's back. He's back. Can't get
Oh.
enough, can you?
I didn't know. Okay, so I thought you banned me, right?
I
You
didn't
ban
ban you.
me. You didn't
You left
ban me.
on your
right?
own.
I didn't. Someone kicked me out. Some grown man who can't handle basic questions kicked me out for.
Whoever did
Wow. Again.
that was funny. That wasn't me, by the way. I didn't do that.
Sag mal was, bro. I think the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, evidence, please.
So no, can you explain me why you don't think that, please?
It's not
The Earth is observed as a horizontal plane. It's measured as such, and it's navigated across. Now, what do you have for globe?
Look at
pictures from space.
No, I'm not talking to you, man. Let the guy, the one who was asking.
Yeah, he's my friend.
Yeah, he's.
Oh, so you share a brain? It's okay to
Yes.
talk for him? You his lawyer?
Yep.
No. We talk together. So.
Yes.
What you got?
both
Like, are
wanna
you on the other part of his head? Like you a talking head, two heads at one? Or what?
No, actually, we are separate persons.
All right.
And we both
that's
want to
great.
know why the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I already told you. Now let's go into how you think the Earth is a globe.
I didn't understand right acoustically. So. Please.
Acoustically. All right. It's observed as a horizontal plane. Observation is the first step. You go outside, you see the Earth, you look upon it, and it's observed as a horizontal plane. You agree with that or disagree with that?
Yeah, I doubt that. I disagree with that.
Okay, go ahead and show me how it's not a horizontal plane. Go.
Look at the horizon, bro.
Yeah, it's horizontal. That's how what horizon means.
Boats, if you look, boats will disappear at a certain distance.
Hold on. Yeah, just relax. Let me take it. Go ahead. Boats what?
That came from.
Boats disappear at a certain distance. You can't see them anymore.
Okay, that's fine. Boats disappear at a certain distance.
No.
What? Hold on, dude. You're two talking heads. I can need to talk to one at a time, okay? Relax.
Okay.
All right, so at what distance away does a boat disappear from the bottom up?
I don't know. I can't search.
I don't know. I don't know. That's
yeah, I
not
don't
good,
know
right?
the exact number, but
Well, go look it up. Go look it up.
okay.
So ships are vanishing from bottom up in the distance.
Yes, that's what your friend said. Yes.
Yeah,
What your friend
I wanted to explain that.
Really? Okay, so if you're gonna explain it, tell me what distance they disappear from the bottom up.
Okay. If you have
A few miles
no,
to
Tell
over
me
20
hold on a
kilometers.
second. Hold on. Don't keep talking. I'm asking for something specific.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
asking for the distance from the observer to the target distance, which is where the boat is disappearing from the bottom up. What distance is that from the observer to the target distance? What is the distance?
you're asking for the distance or for
Yes, the distance from you to the little boat. What is the distance between you and the little boat?
Bro, I don't know the distance.
Oh,
but
well, that's
I know.
important. You need to. Yeah, because if the Earth is a curve between you and the boat, then you need to know how much curve there is between you and the little boat. So if you don't know the distance, that's super important. You need to know that.
So you think
No, I'm not
everybody-
thinking, bro. This is not me. This is you not producing the evidence that the Earth is curving with a specific rate from the observer to the boat. If you think the ship is disappearing from the bottom up, then you would be able to support it with a specific numeric value that it should be disappearing at the distance from the observer to the boat. Pretty simple.
Okay, I know the reason why it is so.
No. We don't need
and
reasons, bro. We don't need reasons. We need
So
data.
you are ignorant.
We need I'm
ignoring
ignoring that you
that?
say there's reasons, sir. We need data. That means that if you're not supporting the information that the ship is disappearing from the bottom up at a specific distance known as the Earth is a curved surface, then you don't have a case. The only way for you to have a case right now is for you to produce evidence that the ship is disappearing at a specific distance predictable by the Earth being a globe.
Okay.
Good.
6.5
Now that we're on the same page, what is the numeric value for the distance?
The distance is 6.5 kilometers.
Excellent. I'm glad you said that. Now, let's move into the testing phase. You said that's something that can happen at that distance. Now, how has it been verified? Who's checked that this is the case? Who's checked? Give me one example of somebody who's checked the distance that you said is true.
Some scientists, I don't know.
Oh, well, laughing and saying some scientist isn't helping us, sir. We need hard evidence right now.
Give me a moment.
I'll give you a moment. Go look it up.
Wait.
I'm waiting.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. For example, as AV was explaining earlier, proof of your curve and the distance. So at 6 feet, you would say at 10 nautical miles out, the curve begins, and you would show proof of that.
Yep.
Okay.
Take your time, man. We're here 24/7.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe you need to phone another friend to join this call. He might help.
No, I don't. I only have to translate this in English because I'm not English. So.
Good stuff.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Thanks, Elon.
We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
Wait, so there in Google stands while no single individual discovered the Earth's roundness.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology.
Take your time, man. Just hurry up.
That doesn't fit. Hurry up and take your time is different.
I forgot you Germans don't know humor. Sorry.
You have a theory.
Alles
You
gut.
go make more observations, and
Kann
it's
man
a
ja mal
very,
vergessen.
very tedious process. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
So it has actually been known that the Earth was round since the time of the ancient Greeks.
That's not going to help you.
Yeah, I only read that, bro. I look for data.
You need to look for the
Yes, you will.
specific numeric value from the observer to the ship, not Eratosthenes.
All right.
Okay. And we're back.
Don't you find it troubling that it's this difficult to find the measurements that you're looking for?
It's like that YouTube song, man. And I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
Okay.
They probably find a ghost in the dark before they find those numbers. So we got 6 kilometers right now on the table. Is the distance between the observer and the ship. Now all we need is one single verified test that's ever checked that to be true.
Yeah, I'll give you a hint, Cedric. That's why we're here. You're not going to find it, just so you know.
Spoiler alert.
Well, I don't find anyone who tested it. So everything I find is the answer, not the one who tested it, or if someone tested it or didn't. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah, they have the answer, but no one tested it. That's pretty interesting, right? How would they get the results before doing the observation or the test?
I don't know. Maybe they think they don't need to test it.
Exactly.
Because
right.
they just do mathing and say the Earth is round.
Yep.
No testing.
That's it. You won the grand prize.
Ja, Dankeschön, ich fühle mich geehrt.
I don't know if we have any parting gifts for you, but
I
you're
don't
welcome
need-
to sit here.
I don't need it. Thanks for that. Anyways.
Welcome.
You know, when men and women are doing land surveying, they're instructed to add the curvature after the fact. Isn't that interesting, Cedric? So the more you look into this, the more you'll be scratching your head as to why. Why would they do that if they're not measuring this data like in the field? Why would they have to add it after the fact? It's a big question right there. It's a good question too. And yeah, why can't you find somebody that's measured this exponential curvature? It makes no sense.
That's always been my style, raised by goats. What you talking about? I never take that sit across the couch, monotone, lethargic approach.
Gotta love the tone police. Always out.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
been
how come you're expressing emotion?
you gotta talk monotone, man. So the earth is flat and we know it, and don't worry about it.
No,
That's
it's
what
not
we
flat,
know.
bro. It's not flat.
What'd you say, Julian?
Earth is not flat.
Okay. What's the evidence that it's a globe?
Everything.
Like
you can
what?
see it. You can see it from
Where
space.
do you see it?
You
Where
can
have you been?
see
Okay,
boats
yeah,
vanish behind the horizon.
no, that's also wrong. So you've never been to space, right?
Oh no, but there are people they've been in space.
Yeah, how
and
do you know
took
they
pictures.
go? How do you know they go to a magical land called space?
Because they made videos and streamed
They
it
made
online.
videos. So do people that make movies. They make videos too.
Yeah.
So you
Okay.
think the space is fake too?
Yeah.
Not only the round word?
Yeah. So how do you know space is real?
That's
That's
where
what?
the
Where what?
Earth is orbiting. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't
What
know.
should
See,
else be?
you don't know. That's the true answer. What'd you say, Cedric?
Yeah.
Just look at the stars.
Where are satellites?
Okay, we're looking at stars. How do
No.
I know? How do I know that's a vacuum of space when I see stars?
Bro, because I have a telescope and I looked in the stars. I saw
Okay.
some
What'd you
stars
see?
burning. And
They're burning? Wait a minute,
Yes.
they're burning? How do you know they're burning?
Yeah, you see it, bro.
Really? What's the distinction that that star is burning? Go ahead and tell me that.
Yes, glowing. It is.
It's glowing.
I don't know how to say that. It's so
So,
like flames,
right.
not flames, but
Shimmering, twinkling. What word are you looking for?
what are you looking for?
something like that. Something. Like
Okay, so you see it shimmering, twinkling. How do you know it's burning?
Well, I think so. So
You think so? Come on, brother. You can't just think. You gotta know. You can't think. How do you know? I'm asking how you know, not what you think.
if you don't think, you don't know.
No, that's incorrect. I can know something by testing and verifying the thing. I don't have to think that dry wood burns. I can know that dry wood burns using combustion.
Mhm.
So I'm not thinking that the sun is burning my skin. I know it is. Yeah. Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
So yeah, I'm not thinking. I know. So I'm asking you how you know that the star is burning and not thinking.
He saw it through his telescope.
Yeah. What do you notice that it means that it's burning? What do you see?
Because some scientists tested it.
That's not you. Some scientists, not you. You just finished saying he saw it through a telescope. And then you finished it off with saying, well, some scientist. Well, not him then, right? He didn't see it burning. Is he seeing it burning? Your friend?
Yes, through his telescope.
Really? He sees a star burning.
Yes, because it's burning.
Because it's what?
It's a gas.
Yeah. How do you
stone,
know
I
it's
don't know.
burning? How do you know it's burning?
Well, it's not really burning because
Oh
it's
my
some.
God.
Yeah, you know that.
Brother, you either know it's burning or not. You can't say that, well, it's not burning. Well, you just contradicted your friend. Your friend saying, no, it's burning. He saw it through a telescope. And you're just saying, well, it's not really burning.
Yeah. It looks like burning. It's hot like burning.
Hey,
but in a vacuum.
so then how can you, well, you're making a guess that it could be burning, but you don't know.
What should else does it do?
Who cares? If you didn't verify that it's burning, then it's not burning. It could be doing something else. Your best guess is that it could be based upon what you see, but you didn't give a knowledge claim to it. Just said, I think it could be a possibility.
So to prove that it's burning, you have to fly over to the sun or in other stars.
Yeah, you gotta, like, in all things scientific, you need to test and verify, validate the claim that's being put out there. So if you see something in nature, you have to test it. Yes, you have to test. Now, if you can't test, then there's no validation, sir. Sorry.
Okay.
And everything after that's going to be what you think, what you guess. And then that's fine according to if that's the way you want to live your life, but it's not going to be a knowledge claim.
Okay. So there are so many, videos. You say it's fake. Well, but
no, it's not just it being fake. It's you can't prove it to be true. This is the most important thing, gentlemen. When you are saying there's so many videos, okay, I will grant you there's so many videos. What is the way that you validated those videos or anything that's been done that you can say is true? That's what I'm asking. How do you know those videos are true? You're just saying they are. That doesn't make them true. You need to test, gentlemen.
Yeah, you never know if a video is fake or not. Everything can be fake.
And we're getting somewhere, right? We're getting somewhere. So at least you can come from a standpoint of being skeptical. You're like, I don't know if the video is true or not. I haven't tested it, but it looks like they're presenting something that could be an idea, right? It's an idea they're giving you, but it's not something you can validate unless you tested it yourself, which I'm asking, have you?
So I didn't yet.
Say again?
I didn't test it yet. So
No, yeah. So it's just a guess you have that they're presenting you something that looks like something you want to believe is true. That's it. That's all it is, dude. You and everybody else.
So
and me at one time. Me at one time. Long ago, right? Almost about 11 years now. Almost 11 years ago. I was thinking the same thing you were. Like I said, at the end of the day, it's all about validation, man. You can't validate the thing that videos, images, it doesn't even matter what it is.
Yes.
Okay, I have another theory. So if the Earth's flat, why isn't everything bright because of the sun? And the other half of the Earth is dark.
Yeah, why doesn't the sun's light reach everywhere across the plane? What you're asking. Well, the sun only illuminates certain portions of the Earth. We know that because certain portions are in nighttime, when some other portions are in daytime. So the air that we're breathing right now is a mixture of gases, is a medium. And light going through the air attenuates through it at a specific rate. So it doesn't go through air like it doesn't go through water the same way. So it would have an extinction limit, meaning that there's only a limit to where, as far as the light can penetrate this air that we're breathing across the plane. And or adding distance to it also makes it to where that light can't travel as far as either. So the distance where you are geographically to where the sun is moving across the surface of the Earth and the extinction limit of the luminosity of the sun will also show that you can't have light going forever, let's say. The idea that the Earth is a plane, a horizontal plane. Yeah. So, I mean, you want to see a clear example, you can use water as another medium. It's, the medium that water is, according to air, is a little bit thicker, so the light penetrating water will be less. So, it'll go through water less. So that means that if you're a diver, on a clear sunny day, you go down into the water, that light will extinguish at a certain point in depth. So as you go down into the water, it'll get really dark, even though it's a bright sunny day outside. In the same way, light can't penetrate the air forever because it has to go through this medium that you and I are breathing. These mixture of gases. Okay. Just a different medium. Air is a different medium than water, so it travels a lot farther. It travels a lot farther and penetrates a lot more, but it still has an extinction limit in this medium.
Yeah, so that light can't infinity go through oxygen and.
Well, yeah, and the other variable gases that are in the air.
Yes. Okay.
It's called light attenuation.
Okay, I can't Google that because it's English and my browser's in German. So yeah. Attenuation.
Well, I mean, the way light moves through mediums, such as gases.
Attenuation. All right. Okay. Thanks for the explanation.
You're welcome. Thank you for being a willing participant and challenging yourself.
Yeah. You're welcome too. Yes.
Any more questions? Don't be too shy to ask.
No, I don't have questions yet. I come back when I have some.
Or just stick around, man. Maybe somebody else will come in here and start saying things and you might want to chime in. They say something interesting. You don't necessarily have to leave or anything, but you can.
Yeah, but I would like to stick around here, but I have to do some other things. So maybe another time.
Oh, well. Yeah, okay.
So yeah. Maybe you all hear you. Yes.
Later, man. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement.
And sometimes in Tarzana.
Copacabana?
Sometimes space is made in Tarzana. Sometimes they use the studio at Paramount, but mostly it's in a Hollywood basement.
You've been making a lot of songs, huh?
Yeah. They're just
What
still
happened,
out
man?
of
You
me
got
sometimes.
you got a flurry of like bars coming at you lately, dude. You just been
Yeah. I don't know. I just write like I used to write them. I used to write them down in a book, like a notebook. Now I just type them into the thing. I used to always trip out on like how people could just type in songs. I always had a problem with it, but now I don't know if it's easier to type them in or I just do it. But I'm able to type them in now, whereas before I had to write it out. You know.
well, you seem to be cranking out more songs, so
Yeah. Thank you, bro. I always wanted music that like. There's so much good music, but then like you're listening to the music and then it'll have something to do with the globe or something, and you're just like, you know what I mean? It's like it doesn't quite like do it for you anymore, you know? I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but certain types of music will like really pull at my emotions really hard, and I don't know. I don't know.
well,
if I know that the person's a flat Earth artist, I guess it feels more like authentic. I guess is the way I could say it. What were you gonna say?
music is your expression. I mean, maybe it's harder for you to say it in words, but music is your kind of the way you would express what you're thinking and feeling.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, good on you, man.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Were you the one that I was talking to the other day about the Roman coin and about February and everything?
No, wasn't me.
I can't help it, but like whenever I look at anything that's not written by a person, like with actual ink or pencil, that's like the typeface font of anything that's printed on anything, the letters will like start like rearranging themselves into like alphanumeric form, and I can't help it. I'm always looking for like some type of code. It's weird. Like it's like what they would label as like some type of like obsessive compulsive disorder or whatever. But yeah. Anyway,
You see,
I'm looking at your
code.
name right now.
You see code in everything, huh?
Yeah, I unless a person wrote it, like if it's just natural like writing or something, it doesn't start doing that, you know. But yeah, I was just looking at the letters in your name, you know. How NASA like they failed to put the horizontal slash through the A, so they just look like upside down V's or whatever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like when the word NASA, like how the A's they lack a horizontal line. Anyway, I don't even really know where I'm going with it. Just that they take the if you take the A's in the word NASA and you flip one upside down, like how you have the letters in your name, right? Or AV. If you put those two together, it creates the basically like what is it? One, two. It creates 60% of the Star of David, I guess you would say. Or it's like the Freemason symbol, like two V's intersected, one's upside down. So NASA has their letters like that, so you can flip one upside down, put them together, create the Freemason symbol, and then the N is 14 and the S is 19, which 14 and 19, you know what that is. So and I don't even know why I'm bringing it up. But anyway. Had any good Globers on here lately that really gave you a run for your money? A run for your money.
We had a Blitz PhD come in here like 2 days ago.
Who?
Blitz PhD. Allegedly, he's a PhD in physics for 9 years.
Oh God, yeah. Is that the guy that Indio talked to?
Yeah, me and Indio. There was a link to a debate you might want to take a look at.
Okay. I heard he was really good at obfuscating points.
Yep.
Professional communicator, huh? Science communicator.
Well, I mean, professional obfuscator.
Yeah. That's another word for a professional science communicator. That's what Michelle Thaler does, and Neil deGrasse Tyson. They're professional science communicators.
So Blitz PhD, he said that.
Hold on. I posted. Okay, easy. Hold on. I posted something courtesy of Sporadic Echo in the side chat relative to Sam Blitz.
The fake society. I love some of the stuff in the side chat, man. It's fun. Oh.
Yeah, good on you, Sporadic, for hunting that information down. But yeah, he's got an e-scholarship.
That's funny, man. Wow.
How is Blitz so sure he even has a PhD if he couldn't prove he 100% has hands? Like, how sure is he that he has the PhD?
He's not. That's the point. Everything in the physical world is something up for debate. We don't know if we really exist. Existence is something that he contemplates. Like, so everything that he thinks is physical could be just an imagination. He's never claiming 100% certainty on anything. You could ask him anything about reality, he'll always come back to the same thing, that we can't know anything to be 100%. Anything, doesn't matter what it is.
Did you ask him then, like, why are you even here? What's the point of what you're doing? You know, because basically he's arguing for his point, and then if he wants, he could flip it and argue for your point for you in the same breath. Why is he even there?
He's doing it for theoretical dollars that may exist that he might be spending.
Well, those dollars ain't paying. Those dollars ain't paying him what he thinks they are. But these dollars of being disingenuous are, because there's a lot of people that want to stay trapped in the mind of just thinking that the Earth is a globe. So he's appealing to that audience, and that audience is paying him as their champion. So they've put him up as their speaker against flat Earth, because what the people want, because they're really upset that flat Earth is even a thing, is they want a champion who's going to confront flat Earthers and disparage them and poison the well and say things. So they'll super chat that guy, whoever it is. You could be one too if you really wanted to, and come in here and be disingenuous and, be a sophist, whatever. And they'll throw you super chats, but you'll be somebody's puppet like he is. So he's not here for the truth. He's here to collect dollars from being disingenuous. Because after the stream was over and I was watching his stream, he was going through all the super chats, and none of them were of any scientific means, like asking, oh, you did a great job at explaining how the earth is a globe. Nothing. It was like, thank you for telling those flat earthers off. Oh, I don't know how you could suffer these guys. Another $10 from this guy. And like he was just going super chat through super chat of like these people just complaining about flat earthers. That was it. His whole super chat was all about complaining. It was either complaining about me or complaining about Indio. But it has nothing to do with his ability to produce evidence that the earth is I'm telling you, that's all it was.
Yeah. Fuck. Same song and dance, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe me, go back and listen to his stream. Skip to the very end where he's like, clicked out of talking to us, and then he's talking to his audience, and you'll find out if anybody in there said anything remotely close to him like advocating for the earth being a globe. Nobody said a word about that. They're all they hate flat earth so much, and they propped him up as their mouthpiece. And they're just throwing money at him. As long as you keep talking shit to flat earthers, I'm going to keep super chatting you. That's it, buds. That's all we got.
Yeah, and if you were to probably take him in an interrogation room and hit him with some truth serum and ask him, hey, man, why are you doing this? He'd probably just tell you it's just a job, man.
It's the almighty dollar, bro, when it comes right down to it, man. And, yeah, dude, well, I mean, you got to think about it. If he was getting dollars from what he was actually supposed to be a PhD in, he wouldn't be online doing it for anti-flat Earth. He wouldn't be in these chats. There you go.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the truth, baby, right there.
Fuck, that's so true, huh?
Yep.
Fuck.
I'm gonna spit those facts, man, like the way they are. That's what it is, bro. That's it.
Yeah. Damn. That's funny shit. Yeah, I was just thinking like people who actually make money, like, teaching other people the quote unquote facts of physics and science and astronomy and whatnot. They probably aren't in an arena. They probably don't even want to put themselves in an arena where flat Earth is ever even mentioned, let alone mocked or anything. It's just like, it's too much of a liability. Even if you're mocking them, you give the flat earther like just a few seconds of a platform that your people could see without interrupting them or anything. Like, those few seconds of truth could be fatal. So, like the real ones, the quote unquote real ones that make a decent amount of money, they don't even want the word flat Earth even brought up, let alone mocked or anything. It's just not worth it. You know what I mean? It would be what is it called? Collateral damage would be too. The risk assessors at their insurance company would say the collateral damage is too risky. Basically, I think that's what they would say.
Yeah, that's what it is. Because even though you would walk away with at least some shred of like trying to thrash a flat earther with any of the evidence of the globe, you might walk away with disproving the globe at the same time. So you can't risk that.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
So the only option is to disparage, is to poison the well, is to create a distraction, is to confuse, distort.
Yeah, I mean, if the Earth was truly spherical, his best evidence would be measurements of curvature. It would be the obvious one to go for. There wouldn't be a question. He wouldn't be talking about theoretical neutrinos that he has no firsthand knowledge of, what they do, or if they even freaking exist. Guy's a clown, man. And you know what's weird? Like, I've seen his face before. I've seen him like memeified before because I think he's gone into different debates with flat earthers before. It might have been on some TikTok live streams with Angels of Light and those guys. So, I know he probably got a lot of his traction from doing some stuff against Flat Earth Dave, like live streams. And Flat Earth Dave would not have an easy time handling those types of debate tactics and him just trying to force you into answering questions about whether or not you're qualified to have a conversation with him or not. So, yeah. Yeah, he baits people with that. And, the ego always wants you to jump in and defend your intelligence, right? Well, I'm intelligent. Let me defend. Let me say, yeah, I know the scientific method. Let's waste 10 minutes of me laying that out for him while he tries to stop. Yeah, while he tries to stop me every time I say something.
Exactly.
Like, imagine that.
John, you got it, man. That's exactly what I've been trying to tell people. I was like, dude, this wasn't a fair fight for us to be having like like one of those normal debate discussions. This wasn't that. You couldn't do that here. So, like I was saying, it was a shame. You would like to have had it that way, right? Best case scenario is, having them hold to a position and us talk about the position, why their position is not valid. Back and forth. But it didn't happen that way. He was here for a clear, distort. It was a mission. So it wasn't, dude. I'm telling you, it was a hidden agenda. Like he didn't come in good faith, though.
Hey, what's crazy is no matter how many times we experience people like that, it's always like kind of like you always want to when you think you're in a debate somebody who's actually of the learned school of somebody who's esteemed in their profession, and it never ends up that way. But it just shows that like we're not totally corrupt or jaded. I mean, we still have faith in humanity, even though it keeps letting us down over and over again.
Hey, I don't knock people for how they pay their bills. You know what I'm saying? The guy did what he did. He makes money doing it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. He's feeding himself. He's saving up for a house. Whatever he's doing with his coin, good for him. But we know we got his number now. That's it. We just move forward, guys. He lied several times, or at best, he's just not smart. So it's whatever, man. But yeah, I mean, all of his tactics were noted, right? Observed, noted, right? We move forward. It is what it is. But in my opinion, he's a clown, and he showcased that. It is what it is. Yeah. Yeah, they got this event going on here in the hub about nailing an job interview. I'm hoping that thing doesn't go too long. We can maybe get some globies in here. Be nice.
I don't understand why does that keep people from coming in?
Well, it's not about keeping people from coming in. We have plenty of people who come in on a regular basis at this point. They just want to come in and troll the chat or whatever. Like I muted Gon Pachiro because he was talking junk in another language, acting like I'm gonna sit there and allow him to spam the chat in a different language, talking crap. But so we have guys like that, and they want to attack your character or whatever, if you're not engaging with them on their level. But no, it's about getting new people in here. Like this server is massive. There's a ton of members, and if you're not consistently engaging the people who are just like coming in, jumping in general chat, or jumping in chill chat or something like that, and just kind of like they don't really even check to see if like what's going on in the VCs. They're like, oh, let me just hop in general chat and just start texting away. So if you have an event, you're the first thing that they see when they come into the room. That's at the top of the that's at the top of the list. So that's why I say if we get an event going, we'll always get more people coming into the room if the event's going on. And sure, it's not always a good conversation, but it's better than, just us talking to each other. Not that it's not good to hear each other and converse with one another. It's just they're trying to get the message out that, hey, you've been lied to, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question about what are all these things about hands? Dr. Bliss is missing hands?
Yeah, Dr. Blitz doesn't have her.
Yeah, he went down that route. He's saying you can't be 100% certain of anything. So he's like, I just don't believe there's an absolute truth. It's like, okay, so you believe the absolute truth is that there's not an absolute truth. You're already contradicting yourself there, right? Because that's got to be absolute too, right? I'm not an absolutist. Oh, so you're absolutely not an absolutist? Like, which one is it then?
Okay. I get what you're saying. So he gave the example of no hands.
Well, he wanted, he tried to bait AV. Another one of his like baiting tactics was to bait AV to, what was the word he used again? Now I can't remember. It'll come back to me. But he wanted him to explain his position in a specific type of way. Explain and prove that he has hands in a, oh man. Using deductive reasoning. Yeah. Using deductive reasoning to prove that he has hands, right?
Okay.
So it was insane to me, like that this guy's going to go down that road, which is, the main reason being why it's so insane is because he's literally filibustering. If the discussion is supposed to be about how do we know the Earth's a globe or how do we know the Earth isn't a globe, right? Then if you're discussing anything other than like something that's going to get us to that point, like whether or not we know it's one way or the other, you're filibustering. Like you're not even addressing any of the subject matter. You're just off topic talking about nonsense.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, the guy was a Jew.
So when they say filibustering in front of like the Congress or whatever, how they all sit around and they actually filibuster just to fill up time, right?
Yeah, but I just want to explain a little bit. Yeah, we'll go back to filibuster in just a second. But he was, this PhD was trying to say that he has a high probability that he has hands. So he knows that to a high degree of probability. He doesn't know for certain with absolute knowledge that he has hands. That's what the whole hand thing was about. So he made it sound like you can't know for certain that you have hands. You can only know that to a high degree of probability that you have hands.
Wow. It's crazy.
Yeah, but he absolutely knows that you can't know. That's the problem. Like he's saying he's not an absolutist, but everything he says, it always has to go back to, well, you're saying that that's absolutely true then. Saying it's absolutely true that you can't be 100% certain. So how can you not be an absolutist on some level about something, right? That's the problem with his whole logic. It's the problem with his logic. It's flawed on its face. Not to mention, he's utilizing a language that depends upon things meaning what they mean, and everything fitting in its own little box.
He's borrowing from logic in order to say it's not logical to think that you can say something to be 100% true. Yeah, he's borrowing from logic.
Yeah, but to your point, Flatterday, in Congress, usually when they're interviewing a witness or interrogating someone or having a conversation with somebody about something, there's a limited amount of time per representative, right? So
Yeah.
filibustering is wasting the time of that representative, right? So out of 250 people or something, if everyone's got 5 minutes or 2 minutes, those 2 minutes are very valuable, right? So if I'm asking you a question and I'm speaking to you quickly, I'm trying to get through it, and you just start saying, well, how do I know? What do you mean? Like, well, what do you mean by the word that you just used there? Because that could be taken of several, and I talk really slow. I'm filibustering, right? Because I want to waste your time because I don't want to answer your questions. I don't want this to be a productive, fruitful conversation between, or just Q&A, right? So by him wasting time talking about whether or not AV has hands or not, that's essentially what he's doing. He's not addressing anything about the topic, and he's filibustering, in my opinion. If you have a limited amount of time with somebody that you're conversing with, that's what you would consider that, right? And he did it with Indio as well.
The more I hear about stuff like this, it just makes me realize, like, us as flat earthers, our time's, I want to say twice, but I want to go as far as to say like 4 times or even more valuable than those who try to filibust with us. So much so, my point is that he gets paid to waste our time, right? So think about how valuable our time is as flat earthers, and like how powerful, meaning like the weapons we have just with our tongue, that they would send somebody and pay them to come and just literally waste our time. So our tongue isn't used on somebody else where it could actually,
benefit. Well, see,
grow
that's
fruit. Yeah,
the
benefit,
thing
yeah.
though. His effort to thwart the efforts of truth being presented only gave him or gave us more ammunition to show the world that all they can do is distract, distort, confuse. They can never present something in a coherent manner. They got to send some bobblehead PhD in here to kind of act like a dummy, so then he can, make it sound like that we don't have a point by disparaging, discouraging, poisoning the well, making it sound like we don't have a point. So all he's doing there is showing the audience that he can provide evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, which is what we've been saying this whole time. So he's proving our point, even though he thinks he's doing a good job at proving the point that the Earth isn't flat. You get me? So
Yeah,
we were actually getting more benefit out of what he did, because he brought more listeners to the fact that we can expose him as a fraud to the crowd, even though the crowd is like, no, we like this guy, whatever. It doesn't matter, because that little seed is planted, whether they think about it or not, because the recording is going to last forever. So wherever that recording is, people are going to be able to slowly go back and listen to it and maybe think twice about what he said and what we said.
True.
So in all reality, he wasted his time, not ours.
Yeah, got some new people in the chat. If you guys want to engage, go ahead. Yeah, feel free to unmute your mics and introduce yourself one at a time. If you have any globe evidence, go ahead and present that one piece of evidence at a time. Or if you have any questions, go ahead and ask those one question at a time. If you don't feel confident speaking in the voice chat, you could go ahead and type your questions out in the side chat. Thank you for being here.
Notice the pictures are always of like a little anime figure.
Anime is really cute, so it's reasonable.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's original, because a lot of people are picking that, but it leaves a lot unsaid.
They could either be a 40-year-old man or a 10-year-old kid.
I don't know.
The range is
You
crazy.
could be using a voice synthesizer.
I like the AI generated profile pictures. They're really nice. They make me laugh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Tendon, Rain. If you have any questions, go ahead and type them in the side chat. Feel free to unmute your mic. Gon Pachiro. If you want to ask any questions, go ahead and do it in the VC. Or if you have any evidence to present, go ahead and do it in the VC.
You have muted me in the text.
That's right.
Leon.
You're speaking in another language. It's not going to fly. We can't moderate what you're saying.
Yeah, my sister was asking some question in my language, so yeah. Sorry for that.
Yeah, okay. You could DM him. That doesn't have to go into our VC's text chat.
Yeah, those pictures kind of creep me out. The more I think about it. So weird, dude.
Yeah, it's usually that or kittens or cats.
Yeah. They got that meme that says, "How come cats don't fly?" Or "How come cats don't chase something off the edge of the earth or fly?" Some stupid meme. I don't know.
No, we
I
could
seen
tell the
it.
Earth is a flat because if it was, cats would have knocked everything off of it by now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, fuck. Yeah. Oh my god.
If I had $1 for every annoying thing that my brain just won't let go of, it's like a sponge. That's filthy. Of all the jingles and jangles from all the advertisements I've witnessed over my 42 years here.
Bro, I was thinking about it. I wouldn't even be surprised if they're able to tell like where you're from the server, like exactly where your residence is, and then just send drones overhead just to hit us with frequencies. Because like they're like, oh, this isn't working, you know. We're what they call the missing link, bro. You know what I mean? Like as far as all the efforts they've done to make this world, make people think it's a globe, and then there's just some people like us who don't come from like a royal bloodline or anything, and we know, we're the glitch in their system. Seriously, I wouldn't be surprised if they send some drones overhead frequently to hit us with frequencies.
I don't like to speculate about that stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
It's not necessary. I mean,
Hey,
there's stuff that you should just keep to yourself, you know.
Yeah, I feel you. But hey, for real though, I really was hit with a frequency from a drone a couple of years ago, and I know like I just felt it in my. It hit my funny bone, and it felt like something had hit my funny bone super hard in my elbow, and my
Yeah,
elbow.
you told the story. I remember it vividly.
Yeah. Okay, I told you. Okay, yeah, dude. I still remember exactly how it felt like it in muscle memory in my mind, bro. It's so strange, bro.
It could be the law of attraction.
Totally. Yeah, for sure. Did you see what they call the black moon the other night?
Dude, I've been working like crazy. I mean, I think I did I don't know, maybe like 70 hours this week.
Damn.
Maybe more. Yeah.
Nice.
That was incredible. Solo construction is not fun sometimes.
Yeah. You're just your own one-man show.
That's right, man. That's right.
That's cool.
Last week's agenda, I had to fix some storm damage. Guy had hardy board, plank siding, lap siding, and yeah, that was fun. Dealing with 12-foot planks and hardy, installing them by myself. It was fun.
Huh.
DJ, you there? Are you working?
Yeah, both. Yep.
That was good stuff. I like how you caught him on that one. Thought you don't have to. Gotta watch the guys that have memories on them, you know? We'll call you on that stuff.
Yeah. Yep.
Someone in side chat is struggling to find out the difference between a scientific theory and facts. May somebody help them?
Tell them to come to the voice chat.
So easy. Is this your new favorite place to hang out?
Yeah, I think I hung out here for like 15 hours a day.
Jeez.
Yeah, man. It's remarkable. So are you in school right now? Or are you on summer break? Or are you homeschooled?
Summer break. I'm starting school on September 2nd, so I won't have much time on the weekdays.
Ah, there you go. Well, you appear to be a brilliant young man, so keep on learning, doing good stuff. You're asking
When
good
I get to
questions.
school, I'll have way more evidence.
Mhm.
What's your newest found knowledge from the last 15 hours? Easy cool.
Okay, my newest found knowledge. Wait, what do you mean in that sense? Like in everything in general, or just like I?
Or you can, I'll get you to pick one out of the last 15 hours. Pick one new thing that you've learned.
Like from the meeting, or like in general.
Just, or even if you never haven't learned anything the last 15 hours on this topic. But I mean, if you've been here for 15 hours, I'm assuming you've learned something new. Because if I were to be in here for 15 hours, I would definitely something would pop up that I probably didn't know. So just asking you that question.
Yeah, but that would mean that I would be able to remember 15 hours ago, which I can't.
Okay, well, what's the latest new thing you've learned in the Flat Earth Discord?
Okay, if I'm thinking, may I get like a minute to think, like a solid minute?
No, take your time.
Take 15 if you need to. He's probably getting his info. They're probably telling him what to say right now.
Who is telling me what to say?
You got to get with your handlers.
Your Google, your textbooks.
Yeah, he likes it. He likes his textbooks. Yeah, he likes his search engines. But he's got a mind of his own, that's for sure.
I don't know about that. That's yet to be confirmed, but yeah, easy is cool, like the name says. I agree.
So weird.
Oh, thank you.
The way I look at it is everybody has their own mind, even if they don't seem like it.
I can tell you something you learned in the last 15 hours, Easy. You learned that illustrations in books are not facts.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah, I remember that. And then what's it called? You said that what's called pseudoscience. The definition of pseudoscience is like fake science.
No.
It cannot be
Well,
proven.
not related to the illustrations being pseudoscience. The illustrations are just pictures, drawings,
I thought for another thing. I remembered.
Yeah, it was still part of the same conversation, right? That there would be a lot of good information in your textbooks that's factual, and then there would also be a bunch of pseudoscience, and that it's very good if you question all things and try to, discern which is pseudoscience, which can be validated empirically, right? Rather than just believing everything just because it's in a textbook.
Oh, okay, Mr. DJ.
Yes. You're welcome.
Hey, Easy, do you identify as a... What do you identify as?
What do you mean by that, sir?
He's a young boy, man. Dude, don't ask me
guy.
that stuff.
No, I couldn't tell from the voice. You know what I mean?
Try and keep it PC, bro.
No,
I
I
tell
was just
everybody.
asking.
I know. We don't have to go there. That's not what this room's about. You know that, Flatter Day. Come on.
All right.
I shouldn't have to
If
pull
you
you
want to
up.
know, I'm a boy.
Okay, all right.
Boy with no globe evidence.
So
Mr. DJ, the guy named I am coding Python is still having a lot of trouble understanding what a scientific theory is. Could you please help him? Because I've sent all the Google definitions and everything, and he's still disregarding that.
You talking about I am coding Python?
Yeah, in the side chat.
Okay. Oh, he could VC. He could speak for himself if he needs some help.
What do you disagree with their responses in the side chat? You need to get specific. You know, at the end of the day, both of you are just parroting, copy pasting AI responses. That's all you guys are doing. This is like AI versus AI at the moment. The brains have checked out.
Might not even be an actual
But I
human
also
being.
have textbooks.
It's the same thing, easy, right? It's just pulling up information from the same type of sources that your textbooks will be using. It's the same thing. It's just mainstream.
Yeah, I think you're at a disadvantage because he's got a faster textbook than you.
But yeah, you didn't use a textbook. You literally posted a screenshot from your phone. That was Google AI giving you a definition, not a textbook.
Mm-hmm. I could have used my textbook.
You could have, yeah. It wouldn't be much different.
You just happen to have a textbook talking about these subjects right now?
Yeah, Easy has
I have
like a stack of textbooks just
it's pretty funny.
all around them, and Easy just do you have book stamps or something in your textbooks? So because you seem to be able to pull up all of these things pretty quickly. You have notes or something, you know which page to go to look up what you get asked about.
He's got
There's
post-its
an index.
sticking out of
There's
all
an
his
index in the
textbooks.
book.
Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Hey, Easy, would you mind taking a picture? Oh, you did take a picture of your textbooks. Okay. You beat me to the punch.
Yep.
These are your textbooks, huh?
Yeah. The one at the top, I don't really use it though.
Really?
Really a
It's got sparkles on it. It's got sparkles on it, though.
Yeah.
And
And
then you have a
they get dragged by
Smithsonian
the sparkles.
So, honestly,
The
those look like
stars, Flatidated
books.
stars. They're burning balls of plasma in a vacuum, clearly.
Yeah. It looks like books you just found out of, like, I don't know, like out of a library or something. In those free little libraries on the side of the street.
Yeah, so give you a little bit of let's give you a little bit of a background, Flatterday. This is a young man from Ghana. Okay. So I'd say his English is very good and he's well read, man. Gotta give him props where props are due.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
That's cool.
he's gonna get there. He's talking to us. I mean, he's talking to us. And he's kind of hooked on it.
Yeah, Easy schools the Globers when they come in and say dumb things now.
That's cool.
So guys, watch the first book in the top, the one in the top. It says that it talks about scientific facts, but the first thing that you see is that it shows the globe with the core, molten core inside. That's pseudoscience. It's pseudoscience. The first thing that you see is just the science, and then they claim that it's scientific fact.
Looks like Pac-Man.
I think that's the logo of the company that made it.
Yeah, you already know about that, Necros. It's par for the course for the education system. You know, it's like Hydra. It's like the arms of Hydra. reaches across the map and just gets its sticky little tentacles into everybody's education system. Which it's sad, man. It's sad to see that pseudoscience being presented as scientific fact, but this is par for the course. I mean, we've been seeing this has been going on since our grandparents were in school. So it's just the
Not
way
only
it is.
that, look what it says below the picture of the globe. It says MK.
So
That's ultra cool.
So that's pseudoscience. That literally the meaning of the word pseudoscience. It's when you claim something to be scientific and factual. That's literally pseudoscience. So what you have to do is just distinguish what is science and what is pseudoscience. So when the claim comes to you, you can know that if that claim is a scientific fact or just pseudoscience, something that claims to be scientific and factual. So they have to say that in that book. If a book is about pseudoscience, they are obligated to say that it is scientific and factual because that's what pseudoscience is. If they say, imagine if the book say fantasy and not reality, that won't be considered as pseudoscience because no one is claiming that is scientific and factual.
Might be able to sue them for false advertising. Might have a case there, Necros.
It's not on them. It's on you, the one who reads. It's on you. When you see that book that claims something to be scientific and factual, and we run that book under the scientific method, and you see that it doesn't follow scientific method, you have to distinguish that is pseudoscience. So if they say that a pseudoscientific book, they put that in the title. So you want to be able to say anything. So they are just saying the reality of the thing. So you have to distinguish the facts from pseudoscience, the scientific facts from pseudoscience. Not on them.
So by saying scientific facts, the pseudoscience is blanketed is under that same umbrella.
Yeah,
Is that what you're getting at?
By saying that it is a scientific fact, and when you run it under the scientific method, and you find that those claims doesn't follow the scientific method, you know that it is pseudoscience, because that's the definition of the word pseudoscience. So if it doesn't say scientific facts, so it says what it is in reality, some bunch of so the title will be bunch of speculations and assumptions. You want to be able to say that it is a pseudoscientific book because no one is claiming it is a scientific claim or factual claim.
Okay, but Mr.
My point is like when it comes to advertising laws, right? If you're advertising it as scientific fact, and then it turns out to be pseudoscience, then you would have a claim there, wouldn't you? Legally.
Yeah.
For them, yeah.
Legally, yeah. But Ghana's law system is something else.
That MK Ultra produced that book, huh? That's funny.
Well, I have to leave and go and eat, please. Bye-bye.
See you.
The jig is up. No, I'm just kidding.
DJ Bruce McGuire will have a nice time with those books.
Bet.
Yeah, it will be so nice if you analyze those things logically. It's so fun.
First of all, we have the theory of gravity. Gravity keeps you on this floor. Gravity attracts everything around its vicinity to create gravity around the Earth. Or, as we say in our astronomy courses, when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. We tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. The space around you is warped. And space itself is pushing you down into your chair. And that's why you're sitting in your chair today.
Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
I'm Don Pettit. And so I think you need to differentiate. Are you raising food for condiments, a little sprig of lettuce? Or what's that stuff that they put in your salad that nobody ever eat?
Oh. What is it?
Mostly condiments.
Oh, stop. Let me just get this right again. Either that or I'm just about to be punked.
And then there's the potatoes that go with the meat. But so there's the condiments. Like in Antarctica, we bring in all our food in Antarctica except for condiments and things that we raise in the garden.
That must be one of the worst combinations I've ever tasted in 21 years of cooking.
I guess after the experiment, you get to eat it.
You stuck-up precious little bitch!
And so I can play my didgeridoo now.
Yo, DJ, could you explain what happened in that clip that was just played? Because I heard music, people screaming, and gunshots.
You'd have to just click on the video if you want to watch it.
Yeah, so does anybody have any globe evidence they want to present? So you got Forrester in the chat, in the voice chat. Welcome.
Hello.
Any globe? Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, dear, actually, I have been through the science education in my whole life and I have never heard about the flat earth. But when I came to know that there is a community or a group of people who is actually interested in promoting the flat earth, so I was very curious to see like what are their argument and views about the reality.
Oh, awesome. So you've come to the right place. I'm glad you unmuted yourself. Does anybody have a moment to speak with Forrester? I was just jumping in just to see if there was anybody who wanted to ask some questions. I'm actually working right now. But DJ, are you available?
Sort of not. But
Yeah, I'm also eating, so no problem.
Yeah, so most people don't really know what flat Earth means, right? They have a false idea of what flat Earth is or what flat Earthers claim, right? So, firstly, we do not claim to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, so we don't claim that the Earth is a disk in space or anything like that, right? We're not claiming a shape. Flat's not a shape. Okay, so what we're talking about is that there's no curvature when we go out and actually test the Earth for curvature, which would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. So that's a point, that I like to bring up first, because most people completely have the wrong impression of what flat Earth means. Okay, so we have countless amounts of empirical evidence in the form of long-distance observations, laser tests, and all kinds of other tests where we've gone out to test the Earth for the curvature, right, over very large distances, where there would have to be a specific amount of curvature present if the Earth was a globe. And when we go and do that, right, we just measure a completely flat surface, right? We would say that large bodies of water at rest lay flat on the surface, and there's no drop over distance. And that, you know, what we're told is that over 70% of the known surface area of the Earth is made up of water. Now, you can't have all of this flat water on the surface of a sphere. It's impossible.
So, like, what you mean to say is that if somebody is looking from across the Pacific Ocean, like, he could see both of the end. Like, if somebody is standing on the opposite side of the Pacific Ocean in, say, for example, Japan.
No. You can't see forever because the air is not completely clear, right? It's opaque over distance. We have water particle, like we have, you know, the gases that make up the air. We have pollution. We have fog. We have dust particles. All sorts of things that make the air is opaque over distance. So we can't see forever. Okay, so if you check your visibility rating where you live, you'll probably find it's only 10 kilometers or 15 kilometers or something like that. You know, it varies in different locations, but we can't see forever. But you know, we can check over long enough distances where there would have to be a lot of curvature if the Earth was a globe. Make sense?
But we do have very powerful telescopes that can see like far away distances, for example, like hundreds of kilometers. So in theory, like, we could see that, but if all the water vapors and the other factors are minus.
Yeah, so you can't see through something that's, you know, like fog. It doesn't matter how powerful your telescope is. But sure, in certain conditions and using certain equipment, you can see much further, but there's still a limitation. Now, the technical limitation in perfect conditions would be 300 miles. I forget if it's 300 miles or 300 kilometers. I think it's, yeah, regardless, right? There's a limitation to how far you can see through the medium of air. You know, just like there's a limitation of how far you can see through water. The same thing applies with other fluid mediums such as air. And we also have perspective that we need to take into account as well when we're doing long distance observations. Okay, like, because things get smaller in the distance and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can't see forever, but we can see distances that would be impossible if the Earth was a globe, right? For example, if we go to a body of water, such as a section of the ocean or a lake, and it's 20 miles across that section, then there would have to be just under 300 feet of curvature over that particular distance. Now we can go and perform different types of tests over that distance to validate whether there is or there isn't curvature over that distance, right?
But
so you would have
see, but we can see it from the ISS, International Space Station, and all of the other bodies that are in the space. Like, we can see the Earth, and it seems to be like, how should I say, a sphere. It is like a sphere.
Well, you can't validate that footage to begin with, right? You just have to believe it, but you can also check the mathematics that go along with that footage, and you shouldn't be able to see the amount of curvature that they show you from the ISS, even if the Earth was a globe, right, you would only see slightly less than 3% of the surface of the Earth from that height. So you would only have a 0.6 degree dip in the horizon on either side, right? It would dip down from the center point of the horizon within the frame, only 0.6 degrees. So it's very difficult to even see that curvature with the naked eye, but the ISS footage is showing you drastic curvature. Okay, so that doesn't align with the mathematics. And then you have other space stations, like the Chinese space station, and they're showing you a completely flat horizon from the same height. Okay, so that's conflicting with the ISS footage. Yeah, I can post a video in the side chat for you.
But
so
like,
all of them,
can you verify that all of the other countries in the world, like they are posting different pictures of the Earth, or all of them are posting the same picture?
No, they're all different, right? And they don't, they contradict each other in all sorts of different aspects. So I am trying to concentrate on a game of chess, but what I'll do
for example, what aspects they are contradicting each other?
Yeah, like the colors are all completely different. The continent sizes are all completely different. The curvature, the rate of curvature from different space agencies, from like the Chinese space station and the ISS, right? They show completely different imagery from what's supposed to be the same height, right? China's showing you a flat horizon.
Are there only two international space stations, like the Chinese and the US based, or there are multiple? Because
no,
I don't know.
Two. Yeah, there's only two. Allegedly two. We can't really confirm what we're seeing from these, because there's a lot of footage that's clearly been faked. Footage from the International Space Station where they're caught using green screens and harnesses and hairspray and all kinds of fakery, all different techniques to fake their footage. So it's very hard.
What about the other countries? Like India is also sending its people and its machinery.
Well, it's not sending any people into space, but they tell us that they're sending machinery into space. But if you actually have a look at the footage, right, 90% of the footage is just animation. Obviously, it's just animation, and they have a tiny, tiny little bit of footage that looks ridiculously fake, right? So most people haven't looked into it.
I think.
One second. I'm just gonna resign my chess game so I can start posting you some information. Give me a second.
Okay, but like there was a female also, astronaut from India, I guess. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know exactly.
Where did she go?
I think she goes to the space station. International Space Station.
So that's only high enough where you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth, right? And that's where you're seeing the conflicting footage, and that's where we're seeing a lot of faked footage come from. So you can choose to believe that if you want, but that's something that you're going to have faith in. You can't check that, right? But what I'm talking about,
the Russia and the USA has a very conflicting relationship with each other. So like they both can't be on the same page.
Okay, well, okay. So here's a few interesting facts, right? So it seems like Russia and the United States are enemies, but recently when they said that 2 astronauts were stranded on the International Space Station, the Russians were the ones that were going to go and save them, right? 2 Russian cosmonauts. So when it comes to space travel, they're friends all of a sudden, which is interesting. Now, Russia has also questioned the moon landings, right? Whether America landed on the moon. The head of the Russian space program said that America faked the moon landings and that there's no proof that they went to the moon. And even Putin and his government, right? They used AI analysis to analyze the images from the Apollo program, and the AI analysis came back that they were faked. So there is some conflict, right? And there is some other areas where it seems like they are friends. But
Yeah, but
you know, we can't validate, right? This is what it comes down to. We can't validate the information that we're getting from these places because we can't go and check. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, we can't validate, but but we can trust on the expert, like in all fields we do.
well, not necessarily, right? Because if you do that, they could just tell you anything and then people will just believe it, right? We need to question all sorts of things, right? Or they're just able to just tell you anything and people will just believe
But
it.
it's not possible for every person to be in the shuttle and go to space, you know? Like, it's a very
Well, think about
costly
this.
process.
Think about this, right? So only 26 people in all of history have ever left low Earth orbit. And that was during the Apollo missions. And that was over 50 years ago. Okay? The other people are just going up to the height of the... Hold on a second. Right? So the other people are only going up to the height of the ISS, where we're seeing a flat horizon from that height, and you would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth from that height, right? That's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so people aren't just going to space all the time, like you suggested. And now when they asked NASA, they interviewed NASA not long ago, and they said, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? And the astronaut, Don Pettit, said, I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build it back. Now, they went there with the computing power of a Nintendo Game Boy, right? Like, they had no computing power, essentially. They went there with a spaceship that essentially looked like it was made out of curtain rods taped together with a bunch of gold foil. Now, they said that, we can't go back to the moon because we've destroyed that technology and we can't get past the Van Allen radiation belts and blah, 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 blah. So they're not going back. They're not going to space like you think. And you, at the end of the day, right, you can't validate the information that you're getting, but we have proven that there's no curvature here on the Earth. Anyone can go and validate this themselves, but you can't validate all of this space information that you're getting.
You know, there are very wealthy people on this planet who has like the billions of dollars, and they can they can arrange a mission and they can go
Well, who
to
did that?
space.
Well, who did that? Who did that?
I don't know. Like, I mean, like,
No, nobody
may
did
have
that.
tried this.
He's saying hypothesis.
Yeah, so nobody's done that. Okay, so we can just cancel that idea out because that's an appeal to the future. Okay, so we don't want to be saying, maybe one day in the future somebody will go up there. You know, it's not happening now. It's not happened. We've measured the Earth. We've tested the Earth, and it's not a globe. And we have proof of this.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Easy. What's your question?
Okay, you said that there is only the American space whatever, and then the Chinese whatever. But doesn't most like developed countries like UK, Japan, Russia have their own space stations?
No, they do not have their own space
I'm not sure
stations.
about my country.
No, your country absolutely doesn't have that, and neither do the other countries that you mentioned. There's only the Chinese space station and the ISS.
Oh, okay. What about Russia?
No, they don't
What the
have
hell
that.
is Russia doing?
I think that they have like a section on the ISS or something. They may have like a section on the ISS that they use or something like that. I'm not sure. But yeah, they don't have their own space station.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the footage, right, is something that we can't validate, and there's a lot of obvious fakery, you know, when we analyze the footage. But we don't have to even say it's fake because it's impossible to go to space, right? The vacuum of space, as we've been taught, cannot possibly exist, right? It goes against the laws of nature. It goes against gas laws. You cannot have a vacuum next to a gas pressure system, right, without a physical barrier stopping the high pressure from equalizing with the low pressure. But that's a whole extra part of the topic. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, but actually, in the space, like the physical laws are behaving pretty weirdly. For example, like there are huge bodies and they are suspended in the space. Like, how is that possible?
Well, it's not possible. Okay, it's not scientifically possible for you to prove that. No one's ever proven this, right? So this is just a story that you've been told, which comes from a theoretical mathematical concept. Okay, this is what people are taught, and it's not something that we can validate. So you've been told that there are all these big burning balls of gas and whatnot floating around in a big giant 10 to the negative 17 torr space vacuum, and that, there are exoplanets where it rains glass, and it rains diamonds on Uranus, they tell us, and Neptune, and all of this crazy stuff. They say, oh, there are planets made of diamonds, and all of these crazy stories that nobody can validate. But that hasn't been proven.
But why would somebody make these stories?
Raining diamonds on my anus. Ow.
Yeah, on Uranus, yes, exactly.
Actually, but why would somebody make these stories?
You have to look into the history of it. Okay, so firstly, this was something that was implemented into the mainstream a long time ago, right? And people have just built upon this fantasy model, since then.
So, DJ.
Yeah.
So you said the vacuum of space is impossible because something atmosphere, something there can be a vacuum next to Earth, right? Is that what you said, right?
Yes.
So you heard him say, excuse me, because I listened to Easy there. You heard him say the vacuum of space, something. You didn't hear any of what he said then? Like adjacent to a pressurized system requiring a container. You missed all of the stuff that he was saying. You said vacuum of space, then you said something, blah, blah, like, dude.
It's all good. It's okay.
I'm not gonna repeat exactly what he said. I'm just like recapping some, like a quote he said, right? So what I'm saying is that you said that like the Earth can be like next to the vacuum of space. It's the vacuum of space, yeah. So the atmosphere is not just like a big giant like air ball. It's like it has gradients the closer it is to space, like the exosphere, right? That's the last layer, right?
Yeah,
so that's pretty cool because it's
so that's just a story that you can't confirm, okay? So the term atmosphere itself is a contradiction in terms because gases don't have any shape, right? You can't have spherical gas. Okay, so gas particles, right, fill space, right? So gas particles, to have gas pressure, you need a container, and then the gas will fill the available space and conform to the shape of the container. You can't have gas pressure in the first place without a container. There's no way you can demonstrate that. Now, they're claiming that you have a ball that's got gas attached to the outside of the spinning ball inside a giant vacuum. That's impossible. That's not something that you can demonstrate. All you're going to be able to do is explain the story that you were taught, that we were all taught.
There is a newspaper clip in the chat which says NASA sees colonies on moon by 78.
Yeah, so ever since they claimed that they went to the moon, they've been telling everyone that they're going to go back to the moon, that they're going to have hotels on the moon, that people are going to be able to go live on the moon, and all these crazy stories. There's going to be moon bases. We're going to go back to the moon. And then every couple of years, they keep what we say kicking the can down the road, right? So once you reach the can, right, they'll push it back and they'll come up with another excuse and they'll say, oh, well, we can't do it yet. We're going to have to change the date for four more years from now, and then we're going to go back to the moon. And then 4 years comes along, and they kick the can down the road a little bit further. Okay, and then you need to wait 4 more years, and then they've been doing that since the 70s.
They can fake it.
In fact, excuse me, I just wanted to quickly add. In fact, there's a great documentary, I'm searching it right now to share, called NASA Going Nowhere Since 1958. I'm going to find it and share it. Continue. But I advise everyone to check it out. I advise everyone to check it out. I know the person is a little controversial in the sphere of the flat Earth topic right now, but it's still a great documentary they created.
Yeah,
we will check. But like my point is, if they can fake it one time, they could possibly do it like a second time too.
Well, not necessarily. Well, they did. They faked it a bunch of times, right? But they, so it's not so easy for them to fake these things now, because now we have all of this high definition cameras, and we have all of this technology. They can't produce this ridiculous looking footage in 2025 and say this is the footage that we brought you back from the moon, right? It would be extremely difficult for them to fake it now, right? Like, have a look at some of this footage that I'm about to post in the side chat. It is absolutely ridiculous looking footage, and people.
Yeah, but
most people. Well, hold on. Look at the footage, dude. Right? Imagine if they released this kind of footage in 2025. People are going to laugh at this ridiculous footage. Whereas back then they didn't have all of this amazing high definition cameras and whatnot, right? They were able to get away with this crappy nonsense that they gave to the public. This footage is laughable, ridiculous, and most people that believe in the moon landings have never seen this footage. Most people I show this footage to, they don't even believe that this is real footage from NASA. They're like, prove to me that that's actually NASA footage. That cannot possibly be NASA footage. But yeah, it is. You can look it up. So this
Mr.
is
DJ.
Yeah.
Okay, so some time ago I forgot to say like a few minutes ago, Python, he said that if we could fake going to space in like one country, why couldn't we fake going to space in other countries? Wait, let me quote the exact thing he said it's up here.
Who said what?
Then why isn't every country faking going to space? That's what Python said.
Why isn't every country faking going to space? No one's going to space. There is no outer space. It doesn't exist. Okay? So the images that you're getting from space are CGI.
No, No. You didn't get the question.
Okay.
She's saying that
All right.
why is every country trying to send their people to the space? Like, why is there a race between the countries?
What race? There's no race between the countries to go to space.
Yeah.
No.
No. There
Okay,
is.
so
Like, for
America,
example, India and Pakistan. Like I can say
have you
about my
looked at
country.
the India
Like,
footage? Dude, have you looked at the India footage?
No. Please show me.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to show you the only footage of India landing on the moon, right? In 2023, was it? Okay, 1 second. Like, this is just ridiculous footage. 1 second, here it is. Okay, so have a look in the side chat and watch the video because it's very short. Okay, so this is the only footage you see of the India rover on the moon, right? It's like, come on. India's greatest achievement of all time, and this is the footage that they give us, right? All of the other footage is just this crazy little animation that looks like an Atari game from the 1980s. Right, obviously that's an animation, but when you look at the actual footage that I posted there, they say that that's the real footage, right? This is the real footage. Like, it's really silly footage. Okay, so at the end of the day, we don't even have to say it was fake. We can't confirm it. It's really bad footage. We can confirm that. But we can't confirm what they really did but we can go and test the actual Earth to prove it's not a globe.
Yeah, because regarding your question, I mean, yeah, why aren't all the other countries faking it? I mean, yeah, they are. I mean, that's DJ's answer. Some of them are, but why would they? There's I actually put it's a short Spotify episode. I think it's about 7 minutes long of our friend here,
Only that
Sporadic. Okay, well, I just won't answer you. That's fine, because I'm not fighting with people anymore. So see ya. You can keep talking to DJ.
So just quickly responding, 1 second, my friend. Right, so I am coding Python says, why can't Pakistan do the same then? Like, do the same what? Make the same crappy little footage. Like, Pakistan can't even build garbage bins. Right, so what makes you think they can do anything like this?
No, Pakistan is a very super talented country, but the thing is, for example, I am also from Pakistan, because we have like the atomic power, the nuclear power. But the thing is that the Pakistani people also want to send its rover to space, and I have also suggested a name for that. It's called Hum Qadam. It is my name.
I'm not dissing Pakistani people. I think Indian people, Pakistani people, and whatnot, great people, love them. Went to India for a month last year. It was cool. Anyway, all I'm saying is that there's a lot of other problems going on with the government, right, and the country's infrastructure and all of that kind of thing that they need to worry about before they think about going to the moon. Now, all of these countries, they want to be seen as countries that are highly accomplished, right? Like America. Oh, we went to the moon. Like, we've done what no other country could do. We beat the Soviets. We're amazing. Blah, blah, blah. Other countries, hold on, don't interrupt me, please. Okay, so other countries want to be seen the same way. It's like a show of power, in a sense, to say, look, we are also like America. We are also a spacefaring country. Okay, so it could be for that reason alone, but there are a lot of other reasons as well, right? Including financial incentives and things like this. But we can't validate the footage. All we can validate is the footage looks ridiculously fake. Okay, and it's in an impossible second law of thermodynamics violation. It's scientifically impossible to go there. Okay, so what can we validate? We can go and test the surface of the Earth and 100% prove without doubt that it's not a sphere.
Violation of second law of thermodynamics? Can you please explain?
Yeah, so in relation to the gas, right? So high pressure goes to low pressure, hot goes to cold, and so on. Okay, so let me give you a demonstration in the side chat on a smaller scale. Just a moment.
Okay, DJ, I gotta leave.
Hold on a second, Easy. You can ask the next question. I haven't posted anything yet. Okay, so before you hit play, the top one says vacuum. Okay, that's a vacuum chamber. That is representing outer space, right? The vacuum of space. Now we have the bottom chamber, which is a gas pressure system representing Earth, the gas that we're breathing right now. Now, there's a barrier separating the two systems. And what you'll see when you hit play is as soon as he turns the knob and releases the high pressure system and the low pressure system's barrier separating the two systems, the gas instantly fills the available space, because that's what gas does. Gas fills space. High pressure goes to low pressure and it equalizes. Okay, so they're telling us that we have a high pressure system inside a vacuum chamber, essentially without a physical barrier. Now, to have gas pressure in the first place, you need a physical container, as far as we can test.
Yeah, Platter, that's not how it's work. He says just add made in Pakistan and he'll believe it.
That's funny. Yeah, so Easy had a question. What's your question?
Actually, I am a science graduate.
Wait a second. One second, Forrester. Go ahead, Easy.
I just wanted to say that I'm going. Like, I won't be here for like 3 hours. So yeah, because I'm gonna.
Okay. All right. Goodbye.
Time as much.
All right. Have a good day. See you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, so actually, I'm a forester in Pakistan. I manage forest, like the trees and the woodlands and all of these things. So I have the scientific background here, working as a ranger.
Yeah.
But the thing is that, yeah, like I don't see flat Earth so often. I see like the mountainous regions and the cliffs and all those things.
Yeah,
So
of course.
I thought
Okay, let
maybe
me.
like you are saying in that context that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, so in this context, we're talking about the surface not having any curvature over distance, like drop over distance. Now, most of the surface of Earth is water, right? They say it's 72% water. Okay, so obviously we have land sticking out of the water, which is the continents and islands. But that's topography, okay? So you could call it a topographical plane, whereas the surface of the water is level and flat and horizontal, but we have islands sticking out, right? Kind of like a lake, a big giant lake that has islands sticking out of the water. That's called topography, okay? So we have hills and valleys and mountains and things like that, okay? So it's still not curving, okay? So if it was a globe, the water would have to be curving at a specific rate. So if you have 20-mile distance of water, it would have to be curving at a certain amount, which is about 300 feet over 20 miles or 260 feet. So we can go and test for that very, very easily. So we can go find a big lake or a section of the ocean, and we can set up a camera just off the surface of the water, and we can zoom across the lake, right? And if the Earth was a globe, there would have to be obstruction in the distance, right? Things in the distance would have to be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But what we find is that when we zoom in across the lake, we can actually see way, way, way beyond where you should be able to see if the Earth is a globe. We could zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the 20-mile lake that should be hidden behind hundreds of feet of curvature. Now, this has been repeated thousands of times now, and it's been done with high-powered lasers. Yep.
Do you have any videos of people going to the Antarctica, like crossing the entire Antarctica from one side to the other?
Nobody has ever circumnavigated the Earth north to south, right? Nobody, even a plane or anything like that, has ever started in the north and then gone down and crossed over Antarctica and come back up around the other side of the globe. That's what would happen if you're on a globe, right? If you fly over Antarctica, you would go around and then you would come back up to where you started again on the other side of the globe. No one's ever done that in all of history, which is interesting, considering...
Yeah, but like the Antarctica is not that big. I mean, like this could be done.
Yeah, but nobody's done that. People have gone across sections of Antarctica, but nobody's ever done what you're suggesting. And that's just Antarctica anyway, so, that doesn't really prove anything either way. It's just Antarctica. But yeah, it's interesting that no one's just kept going beyond Antarctica and come back to where they started again. That would disprove the flat Earth, in my opinion. If someone started in the...
It's not possible. Like the human beings have done so marvelous thing on this earth, and they have been to like the most craziest places one could imagine. But like, how come nobody has crossed the Antarctica?
Yeah, well, I don't know. That's a question that we would all like to know, but no one's done that.
Like there are people in my country who has like crossed the whole of Himalayas. Himalayas are very rough.
Yeah. People love to explore and do crazy things and do all of these types of challenges, but you can't do something that's impossible. So I mean, it is interesting that no one's done it. So right, add that to the interesting list, right? So no one's done that before.
To do this.
Yeah, it's not as easy as what you might think, right? There's something called the Antarctic Treaty, which makes it very, very difficult to be able to go and explore places like Antarctica because you need these very, very strict permits that have all of these very strict conditions that go along with the permits that make it very hard for regular people or anyone to really go and explore these places freely. So this is a treaty that's been in place since, I think, the 50s, and it's still valid until, a long time, like 2050 or something like that, 2050. So you can't just freely go and just explore these places. You need a strict permit, and the permits have very strict conditions that go along with it. It costs a lot of money. For example, there's a Navy SEAL that recently went to try to cross a little section of Antarctica, and he had to raise over $1 million just to drag a sled across a little section of Antarctica. He raised over $1 million, and he did that recently, and he actually failed his mission, because it was too dangerous. But yeah, he made a video saying how much everything costs, right? It cost him like $500,000 just to have all of these safety teams on standby, which is part of his conditions of his permit. So yeah, it's not as easy as you might think. Antarctica is also the highest land on the Earth as well. So the average height of Antarctica is like 8,200 feet above sea level. That's really, really high, right? That's higher than the highest mountain in Australia.
You mean like higher in height because of the snow, like not of the land itself?
Yeah, the actual land, right? Like the surface area is on average 8,200 feet above sea level. Yeah, and the only parts that we can check are essentially, icy.
No, I think the soil, like the land, is like not that high. It's only the snow that is like covered the whole of the height.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just telling you the average elevation. Yeah, there's a lot that we don't know about it as well. One of those things that we can't really go and check very easily.
Yeah,
that doesn't really matter. Like we could. Yeah, there are some places that you can go on a tour and things like that, but I mean, it's very expensive and it's not going to tell you much.
There are like mysterious places on this earth, that like people still don't know how to get there. For example, the Amazon forest, like nobody has crossed it, So
well, yeah. There's been well, that doesn't really prove whether the Earth's a globe or flat either way. So some places are difficult, to explore.
I mean, like this world and this life is full of mysterious things. So yeah, anything can happen. Yeah.
So this is what it comes down to: empirical evidence, being able to actually present real-world practical demonstrations that the Earth is a globe. That's what we would need to see. But when we actually go out and test the Earth, it's just flat, just like you experience every day of your life, right? You've never seen the curvature of the Earth. I've never seen the curvature of the Earth. We've never felt the Earth spinning or moving, unless it's an earthquake, obviously, but that's not what we're talking about. So we experience a flat and stationary Earth. Obviously, that's not proof that that's what it is, but that's what we experience. And then when we go out and actually measure the surface, there's no curvature. It would have to have that curvature if it was a globe. So yeah, it might sound crazy at first, because it's something new that you've probably never really looked into before. But once you look into it and take the time to research it, it's not a very crazy idea that we're telling you here. Water needs a container. Water is flat on the surface, right? The Earth isn't spinning through space, right? The sun moves across the sky, right? These are all things that we're claiming, but the globe side is claiming the opposite to everything that you experience, right? They'll tell you, yes, you experience it as flat, but really it's curving. Right, you experience it as motionless, but really it's spinning. They'll tell you that when you see this.
You know what? Like, for example, like their statement could also be right. For example, if you are in a train and you have a parallel train moving in the same speed, So you will feel like everything is kind of stationary, but you will still be in the train and you will be moving.
Okay, so how would you confirm that the train is moving?
Yeah, you can confirm, like, for example, if you like look outside the train, then you could really see that you both are moving and the background is
Yeah, like you get off the train at a
vanishing
different
behind.
Yeah, you get off the train at a different location, and it's very easy to validate that it was actually the train that was moving. Okay,
Yeah,
so
but like my point was that this could be possible. Like this can happen. Like maybe the Earth is like spinning so fast, and everything in the Earth is like is also spinning at that speed.
I
So
get
it is
you.
like possible.
I get you.
Like it's
Right?
not some kind of
No, I get it.
utopian concept.
I get you, but then you would need to be able to validate that claim, right? Because we experience it as not moving. If someone wants to say it is moving, then you would need to validate
Yeah,
that.
yeah, exactly.
Just like
exactly.
you could validate the train's moving very easily, but how are you going to validate that the Earth is moving?
Yeah, like the person needs to like present his evidences to
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is the main problems that we have for the globe, right? They can't validate that there's Earth curvature. They can't validate that the Earth is spinning and orbiting around the sun. And they can't validate that you can have gas pressure without a container, right? That's three big problems for the globe side. And that's
Okay,
why
but
there's
there
so
is.
many millions of flat earthers now.
Can I show you something? Okay, I cannot show you, but like there is a picture,
You can
and in
send
this
me a
picture you
picture.
can
If you
see.
you can send me a picture and I'll put it in the side
No,
chat
no,
for
I
you.
cannot send any picture right now because I am very new to the Discord. I just met this Discord, I think yesterday or today.
Yeah, but you can send
I
me the
don't exactly
picture.
remember.
You can like DM me the picture if you want, and then I can post it.
Okay, I'll try. But like the picture which I am talking about is actually this mountain, and we can see that the earth slide is reflecting from the clouds. It is only possible if the earth is fair.
Well, no, are you talking about the one where the mountain, you can see like the shadow from the mountain on the clouds?
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah. So that's been debunked, right? So that's happening because the top of the mountain is sticking out through the top of the clouds, and it's creating the shadow on the top of the clouds. Here, I'll send you a video about that.
You mean it's the top shadow or the
I'll show you.
I'll show you.
Damn it! What's the name of the mountain? It's not Kanigu, is it? I forget.
This is a famous picture, I think. I
Yeah, I
don't
know the
exactly
one
know.
you're talking about.
So you say there is only
Mount
one
Rainier.
such picture?
Yeah, it's called Mount Rainier. Okay, so here's a video about it. You can check it out when you have some time, and it explains it perfectly.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, check it out. 1 second, I'll just put it in the side chat for you. It's a cool looking photo. Anyway. Oops, wrong server. 1 second, I put it in the politics server. All right, there you go.
Yes. Mount Rainier.
So yeah, water debunks the globe, right? So if you have a lake or a pond or a pool, right, the water is obviously flat on the surface. Do you agree?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so
Can I watch the movie first, or should we talk?
yeah, you can ask any question you want.
I think I should watch the video.
Yeah, you can watch the video. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Hey, Forrester, can you mute yourself, please?
Okay, sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, man. It's just we're getting feedback from your mic. So.
Sorry to ask, but what is the story behind the Salt Lake, the reflection in the Salt Lake?
The Great Salt Lake, it's showing you a perfect mirror reflection of what's in the background. That's only possible if you have a flat surface. Okay, so if you have a flat mirror, you'll see an accurate reflection of whatever's reflecting in the mirror. But if you have a curved mirror, then you can't have that perfect specular reflection like that, right? You'll have a distorted reflection.
But for example, if you put water in a cup, the cup is also like have a curvature in it, but like the water still has a very flat surface.
Well, not really. So only if you have a very small amount of water will you have like a meniscus like that, right? It's just due to the density of the water. It's called the viscosity of the water. Okay, that's why you can have if you have a droplet of water, you can put a droplet of water on the table and it's going to be like a little round droplet. But as soon as you have a big body of water, it's just completely flat. Okay, because that viscosity doesn't really affect a large body of water. So only if you have a tiny little small portion of water is it going to do that. And that's just due to the density of the water. Right, you can actually get rid of that by changing the density of the water. Okay, so if you put like one drip of dish soap, like detergent, into the water, it changes the viscosity of the water and it makes it much thinner. And then all of a sudden you won't have that meniscus anymore. So if you have like a pool of water, okay, like a large body of water, like a pool or a pond, it's flat on the surface. That tiny little meniscus that you will see in a glass of water, you won't see that. You know what I mean?
I think we both didn't understand each other. What I was talking about is like the water always is flat. I mean, like wherever you put it, like on a curvature plane or a flat surface or like whatever surface, water always has their own level. It like maintain its level.
Exactly. So just like if you get a bottle of water, you can turn the bottle sideways or turn it upright or put it on an angle. The water will always be flat across the surface. Yeah, because that's what water does. Water is flat and horizontal on the surface of the water.
Yeah, so what does it mean? It means that water can like the water level cannot be used as an evidence for the flat surface or the curved surface. Because it is a kind of
can.
Like a veil.
No, it can, because if the Earth's a globe, they say that the surface of water isn't flat. They say the surface of water is curving. So if you have a 10-mile lake, they say the water has to be curving 66 feet, right? Over that 10 miles at 66 foot, right? That's like a 6-story building. Okay, that's a lot. So if the Earth was a globe, the water isn't flat on the surface, the water is curving on the surface. But when we go and measure the water, it's completely flat across the surface.
I think you are mistaken here, because like it's not about the water, it's about the earth. Like the earth will have a kind of protruding effect, like not the water, because the water will balance itself.
No, the water is meant to be curving, right? Because of gravity. That's what they tell us.
No. The water actually defies those things. Like it actually balances. So anything that balances itself, it means that it's not used.
How do you figure, buddy? How do you figure? Like, how do you figure you're going to be on a sphere and the water's completely flat?
Yes, for example, if we take a sphere and we place it in a vacuum and we put some water on the sphere, the water will actually go around that sphere and will blanket it, and
no, that's
will
not
not
what happens. That's not what happens if you put water in a vacuum. It vaporizes. It boils. It doesn't stick to the outside of the sphere, right? It boils, turns into water vapor. That's what happens to water in a vacuum. That's why you can't have a sphere with water on it inside a vacuum, like they claim on the globe. But they claim that the water is curving, right, conforming to the shape of the Earth. That's what the claim is from the globe side, right? They don't say water is flat.
Let me tell you. Okay, let me give you an experiment. For example, if you have a glass with you, or a circular, cylindrical, mug or something with you, and you put some water in it, and then you rotate it very fast, like you rotate your hands or the mug so fast, you will see that the water will stick to the edges, the edges of
the
that
inside.
mug. I don't know.
Yeah, so
I don't know how
so
to put
they
it
say
into the wall, because English is
no,
not
no,
my
I
native
understand.
language.
I understand your argument, right? But that's the water on the inside of the container. They say the water is on the outside of the globe. So if you would have to put the water on the outside of the
Because
glass.
Why? Because the gravity is actually inside the Earth's core. So it means that the Earth is spinning, the gravity is inside. It means the whole of the water will stick on its own place in a flat way.
How will the water stick in a flat way? Okay, so so when I show you these pictures from NASA, you see all the water is curved, right? You see all the water curving?
No, nothing is. No, it's not the curving of the water. It's the curving of the Earth's surface. There's a difference.
No, over 70% of the surface is water. That's what they tell us on the globe side, right? 70% of the surface of the globe is made up of water. And the water is level, right? And that means on the globe side that the water is conforming to the shape of the Earth due to gravity. That means the water would be curving. Okay, so if you have a certain distance of water, it has to be curving at a certain rate, because you can't have 70% flat water on a sphere. It doesn't work.
But like curving
the ocean floor, right? The ocean floor.
I think that guy was trying to say the ocean floor is curving, but the surface is not.
Yeah.
Do you understand that the water?
That's precisely what he's saying.
Yeah. So draw me a globe with the flat water. Can you draw that for me? Think about it.
I mean to say that the water will go along the surface of the Earth in a flat way.
Okay.
Not in a.
How would it?
Yeah.
How can it go in a flat way if the Earth is a ball?
Around the ball.
Curving, man, not
Maintain
flat.
its level.
You know what flat? Yeah. So the level would be curving, right? Because it would be an equal distance to the center of the ball. Right? So according to your definition of level on the globe side, right, you're saying that the water is conforming to the curvature of the Earth. So that means the water would have to be curving, not flat. Flat means it's not curving, right? But on the globe, right, the water has to be curving.
Yeah, but okay. Actually, the thing is, I have to show you a kind of science experiment or a kind of a playful act we used to do it when we were
You can't
young.
put the water on the inside of a container and spin the container, because on the ball, the water is on the outside, not the inside. Okay, so you can't get a bucket and put water in it and spin it around. You would have to put the water on the outside of the object.
Yeah, but we can produce a centrifugal effect in a gyroscopic setting, and
No,
we
you
could
can't put
show
water on
our
the outside. You can't put water on the outside of a spinning ball and have the water stick to the ball.
I will look at it because I just faintly remember some of the experiments we have done.
These
I
experiments
will find a video.
are very silly. Okay, so it has to have water sticking to the outside of a spinning ball. Okay, and the water has to be curving. You were saying that the water is flat. Okay, the water's not flat on a ball. The water is flat on the flat Earth in reality.
The water is level on the ball.
Yeah, level is curved according to what you're talking about. When you say level, right, you mean that it's conforming to the shape of the globe. Okay, so that's what you're talking about when you say level. Level is curved according to this silly globe, right? Whereas when we say level, we mean level as in horizontal, as in flat, as in how we measure the Earth and how we view the Earth. Okay, the water is not curving because the Earth is not a ball.
Yeah, but
with your experiment that you're talking about, Forrester, listen, the experiment that you're talking about, if you were to try and recreate that, right, in the way that the Earth is alleged to be working, you would have to get a ball, right, put water on the outside of it, and then spin it real fast. Now, based on the experiment and the results you've seen so far in reality, because it needs to press on the outside, it would be the inside of the cup, right, or the bucket, because it would need to be flinging off of the inside to the walls of the inside of that bucket. You don't have those walls when you have this ball with the water on the outside of it. The water will actually be flung off of the ball, not sticking to the ball while it's rotating. You know what I'm saying? That's what DJ's trying to explain to you. Now you're saying gravity is holding the water to the ball while it's spinning, but this has never been demonstrated, right? Now you're gonna then run into the next explanation, which is that, well, there's nothing massive enough to recreate this in the lab, right? Well, then at that point, you can definitely say that it hasn't been verified, right? It hasn't been shown to happen in any experiment or in any controlled environment, right? Trying to isolate any part of what you're describing as reality. So this is the whole issue with this, right? And your first premise is wrong in the first place because you're talking about the surface of the land or the core or any of that stuff being spherical, but then the water just appearing to be flat on the top. That drop over distance, right, from your position on the sphere would have to be on average, right, an exponential curve away from you, like down and away from your point of view, right, your position. So around your position, 360 degrees around your position, there would have to be an average exponential drop over distance that matches the radius value of the alleged globe. And not only do we not find anything that matches that radius, we don't find any drop over distance from anyone's position that does these types of observations, right? These tests to find this matching drop over distance as per the radius value, right? So do you understand? Was that clear?
Yeah, exactly. I can see your point. I will think about it.
Yeah, think about it, man.
So does anybody else in the chat have any questions or globe evidence that they'd like to present to the panel? Batman or Billy Not Eilish or Bushel. Thanks for being here, everybody. We appreciate your presence. And yeah, if you don't feel comfortable, VC in the voice chat, you could go ahead and ask your questions in the side chat. You could text your questions or globe evidence.
Yeah, so Gon Pachiro, are you there, man? Can you chat in the VC? Hey, I am coding Python. Can you VC or not? Or are you just chat skanking today? So yeah, you make simulations of it by coding. Wow, that's not reality, is it? Right? That's just CGI, essentially. Okay, so you're saying that flat earthers should go to space to check if the Earth's a globe. You didn't do that. You've never been to space. And you're saying, oh, we should go to the ISS to check. You didn't do that, right? So you don't know it's a globe, do you? By your own logic. Terrible logic for someone that's apparently a coder. You know, you should have basic common sense and basic logic skills, you would think. You know, if you're smart enough to code, you should realize what double standards are, and what being a hypocrite is. But I guess it's just memory, isn't it? You just remembered some stuff, and you just parrot what you remembered. So you haven't gone to space to verify it's a globe, right? So how do you know it's a globe? Simulations aren't a very good proof, are they? Yeah, so we can test it here on Earth too, mate, right? So I've actually gone out and done it. And I can present you with evidence of other people right now that have gone out and done it and documented the observations, right, that prove that it's not a globe. So what did you do to test that it's a globe here on Earth? Present your evidence. Yeah, so explain how that video debunks a flat Earth. It's nonsense. So screenshot from your video, right? Right, straw manning us with a map that's actually a globe projection, right? That's a globe map right there. Globe projection. Okay, so whoever's making these videos tricking you, right, you should be getting annoyed at them because they're feeding you really, really bad arguments that will make you look silly when you present them here. Okay, so these are called straw man arguments. Saying flat earthers claim this and flat earthers claim that when we don't claim those things. So yeah, you said that you can test it here on Earth, right? So you obviously didn't do anything, right? You just posted a video that doesn't have anything that debunks flat Earth in it at all. So yeah. And yeah, voice up, dude. Don't be scared. Okay, your question is really silly. It doesn't even make sense. Right? So he's asking, Do you have a document of your own image of how Earth is aligned with the solar system? What are you talking about? That doesn't even make sense. You don't even understand what flat Earth means.
Good afternoon, DJ.
What's up, you pendos?
Nothing, dude. Just working like crazy.
Cool. That's good. I should be doing that actually at the moment.
Hello, DJ. The picture you just posted on the side chat, I got the Mirage thing, but the inferior Mirage, I didn't get it properly.
An inferior mirage will make it look like things are lower than what they really are. And then you'll have a mirroring effect as well. Okay, so see how there's a toy boat sitting on the ground, okay, on a flat surface, and it looks like the bottom of the boat disappears behind the horizon. But really, it's just a mirage. It's not actually disappearing. It just appears to be, right? Because you're looking at a mirage. Okay, and it's because you have the warmer air closer to the surface, and then it gets cooler as you go upward. And that creates that effect. And then there's a citation that explains more technically how it works.
So the toy boat actually disappears because of the inferior mirage.
Well, it's just the way that the light comes back to your eye, you know, because the light's bouncing off of the boat and then it's coming back to your eye, but it's being distorted by the difference in the density of the air, which is caused by the temperature difference. Okay, and it makes the light bend upward, which makes the object appear lower. And then you have the mirroring effect, which is a reflection effect. It's called total internal reflection. It's where the light comes down on such an angle, right? And it actually bends upward and goes over the top of your optics, right? So all you see is a reflection of what's in the background. And that's
Just
what that
like in the
mirroring
fiber optic.
It's the same type of thing, yeah. But this is in combination with the atmospheric refraction, it's called in the mainstream. But we could just call it a miraging effect. So certain types of miraging effects have the total tonal reflection involved as well.
But do we need this thing to see the flat versus globe thing? Like, how does it help us? Does it show us that the vanishing wake of the ship is because of this?
Well, sometimes it is because of this, yeah. So sometimes globe earthers will present evidence and they'll say, look, this ship looks like it's disappearing and you can't see the bottom of the ship, but we can very easily explain it with different reasons. Like sometimes you can have this mirage. Okay, so that can explain it very easily. And then sometimes we can have actual things in the way, like waves, like ocean swells, right? Which is waves. So that can block the bottom of the ship. And then sometimes we can have the miraging effect as well. You know, then we've got perspective to take into account and things like that. But that doesn't always happen, right? So I'll post another little video here in just a second.
Yeah, but sorry, my Discord is like lagging, so I may not be able to open it ASAP.
Yeah, that's okay. So yeah, you'll see another one here, and it looks like it's a big giant boat, and you'll see that the guy standing on the beach, he can't see the boat when he's zoomed out with his camera. Okay, so it looks like the boat's gone past the horizon, but when he zooms in, you can see the whole boat again. Because there's no miraging effect, and there's no waves, we can see the whole boat again. If there were waves, then it would look like the bottom of the boat is missing. Or if there was a miraging effect and the waves, it would also look like the bottom of the boat is missing. Right? But if there were no waves, what if what?
What if the globe model people tell you that you can see the bottom is because of the superior mirage?
Because it doesn't have any characteristics of a superior mirage. But we're not using this observation to prove a flat Earth. Right? They're using the observations to try to prove a globe Earth, and we're just debunking those. Okay, so I'm not showing you this observation and saying this is proof of a flat Earth. I'm saying that this is what happens most of the time when you don't have a mirage and you don't have waves. You can zoom in and you can see the boat again. It's not going over the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, like all we can say it's the mirage game, you know, the mirage's game.
Okay, so boats over the horizon don't prove the globe. Right, so we can scratch that argument off the list. So what evidence do you have that the water is curving and that the Earth is a globe? Because boats over the horizon isn't a good one. Yeah, so I am coding Python. There isn't a flat Earth map. So when you say on the flat Earth map, you must have been watching some videos that have been lying to you, trying to strawman flat Earthers with a map that we don't claim.
Okay, buddies. I will come again.
All right, bro.
It's been nice talking to you.
You too, man. Have a good day, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, thank you. My Discord is actually, I don't know, there is some lagging. It's too burdened.
Yeah, that's okay. Look, I can send you if you want to watch a video, so you know a bit more about this topic. Next time you come back, I can send you like a basic video that will go over some flat Earth information. If you want to have a look at it.
Yeah. Why not?
So just give me a second. I'll just find something for you.
Send me some very like scientific things.
Well, this is essentially a question of geometry, which is mathematics. It's not necessarily a scientific question, right? Science is to prove a cause and effect relationship for a naturally occurring phenomena, whereas we're talking about a claimed shape of an object. Okay, so this is geometry, not science. But yeah, here's a video. Like, this will just give you a better idea of where we're coming from. It's it's not a perfect video, but it will give you a general idea. Okay, so I'll just I'll send it to you in DM. Okay, I'll send you a friend request, and then I'll just post you the video. And if you have any questions, you can always send me a direct message. All right, so after you accept the friend request, and I can send you the video. Yeah, so I am coding Python. You have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
यहाँ म्यूट कर सकता है, यहाँ पे वीडियो का ऑप्शन अभी नहीं है। तुम 2-4 दिन अगर बिता लेगा ना इस सर्वर में, तो वीडियो ऑन करने का ऑप्शन भी खुल जाएगा। अच्छा।
Yeah,
हाँ भाई।
what's going on? How you doing, buddy?
हेलो ब्रो, कैन यू हियर मी?
Yeah, I can hear you.
यार तो लोग हिंदी में बात क्यों कर रहे हो भाई लोग?
What brings you into the room?
नो नो, एक्चुअली एक बंदा बोल रहा है हिंदी में बात क्यों कर रहे हो? अरे भारतीय ब्रो,
Guys, I
एक्चुअली
can't.
माइक
Yeah.
टेस्ट कर रहे थे अपनी।
अच्छा।
क्षमा कर देना भाई।
Yeah, if y'all don't,
We don't
if y'all
speak
don't
Hindi,
speak
bro.
English, if y'all don't speak English, then we can't really moderate what's being said. So we just got to keep
No,
it in
actually,
English. Yeah.
I was not talking to you. That was specifically for the Indian guy who was trying to be.
Yeah, I understand. But if you all are speaking on this VC, we're streaming live to YouTube, so you have to keep it in English or you'll be moderated. That's all.
Okay. Sorry for interruption. Actually, I was just teaching my friend how to use Discord. Sorry if I interrupted you. I will just mute myself now.
No, that's okay. Thank you for coming in, man. Just figured you might want to have a conversation with us about the room topic. I didn't realize you were giving your buddy a tutorial. No harm, no foul. You know what I mean? At least you understand what's going on here. DJ, how'd the rest of the conversation go with Forrester? He said he was going to come back or something.
Yeah, it went very well. Yeah, he'll come back sometime.
Oh, good. It seemed all right. He just needed to wrap his head around it, I guess.
Exactly.
So I trust business as well. DJ, everything going smoothly in that regard.
Yeah, everything's good, man. Just just working hard. Looking forward to relocating to a new country soon, so that'll be fun.
What's your time frame you thinking?
I'm not sure exactly. Probably 4 months or something.
Oh, that's pretty soon, yeah.
Yeah.
Goes quick.
Oh yeah.
Goes quick. Have you
That's
narrowed
starting-
it down, or have you narrowed it down, or is it still up in the air?
You mean when or where we're going?
No, where you're going? Yeah.
Oh no, we're going. We've narrowed it down to Cambodia, Siem Reap, Cambodia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool, man.
Yeah, man, I can't wait to go and start cruising around Angkor Wat and checking out all of these ancient temples and stuff like that. It's going to be awesome.
Did
All
you
of
see
this,
the most recent? Did you see the most recent My Lunch Break about that?
No,
About
he
Angkor Wat?
made one of. Oh, really? Yeah, no, I'll watch it now.
I think it was on there. I think it might have been Angkor Wat, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'll watch that with my wife tonight.
Let me double check. If this
Actually,
is the
that's
one
what
I'm talking about, if this is the one I'm thinking of, then so the history of it. Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure. That was the one. Mm,
Doesn't look like it.
no, that's Borobudur. That's not the one. Angkor Wat is huge, though. I love that place. I visualizing Angkor Wat, but yeah, Borobudur is the largest temple on Earth. I believe Angkor
Okay.
Wat is the one. Yeah, Angkor Wat's the one that's like it's like a few squares inside of squares, right? It's just massive, and it's got like some marshland in between. Isn't that the one?
Oh yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't know much about it. I'm leaving it till I get there before I do too much research on it.
It's
It's
huge.
huge.
It-
Yeah, I hear it takes like
Yeah.
over a week to like explore it properly, and then you can just go for a drive. Like, and there's other giant temples, that are less well known.
Yeah, that Borobudur, man, that thing is crazy, brother. Like they went there in like the 1800s, and then they found it's in Cambodia. It's in Cambodia, right?
Oh, it is the Borobudur.
Yeah, that's in Cambodia.
awesome.
They found it, right? So that's the only reason why I thought of it because I knew it was one of them. But so they find it in like the 1800s, right? They had to unearth it. Now it's basically this temple's like a giant book, right? It's got all of these stone tablets that have images on them, right? That are like a cause and effect, right? Do this, this is what happens, right? Do this, this is what happens. There's 160 total going around this thing. They unburied them, took photographs of 140, I think 143 of them, and then the other 100 and the other 20 something of them, no, or 17 of them, they just buried them and didn't catalog what was on those, right? So they say. Then it was like something that could be unburied at first. Then after that, they wound up setting it in a mortar and stone. So now it can't even be excavated. It's kind of crazy, dude, when you look into it. But it's like, what's on those 17 of those tablets that they didn't want us to know is kind of the crazy thing. And that was UNESCO that did that. Pretty sick stuff, man. I would definitely watch that one tonight if you have time. That one's
I'll
pretty
watch it.
interesting.
Awesome.
Yeah, he likes to speculate, but it is definitely interesting when you look at the timeline of like, oh yeah, we discovered this thing. Then UNESCO's like, yes, we have to protect it. Protect it by, making sure no one can know what's there. Pretty interesting. But you still have the rest of the temple to look at and kind of gauge. But it must have been something of extreme importance that they felt like they had to keep it a secret. So
Awesome. Yeah, I can't wait to watch that. Yeah, I didn't know that was Cambodia. I probably wouldn't have watched that one. So that's good. Thanks for letting me know.
So it seems like I am coding Python really wants to talk to me. Oh, man, he's gone. All I had to do was open my mic, and he just ran.
All you had to do is say his name, right? Jenna, these guys.
Yep, I'm the lioness, man. As soon as I open my mouth, hear me roar, man, and they're gone. Oh, he's back. I am coding Python. Please open up your mic. We can have a conversation about this. Because you tagged me in the general text chat at, what'd you say, at local noon, both you and your friend measure the length of a shadow of your sticks. Calculate the angle of the sun above the horizon, measure the distance d between you and your friend along the north-south line, use the formula to calculate Earth's radius. If the Earth were flat, both sticks should have the same shadow length. Yeah, if you have two sticks directly under high noon, they're going to cast the same shadow. But if you have one stick under high noon and another stick 500 miles away, they're not going to cast the same shadow angle. Sorry. That's because the rays from the light, the rays from the sun spread out. You can do these tests at home. Like what I showed you earlier in the text chat here with this example. Okay? How you've got a local light source and that light comes through the clouds, it spreads out. So
Damn.
Eratosthenes assumed parallel light rays to match his assumption
exactly.
that Earth is a globe. That's it. So here's the thing about it, though. In all reality, the rays from the sun spread out. They are divergent rays. Now, this would mean that Eratosthenes' sticks and shadows would only work on a flat Earth. Now, we can model it both ways, and sure, it could work both ways, but there are objective facts in reality that disallow the ball idea of parallel light rays and sticks and shadows to even be true. You want to talk about it? I'm going to mute up, and you can defend yourself. I am coding Python.
Damn, Python just got smoked.
Exactly.
Damn, massive L for the globe side. Wow.
Yeah, the Eratosthenes, man. It's their only measurement. It's pretty insane. After all this time, that's your only measurement of curvature? Is this thing that has to presuppose that the light rays from the sun are coming in parallel? It's pretty sad, guys. There should be some surface measurements here, especially with all the different military capabilities, right? And ballistics capabilities. You figure this stuff would be well documented by now. Oh, can't hit that ship. Why? Because it's hiding behind the edge of the geometric horizon. It's hiding behind the water hill, right? It's hiding behind that hump of water. These things would be easily quantified. They'd be in every textbook, and anybody who came to debunk the flat earthers would have this information readily available. But no, every time we ask y'all for surface measurements, it always comes back to, well, there was some Greek guy, allegedly, over 2,000 years ago, who did it easily. It's really sad that y'all don't see the issues with this.
They're
Like,
living in
wait
the
a minute,
Stone
that's-
Age, man. These guys are
Yeah.
living in the absolute freaking Stone Age. I mean, basically the way I put it is they are sucking of ghosts from the Stone Age. A cultist priest. You are some ghost, okay? That's what you're doing. Of Stone Age occultist priests. Okay, and here we are in 2025 with excellent optical assisting technology, okay, that allows us to see even further than what our human eyes would are limited to. Okay, so the whole go over a curve, right? That was Aristotle before optical assisting technology that we have today, right? We can now zoom in and we're like, there's the boat again, right? Oh, it disappeared again. Let me zoom in some more. There's the boat again. It doesn't go anywhere, right? It just goes straight. Okay, it goes horizontally. It's traveling horizontally across level waters. Good golly, you guys. You're really not. I don't know why I am coding Python wouldn't mic up to defend himself. Their self, herself, whoever.
Like I said, it doesn't make you scratch your head that like this day and age, there's no one who has a measurement of the curvature other than some dude who allegedly lived 2,000 years over 2,000 years ago. I mean,
They
it's
can't find
insane to me that
any
you guys
real.
aren't worried. Like, you should be concerned when you Google search that, and that's the first thing that comes up. You should be really
Right.
concerned that that's the only thing you could find. You should be like, wait a
Right.
minute, this is troubling.
So
Can hardly
today,
find. Go ahead.
so we will defend that the Earth is flat today. I came here to argue with that person.
You came here to argue with who? With me? I mean, I'm the one that's cooking in the chat right now. Let's rumble.
No, do you believe flat Earth? The Earth is flat?
Oh no, I don't believe it, sir. I know it. After
Okay,
learning everything
then
there is
we are
to
in the
know about the
same.
globe
Then
religion,
we are.
I now know that nothing about the globe
Then
religion can be substantiated. So I know the Earth is
then
flat.
we are in
Go
the
ahead.
same group actually. I also believe that the Earth is circle, not a
Oh, so
fully.
no, we're not. No, okay, listen, we're not in the same boat. If you believe the Earth is a globe, and I know that it's flat, we're not in the same boat, friend.
Do you
How do you know
believe the
that the
Earth is
Earth
flat?
is flat?
Why are you
How do
repeating your
you
question?
know
I
that
already answered this. Now, here's the thing. You tell me why you believe Earth is a globe.
do you believe in satellites?
Okay, stop
Yes.
asking me. I'm going to say no to everything you ask me. Do I believe? Because you keep using the word
No,
believe, right? And a
because you don't
belief, hold
believe
on.
that Earth is a globe, which is scientifically
Hey guys,
proven,
guys,
but
guys,
you
hold
yourself
on.
think.
Exa. Level Linus was just speaking to another gentleman, right? So the way this works
No.
is it's one question at a time, okay? One person at a time.
Okay.
So if the other gentleman, which his name is someone, he's asking questions right now. So you could go next. All right, thank you.
So, at someone, we don't hold beliefs in here. In here, it is all about what can be proven, right? What can be observed, what can be demonstrated, what can be measured, what can be tested, and how those things can be done repeatedly for empiricism. It's about what we can prove. Doesn't matter what you think you know, doesn't matter what you believe. It's about what you can prove. So, can you prove the Earth is a globe?
Okay, first of all, do you believe that there's gravity?
Okay, I asked you a question. Do you believe that Earth is a globe?
Yes, I believe that
Okay.
Earth is a globe.
Okay. So, and then your question to me is, do I believe in gravity, right? No,
Yes.
I don't believe in gravity. It's you guys that have to have that belief. You have to believe in gravity.
Okay,
Do you know what gravity is? Can you tell me what gravity is?
the gravitational force that acts on a object that pulls towards the Earth's surface is called the gravitational force.
Okay, and I'm going to have to stop you there because that's incorrect, okay? Gravity is not a force. I'm going to tell you why. Gravity is not a force because gravity doesn't have mass. And the word mass in ordinary language ultimately just denotes the, hold on, it denotes the amount of substance or matter in an object. Now, in physics, however, the word mass doesn't mean anything. Did you know that? So mass isn't attracting mass. Not only that, that particular thing was thrown out over 100 years ago, and people still try to use it as a claim today that it's gravity, it's mass attracting mass. Well, that was thrown out and replaced with Einstein's theory, which nobody can prove. So you got two theories that nobody can prove. Do you know what the word gravity means, someone? If you go back to the original meaning of the word gravity from gravitas, it means weight or heaviness. Okay? So if you want to get technical, sure, the weight or heaviness of something can create a force, right? But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's something called relative density. And it's an object to medium relationship. So the air is a medium, the water is a medium, oil is a medium. Different gases and liquids are mediums. Okay. So if you drop an apple, if you drop an apple in the air, it's going to go down. If you drop an apple in the water, it's going to float. Okay. The apple is buoyant or it's dense relative to the medium that it's in. Okay. Does this make sense?
Okay, then answer me that. Okay, go on. I'll ask the question further. Or
Oh, I mean, you can ask your next question. I just debunked gravity for you.
hey,
So let's go on to the next debunk.
hey. Wait, what?
I can barely hear you, someone.
Okay, wait. I'm just doing a work. After that, I will ask you a question.
Okay. Well, then we're going to go to Exa because Exa had some questions and some things that he wanted to say while you're doing your work.
Do you believe in satellites?
Like I said earlier, if your question starts with "Do you believe?" I'm going to answer no because I don't hold beliefs. And sure, I guess I'll say that yeah, there's satellites, right? But they're strung to balloons. These giant weather balloons, these helium and hydrogen balloons. Okay, Exa?
And what's your source for that?
Oh, Satelloons. Just go look up Satelloons.
Okay, so if you don't believe in satellites, do you believe in Google Maps?
Yeah, all maps are flat though. I look at Google Maps on a flat screen. Every map that I use, every paper map that I use is flat. So that's irrelevant. There's no curvature on Google Maps.
Okay, I'm free now. Can I ask you a question?
I'd like to mention I put 19 technologies in the side chat that could replace what a satellite supposedly does.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hold on. I'm asking a question to you.
Okay,
hold on a second. Yeah, you're still chatting with Exa.
Yeah,
Exa
give
is
me-
talking with Lioness.
Okay, so if according to you, the whole Earth is flat, then why do you think that flights in the southern hemisphere are too short to fit a flat
Earth? Guys, do you believe in that are, the Earth are flat?
Mamad, thank you. There was other people talking. You don't just come into a conversation and interrupt like that. That's rude. Okay, so let me go back to someone. Okay, what is your question, someone?
Okay, can you tell about the lunar eclipse, which always produces a circular shadow, which is possible if the Earth is flat?
How
Is
can
it
you
possible if
prove?
the Earth is flat?
How can you prove that that's Earth shadow, though?
Lunar eclipse.
Yeah. How? Yeah. Okay. That happens. Things happen in the sky all the time, but it's not any evidence of what the ground is doing.
Okay, why the shadow is circular?
Like this. Check that out. You get a curved shadow from a flat wall. Isn't that amazing?
Oh.
And then let's see. We've got another one in here. The angle of the light and where the moon is illuminated is completely wrong. Let me see if I can find it here. I don't know if you can see the text chat. Can you see the text chat? Okay, here's one. Hold on, you guys.
Okay, I have a better question. Can I ask you?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question.
Okay, then inquire about the existence of a gradient in atmospheric pressure, which decreases with altitude due to the weight of the atmosphere above a phenomenon explained by gravity, and consistent with the spherical Earth.
You would be claiming that gas is holding in the gas, which is not true.
What?
So listen to me. Yeah, exactly. The second law of thermodynamics being entropy, it's high pressure to low pressure, hot to cold, and so on. So yeah, you've got a high pressure to low pressure, but never no pressure or negative pressure. Do you understand? So there's always pressure. And the only way that can be achieved, even pressure gradients, is in a container, in a closed system. That's the only way. So that would completely debunk the idea that you live on a ball in a vacuum. because the gases from Earth would be escaping into the vacuum, trying to fill the available space.
No, there
That's
is
just
a
that's
actual
gas law.
layer, ozone layer, the ozone layer. You know,
Irrelevant.
it's a layer.
Irrelevant. It's within the closed system. What about the ozone layer? Ozone layer have gases?
Yes.
Gases aren't.
All
Yeah.
three.
Okay. Well, then, right. Then gases aren't holding gases, my friend. Gases don't contain gases. You need a physical barrier, a physical container to hold gases, to have gas pressure, to have pressure gradients.
So how can you tell that the flat Earth have gases and don't escape from the Earth?
Are you asking me how flat Earth has gases that don't escape?
Yes.
Because of containment, sir. I've already stated this. It's a closed system. It can't be anything other than a closed system because of the way thermodynamics is, the second law of thermodynamics and gas laws. The definition of gas pressure, right, is the gas particles or molecules moving in all direction, colliding with the walls of its container. So in order to have gas pressure, you must have a container. There is no other way about it.
So where's the physical barrier? We cannot see a physical barrier over here.
Do we have to see it do we have to?
Obviously.
I mean, I don't know exactly where that reach is. I look up and I see stars, I see lights in the sky, but as far as the gas laws go, we know that there must be a container. Where that's at, we don't know. What it's made of, we don't know. Can we ever get a picture of it? Probably not. But we know that it must.
Limitations about your answers,
No,
right?
but listen, we know that it must be there because
There
of
are
these gas laws.
limitations of your questions, right?
Huh?
There's limitations of your questions, answers, right?
Sure, there's limitations to everything. And you know what? I don't know is a very honest answer. And I guarantee we're all going to die not knowing things. And it's okay to not know, right? We know that the earth measures flat. We know that it's stationary. We know that it must be enclosed based on the second law of thermodynamics and other gas laws, entropy. Okay? You need a container.
Always moving. It's always moving around the sun. If it's not moving around the sun, then how can you get seasons?
Because the sun moves over us. It's very simple. What? You mean to tell me you don't see the sun move over your head?
Earth moves around the sun. Okay? It moves around the sun as a ellipse.
Okay, so what evidence do you have of that? What evidence do you have that Earth is moving?
Okay, the Earth is moving because if you see that there's a seasons, right? You have seasons in your country, right?
Right.
The summer season, winter season, or the daylight always shrinks, or what can I say? Like that. You get it?
Right. Okay, so that's not any evidence that the earth is moving. Okay. You and me and everybody else in this chat and everybody else outside of this chat observes the sun moving. Okay. You experience the sun as the body in motion. And you can't describe to me what the sun is doing without using verbs, without using verbiage, without describing the sun as being the thing that's moving.
Okay, I have an interesting question. Then, can you tell me why the half of the Earth always faces the sun, and the half of the Earth is always not faces the sun? And
It
why
doesn't.
the half of the Earth faces night and half of the Earth faces day?
Well, it doesn't, and I'm going to show you a video that I made out at the lake where nearly the entire glow of the sun, as it's coming back, the sun's coming back around. It was sunrise. The entire glow pretty much fits all in one frame of my camera. That should not be the case. if the sun is illuminating half of a ball Earth? There's no way that sunrise should fit in my entire
Okay, give me
brain.
the video.
I'm looking for it. Give me a second. There it is.
Earth is round.
Okay, so someone.
Earth is round.
Oh, thank you for chanting. I'm asking someone, not you. When have you ever measured the surface to be curving? Someone, have you ever measured the Earth to be curving?
Nah, like I just know one thing. You all illiterate ass. You just don't even know that what's going on.
Not talking to you. Thank you.
Okay,
So, have you ever measured the surface of Earth to be curving?
Okay, you know how big is Earth? You know
How big is it?
how big? It's very big. 8 billion people lives in here. Okay.
Okay,
8 billion.
that's very vague, sir. You're not telling me how big. You're not giving me a
Hey,
size.
let me finish. Okay.
At 64,000
Earth is very
kilometers in radius.
6,400 kilometers. Okay. Let me finish.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Then the Earth is very big. You can see the curvature when you go up say to a altitude. You can see the curvature from the space. Okay, you
Okay,
don't
no, stop,
believe in
stop.
space. Wait.
I need you to
You
stop for a
don't.
second because you're getting carried away. You're getting carried away, and you're getting too off the topic. Okay, Earth size, right? You made a claim to its size. Now, my question to you is, how did you verify that?
What?
The size. How did you verify Earth to be a globe with a 3,959 mile radius? How did you verify that?
Okay, let me finish. If you go at the top of the Mount Everest, okay.
Okay, so you've been,
then
okay, all right. So
at
my
that
question to you is,
altitude,
you've been to the top of Mount Everest?
yes.
You've been
No,
to the
I
top of
didn't.
Mount Everest?
I didn't. I didn't.
Oh,
But
okay. So you're telling
okay,
me to go do you're telling me to go do something that you've never done. Why would you do that? You're
okay. If you
speaking
fund me, then I will go there. You can fund. If you can fund me, I can go there. But
fund you
I saw
nothing.
some
You're not
so many videos.
hardly
I
anybody
can.
makes it to the top of Mount Everest without dying, dude. You know all the bodies of frozen corpses that are up there? Just stop.
Okay.
What's his
Then
claim about Mount Everest, though? What's his claim about it?
He's claiming that if you go up to the top of Mount Everest, you're going to see Earth curve or something, right? I'm trying to ask him.
Well,
I'm
here's a
trying to ask
video.
him when he said it's really big. Then he gave me a size, and I'm asking him how he verified that, and he's saying going to the top of Mount Everest as if that's something he's done.
Okay, here's someone taking a 360-degree pan of the camera at the top of Mount Everest. So, well, there goes that claim.
Yeah, that's flat, 360 degree, a flat circle all the way around. So there's your Mount Everest right there in the chat, someone. And yeah, it's not curving. You're actually seeing things that should be hidden below Earth curve, the little arrows that point down at some of these other mountains around there. So again, I'm going to ask you, how did you verify Earth to be the size that you claim it is? When did you measure? Have you measured and verified? Yes or no?
Yes, you know there is a formula to measure
Okay. You said yes. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. We've been waiting for years. How did you measure? What did you measure? How did you measure to verify the surface of Earth to be curving?
Okay, let me talk. So, if so basically when you throw a ball from a certain distance,
No,
it
Skibbity,
falls down.
stop. You're not gonna white knight for someone. I'm talking to someone. I want someone's answer, not you. Not you. I'm not talking to you, Skibbity. I'm talking to someone. And I want someone to tell me if they have measured to verify for
But I
the
have an
size
answer.
claim of the Earth. And it was a yes or no question, and you're trying to come in and trying to rescue him, but you're not. You're only going to get yourself in the same hot water that he's in.
No, I have an explanation.
I'm not talking to you right now. Someone, you need to have the stones and speak up for yourself.
Yeah,
Skibbity's
I'm
trying to
trying.
talk over you and hijack the conversation from us. So maybe please have the stones.
Just wait your turn, bro.
Please,
Oh, okay.
Skibbity. Skibbity needs
My
to
bad,
wait.
my bad. My bad,
So
my bad.
someone, I'm asking you, someone, have you, this is a very, very simple yes or no question, okay? Have you measured the surface of Earth to verify the size claim?
Hey.
Yes
Okay,
or no?
I'm just gonna verify the Earth's curvature, okay? I'm just telling you. If you the one of the most accessible ways is observing the ships sailing away on a large body of water. Did
I
you
already
observe
told you how that doesn't work because we've got excellent optical technology these days where we can, with our own human eyes, we can watch a boat disappear and you can say, oh, it went below a water hill, it went below curvature. But we can get that optical assisting technology out and we can see it again. And it's going to go further away. And then we're not going to see it. And then we can zoom in some more and see it again. And we can keep doing this for dozens upon dozens of miles in a straight line. So there's no curvature there. There's no curvature in 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles, 275 miles, and then some, and up, right? So I'm asking you again this yes or no question. Have you measured the surface of Earth to verify the size and shape claim? Yes or no? Be honest.
So what's the question again? I didn't.
Have you yourself measured the surface of Earth to be curving to verify the size and shape claim? Yes or no?
Yes.
How? I'm going to tell you right now, you're not being honest. I know you're not being honest because plenty of us in this Discord have gone out to large bodies of water and measured for curvature, only to find that it's not there. It's not where it should be, ever. Well, Salty User doesn't think that it's necessary for every claim to be verified. Wow. How would you even
You were
explain
asking
that one?
questions,
That's
okay?
crazy.
You are explaining, but
Yo,
did
wait a
you
second. Hey,
actually
level liners.
okay, did you just
Wait a second. So you have asked your like parents are your the real children?
What
sort of a dumb question is that, bro? It's completely unrelated to the topic, right? Try to stay on topic.
So like she's asking like how can you verify this claim, bro? Like I think that is reasonable.
What?
So
What does that have to do with the topic?
if I claim that I've got like a pocket-sized unicorn in my backpack, you're gonna tell me prove your claim, right? So yeah, it is important to try to verify claims because that's all you're giving me is I've got a unicorn in my
conceding.
backpack.
Yep, he's conceding. By asking that question to you, he conceded, I can't prove it.
Exactly. You can't verify the claim. You're telling me, well, we don't have to verify these claims. Well, yeah, that's a concession that you can't prove the claims that are on the table. Nobody is measuring Earth curvature. There's no Earth curvature to measure. The waters across this Earth are level. They rest flat, horizontal, for thousands upon thousands of square miles.
okay, wait.
It's got to deal with it.
So water is fluid, right? It just flow wherever it gets space, right?
Yeah, water flows to the lowest. Water
Yeah.
flows to its lowest points
Yes.
possible.
Then
Yeah, settles in its
then if the
basins, rests
square,
flat and level
if
on the
this is the
surface.
square, if the earth is flat, then where the water goes, there is no gravity. Then where the water goes?
What do you mean? The water is, the water is more dense than the air. Okay, so the water is able to move through the medium of air, flow to the lowest points possible. It takes the path of least resistance and settles at the lowest points possible. Do you know what the lowest point possible
He's
is?
asking why the water doesn't fall off the planet, Jenna.
Because it's contained. I already told him this. We're in a closed system. I already walked him through gas pressure and everything. So if we need containment for gas pressure, right, and there is a container, then yeah, no water is going to fall off of any edge, silly goose. That's what you should change your name to in here, silly goose. Someone.
Hello, what's up?
Hi, howdy. Welcome to the discussion. We can't find any Earth curve. Nobody's measured and verified Earth curvature. It all measures flat. Maybe you can help.
Okay, how can you just say that Earth is flat? Did you measure?
Yep.
Do you have any formula? Do you have any formula to measure?
Yeah. So the globe math, the globe formulas say that from a 1 foot observation height above water, the horizon should be 1.22 miles out, right? So we go 1.22 miles times the square height of the observer's height in feet, right? So with that being said, we're going to we put a camera down at 1 foot over sea level, okay? And guess what? What was observed is 1,000% more than what a globe Earth would ever allow. 10 miles out, you see the horizon at 10 miles. It should have been at only 1.22 miles. So why? We're measuring it flat. Going out and measuring for curvature, and it's measuring flat. I did my own personal measurement at a nearby lake, and my camera on my phone was only about 5 inches above the water, and I could see, I don't know, if anywhere from 3 miles, 3.2 miles across the lake to a bridge or a hill in the distance. I think it was a bridge. I've got the video. We shouldn't be seeing that far from 5 inches, because according to the globe, they say you can only see 3.1 miles from 6 feet. My observation height was down at 5 inches, and I was seeing 3.1 miles. That should not be happening if I live on a globe. So, you guys have no globe evidence. You have no globe measurements. You have presuppositions, assumptions, beliefs, and a bunch of baseless claims that you can't substantiate at all. So I suggest you do your own measurements. I suggest you go and learn everything that you need to learn about the heliocentric religion and go test it. Go test it to the real world. Promise you it won't match.
Okay, okay. So is there anyone who will ask questions? I'm finished.
Okay, if you're finished, go ahead and locally mute yourself so that the next person can ask their question.
Hello.
Hello. Who's next?
My name's Almighty.
Hello, welcome.
I just wanted to know that how did you prove that Earth is flat?
Did you have your listening ears on at all, sir, with what I just said over the past 5 minutes?
No, like I was just outside, so I just didn't know that. Really sorry for that.
So, it's been determined that the Earth is flat because it measures that way, especially across the large bodies of earthly waters. It's also navigated that way. It's treated that way for celestial navigation. It's used this way in all practical applications right here on Earth. Measured flat, treated flat, navigated as flat, used as flat. Nobody's taking curvature into consideration. Nobody is measuring curvature. They're all assumptions. Right? So only mathematically is Earth a globe, but if we test it to physical reality, it's flat. So have you gone out and tested? Like, my question to you is, have you ever gone out and tested and verified the Earth to be a globe?
See, first of all, Earth is a really large space. It's a really large body. So you cannot determine that Earth is flat just by saying that I could see like 3.1 miles away from the place where I was standing right now.
How big is it then?
Yeah, right. I just asked the other guy that. How big is it?
I get, bro. Who is this? Who is this?
Just doesn't matter. You're saying it's so big. Okay, how big you're buying time, dude? Just answer the question.
Okay, you leave that. Tell me one thing. Are
No,
your
I'm asking you
mathematical
a question.
calculations covered? Who is this actually? Who is
Doesn't matter
asking
who
the
it is. You're saying
It
you're
doesn't
trying to tell
matter,
us it's
Almighty.
so big that it's flat. All right, then how big is it then?
How big is it?
So you
You made
I
the
don't know
claim,
the exact I don't know the exact size, but I
Then
guess
why are
the
you saying
cover.
it's so big then?
So you can't make claims to
know-
size and then say you don't know the size, right? So you just shot yourself in the foot because you just made a claim to its size, right? It's so big, but then you go, well, I don't know.
Yeah, you shouldn't be saying that.
Oh.
All right, what's your next question?
Yeah. So my next question is, what do you think? The photos which were taken by NASA and all are just fake?
The
Yeah,
same
you
as
can
the
run
photos of Loch Ness Monster, bro.
Yeah,
It's no
same as
different.
photos of it's like photos of the Loch Ness monster or Bigfoot, right? Do you believe believe that photos of the or pictures, images of the Loch Ness monster and Bigfoot are real? Do you believe that?
Nah.
Nah, but you're gonna believe the shit from NASA. Pardon my language.
Well, the point is that you can't just go off of quote unquote pictures and then stop there. Just because there are
Right.
people that say there's pictures of Bigfoot and stuff like this, but you would not accept those pictures. You would need more evidence. So
Okay. Just tell me that. Do you guys know something about refraction?
here we go.
Refraction of light.
Yeah, so guess what? If you claim refraction, you just shot yourself in the foot again. Because more refraction equals seeing less. Womp, womp, womp.
Well, why are you bringing that up though? Because what's your point?
So my point is, this is the most uneducated shit I've ever heard.
Hold on. Because what's your point?
So my point is, you know refraction of light, you know reflection of light, you know why? You know the thing why? Whenever the sun is below the horizon, we could still see the sun. Do you know why?
Can you give us an example?
So guess there's a sunset going on, and you're somewhere near the Central Asia, I guess. No, leave Central Asia. You're somewhere near North Pole, and the sun is below the horizon. I guess you know the meaning of horizon. I guess so.
Yeah. Do you?
Yeah, I really know what's horizon. Okay.
What is the horizon?
So it divides the upper hemisphere and the lower hemisphere. That's the horizon.
What?
That's not correct, buddy.
Can you put it in the
DJ,
chat?
clip that.
Can you get a citation or a definition where it says that? Put it in the chat.
Here's my next question. Here's my next question to you,
Hold on.
Almighty.
Before you move on, let's get the definition.
Wait,
Mhm.
just mix
That'd be
horizon
good.
with equator.
Oh, by
Just-
mistake.
Yeah, let's see what he's got.
So
Definition of horizon, right? Because he just gave us.
Hold on, Jenna.
No.
Yeah, let's see me cook.
Hold on, Jenna. Just go ahead, Almighty.
Nah, like leave that shit.
Do you
leave
believe
that
the
shit
sun is flat? The sun is flat.
Hold on.
Hey.
We're cooking somebody else
He's
right
having
now.
a conversation with somebody else. You could take your turn later. Thank
To answer
you.
your question, no. No, the answer is no. But go ahead, Almighty.
I can go ahead. Thanks a lot. So
to post the definition of horizon.
Jenna, relax.
Yo, I guess my brother wants to talk to you guys.
No,
what about
talking to you?
You brought
No,
up the horizon.
I'm putting. Just a minute. Horizon.
But
Horizon.
If the horizon is like the thing that divides the
easy,
top hemisphere
easy,
and lower hemisphere,
easy,
does that mean
easy,
that I'm living on the horizon?
easy. You are not on the panel, dude. Stop cutting in, please.
Well, just to
Sorry,
So
rewind
let me
chat,
just.
just to fill everyone in. He said, so you guys don't know what refraction is? So, okay, what's your point about refraction? Oh, this is the stupidest panel I've ever heard in my life. Have you guys even heard of a horizon? I go, yeah. What's a horizon? Well, it it divides the northern hemisphere from the southern hemisphere. And I want to move on to someone else, but go ahead. I mean, I don't know. This is pretty funny.
Yeah, can I speak?
No, I want Almighty to give us the definition of horizon because we're not done with that. That's Almighty's objective before we move on
I
from
mean,
him.
this kind of is where the rubber meets the road. What is the horizon really? That could be. You could sum up flat Earth with that question right there. So I don't think he knows what refraction really does to that argument, but it's not that helpful for you.
Yeah, it obliterates that
Bunch of
the globe
dummies,
argument.
you know. A bunch of dummies.
Almighty.
Did Almighty say that? There's no way Almighty just said that.
Yeah, he said that,
calling
bro.
us,
That's
you're,
hilarious.
are you Almighty's sitting there
He
calling
just-
us dummies, but he
you don't
doesn't
even
know
know.
what the horizon is.
How are you going to bring up how are you going to bring up the horizon and then fumble it immediately?
And
Come
they call
on,
us
bro.
dummies. Like,
That's
bruh.
incredible.
You know, I don't know the definition, but let me show you something.
You don't know the bro. So then, what does refraction do to this thing that you don't know what it is?
So there's a phenomena that you cannot see okay, wait. Wait.
Can you? I actually think it might be helpful for you to grab the definition so that we're all on the same page here. You want to grab the definition?
No, just a minute.
You're
So
Googling, man. You're making us wait for you to Google search stuff and read and stuff. What's going on, man? Are we going to have to wait here while you read like a book or something?
Um,
I mean, flat earther just somebody just posted for him.
can I speak, please?
Why do you want to interrupt, bro? We're trying to roast this guy, and you're trying to save him. So wait till he gets completely air fried, and then we'll move. Oh, he left. All right, whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, you know, Earth has a large radius. So comparatively to other spherical bodies,
What's the radius? What's the radius?
the radius of Earth is 6,357 kilometers.
Okay, who measured that?
You can measure that through many. You can see there are basically many methods. So
Okay,
there are two methods.
Let's start with one.
Okay. So one method is to measure it using satellites. So basically,
Well,
how's it done?
Hold on. How was it first established?
Oh, it was first established using ancient methods. You know. So let's say you take the angles between two sun's rays. So how light travels in a straight line, right?
Yeah, sure.
So when you take two rays of light and take the angle between them and also take the distance between them and dividing by 2 pi, you get the average radius. So that's how it's conventionally done for every spherical body or any body if you want to calculate the radius.
But we're assuming in this case that the Earth is a spherical body. That hasn't been established.
Okay. Let us assume it's not a spherical body. It's a body of uniform distribution. So if you take a small
How do we know
element,
it's a body?
okay. So if it exists, it has a physical body, right?
Well, see, I have a different opinion. I think that because you're probably thinking of the Earth as an object within like the solar system or the universe, but I don't think that's the case.
Then what do you think Earth is?
I mean, this is getting away from the radius thing a little bit, but I kind of think of the Earth the same way you would probably think of the universe. Do you think the universe is like a body or an object, or what shape is it?
The universe is collectively, a set of galaxies, planets, a lot of things. So it's expanding. So that's a totally different thing. It comes to quantum physics.
Look, I
So
would to keep it really simple. When I'm referring to the universe, I'm talking about a very large place that's probably not been fully explored. No one knows the shape of it. No one knows where the edge is. I think all
yeah,
those
exactly.
characteristics. I think those characteristics apply to flat Earth as well. But the problem is, when people come into flat Earth discussions, they start comparing a globe to a flat Earth, which leads them to basically thinking of different flat objects, like a frisbee, a plate, a piece of paper,
Okay,
a
okay,
paper
okay.
towel, and they start trying to input these flat objects and go, well, how could it be this? How could it be this? How could it be this? It's none of those things. The flat Earth is not like the globe. The globe is an object within a place. The
Okay.
flat Earth is a place. It is not an object. So when you say like, well, it has to be some sort of body, so we're just going to input pi formula on it, I don't think you can do that in the first instance. So
See, for
it
anything to be a
requires
place, it has to be physically existing, and for it to be physically existing, it has to be a body.
like the universe.
Yeah, universe can be assumed as a body in quantum mechanics. You can assume it as a body, and it is a different type of body. It's not a body of continuous distribution. It is rather a body of ever expanding. It's ever
Okay.
expanding. So it's
Yeah,
got
the
different
faith is
physics.
strong with this one. Faith is
Okay.
strong with you, brother.
Let's say we have a balloon and it's just expanding infinitely. What shape is that?
If it's expanding infinitely, you can't make a balloon because it's gas
Oh, it's
and expansion.
I'm just saying you can say what shape the balloon is, even though it's expanding. But I could ask you like, what shape is the universe? Whether it's expanding or not doesn't change that. So, what shape would
Okay.
you say the universe is?
The shape of the universe cannot be directly determined. It can be called as an
Bam.
oblate spheroid. You can call it an
Oh,
oblate spheroid. Okay.
wait, really? How?
Yeah. So it's not exactly, spherical. It's not exactly flat. So it's somewhere in between. So, but the concept of universe is going somewhere else. We're talking about
Hey,
flat Earth, right?
CB,
That is the universe.
CB,
That's what I'm trying to tell you. But go ahead.
Okay, how is it
CB,
the universe?
why don't you outline to him why he's wrong instead of letting him go down this rabbit hole?
Yeah, I
He
mean,
seems
it's something that's very difficult for people to understand. Do you want to talk about the Eratosthenes thing?
Well, no, he's just claimed that the universe is an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, I was like, where? Okay, yeah, dude. There's no way to leave the universe and see what it looks like from some outside place, where you can look
So, what
back
are
and
you
say,
making
okay, well, here's what shape it
assumption?
is. You're making
Yeah,
shit up. Yeah, I know. So that's kind of the problem
basically.
here.
Okay, let's assume. Okay, let's not assume.
Why would we do
Okay,
that? All right.
let's take Earth. See, Earth, you have to take something as an. Do you believe in physics at least?
Do I believe in physics? What's your point, though?
Okay, do you at least understand or believe in physics? So, what physics is
Make
like?
your point. Make your point.
So, in physics, you have to take something as a body to, prove something. You can't just take it as a place, something that's like non-existent or something that's in between both of them. Universe is something of a completely
What about
different
as
concept.
a system?
No,
A
see,
system.
Oh yeah,
this is what I'm
surely,
actually
surely.
trying to get down at. Is
System
like,
is
it's not a different thing for people that are new to flat Earth. You can't compare it to a globe, which is a body, because then, like I said before, look, dude, there's a lot of bodies or objects that you could use to represent a globe, like an apple, a ball, all kinds of different objects. Okay, this kind of represents what I'm talking about. Here's a little body that's like a miniature version. There is no object you can use to represent, say, the universe. So I would say flat Earth is like this. Your problem is, and many people's problem, is they think of different flat objects to represent a flat Earth. Oh, here's a cutting board. Here's a plate. Here's a coaster, whatever. There's tons of different flat objects, but none of those are our position. We don't know what shape the Earth is. We don't know if it's even a body because we can't leave it and look back at it and say what shape it is, like the universe. So when you say, "Oh, you can't compare it to the universe," yes, I can, and you probably should if you were smart, because then you wouldn't get yourself into the trouble of asking questions like, "Well, where does the water fall off?" Because that means you're thinking of the Earth as an object in the solar system that's flat. That's a problem.
See, you're basically making stuff up. So you can't, you can't just make anything an objectless thing. So universe is probably an object. It comes under theoretical physics, and this is totally different.
It's not totally different.
Okay, you want to assume the universe, Earth as a universe, right?
Yes.
And you want okay, okay. Let's
It's
take
the
Earth as a
floor, the
universe.
floor of it, right?
Okay. Let's take Earth as a universe. So, and what should I take Sun as?
I don't know what the sun is. I don't think anyone in human history has ever known that. I don't think anyone will know that. No clue.
Oh, so this is a very contradictory statement. So where do we?
I know what it is.
Where,
It's
how
a
do
light in the
planets focus?
sky.
How is that contradictory?
It's an apparent source of light and heat which moves across the sky. That's what it is.
Exactly. So
that doesn't even say. That doesn't tell you what it is, though. That's an observing
okay.
what it does. But how is that contradictory? I'm not making any claims. I don't know what it is. I don't think you know either. The best thing you could offer me is the same story that we both know. I might know better than you, perhaps.
No. Okay,
That's
you're
not
telling
knowledge.
me sun is a source of heat and light. So light, what is light? Travels in a straight path. So we're taking light as a reference here. Okay, make sense?
All right.
Okay, so Earth is okay. Let's take it as something that's infinitely expanding. Is that what you want to call it?
No.
Okay, it's something similar to the universe, but universe is expanding infinitely.
Not everyone agrees with that. That's not like universal that it's expanding.
You can read the
And that's
theory
not
of
my point either.
relativity.
The characteristics that I pointed out to you are these: a very large place, probably not fully explored, don't know where the edge is, don't know the shape of it. Those are the characteristics that the universe has, that the flat earth also has. That's why I make those comparisons. Where the globe is an object, you can certainly leave it. You can go somewhere else to look back at it. You can say exactly what shape it is, etc. The universe, you can't do any of those things. You can't leave it. You can't go outside of it. You can't, know what shape it is because you can't go out of it. So the flat earth is like that. The problem is people think, well, on a flat earth, I should be able to launch into space and then look back and see a pizza or a disc or a frisbee with water falling off. That's why I'm comparing it to the universe. It's not an object that you can just leave and see what it is. Otherwise, they're like, oh, we're just going to put flat earthers on a rocket and then they'll see. No, dude, it's not going to happen. You can't even leave this place. That's why I'm comparing it to the universe.
So
it had nothing to do with it expanding or anything like that. And again, that's not universally agreed upon.
Okay, so you're telling me Earth has undetermined dimensions, is what you're trying to tell me.
I don't think it's been fully
undefined. Undefined, exactly.
Undefined.
But you're trying to think of it as being in a place, and we're thinking of it as being the place.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll tell you how it's defined. How does it have defined dimensions? So basically, tendency of something pulling objects towards the center supports a finite mass body. Okay. It's so how does an infinite plane work? Do you know how an infinite plane works? How does the gravity of an infinite plane works? And how does the gravity of a finite plane works?
All straight down if you apply Newtonian.
All
straight down. Yeah, all straight down, vertical and parallel verticals. Yeah.
He's going to try to say it would crush it into a ball or whatever. First of all, you can't just sneak gravity in like this. That's a whole other can of worms that I don't know if you're ready to get into.
No. See, everything exerts gravity. Gravity is fundamental of space, time, and matter.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
No.
Why not?
Come on, guys.
Well,
Let's not let this guy drag us down a rabbit hole of all the stuff that he believes. Let's talk about what you know that can be proved. Let's talk about what's knowable, not what you believe. I don't want to hear about your beliefs. This is getting really boring, man. Let's talk about what can be verified and let's be confirmed, okay? What can be confirmed and what can be verified. Not about your theories or about your belief in other people's theories that can't be proven. Let's talk about what can be tested, and repeated, okay?
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to tell. But Cyron Baines here is telling me something about his beliefs.
I never said anything. You're saying, oh, well, gravity does this and does that. I don't. First of all, you haven't defined what gravity even is, and I don't think it's a established or proven fact or anything like that.
Okay, you want me to define what gravity is? You want me to define fundamental terms? I'll do
You've
it.
already butchered it, so yeah, go ahead, butcher it some more.
Sure. Okay. So basically,
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Yeah. No, I haven't butchered anything. You're not letting me talk.
Yeah, you have actually. No, you have butchered. I can go over everything you butchered so far. Like, you butchered all your pseudoscience up. Like, the shape of the universe, like, you screwed that up to begin with. Okay, so you got that wrong. And now you're, like, blending Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity together as if it's, like, one thing, which is ridiculous. Right? And so go ahead. Go ahead with your definition.
Okay, first thing, I haven't blended Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity. Whatever.
I heard you do that. I heard you do that.
No, I'm talking about tendency of an object to pull things towards its center. Is the tendency?
See, you screwed it up. No, that's not what relativity says happens, right? You're talking about Newtonian. You're talking about mass attracting mass, which is Newtonian gravity, right? And that's not what's claimed to be happening with Einsteinian, right? You're talking about the bending and warping of space-time, right? Which isn't mass attracting mass. It's not a pull. It's not a force, right? Newtonian gravity is said to be the force of gravity, which was superseded 115 years ago. And replaced with the pseudo force. Yeah, so you're just kind of butchering it. Yeah, and you butchered before when you were talking about what's the shape of the universe. You butchered that as well,
Yo,
right?
just let him talk. Just let him talk. Just let him talk.
You don't moderate, dude. Whoever you are, you put yourself on mute, right? I'm pointing out that this guy's butchering his pseudoscience. Yeah, Exa. Yeah, so that's what happens. Okay, so this guy's butchering his pseudoscience. So yeah, where do you want to go from here, Mr. Butcher?
Okay, let me correct my mistakes if you think I made mistakes. So, okay, let's talk about the shape of the universe first. So you can, I think, what do you say? Einsteinian physics, right? So, there are like 5 types of universes. One with
no, you already butchered it. CB asked you what shape the universe is, right? And you said it's an oblate spheroid. Right? That's not even what they claim, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's a mistake on my part. I'm trying to correct it. So
they say it's flat.
So why did you just? You obviously you don't know what you're talking about if you blatantly said it's an oblate spheroid, right? So why would we listen to you trying to correct your obvious mistake? What did you try to Google it or something and realize you're wrong, and now you're going to parrot some information that you don't know anything about?
No, I did not Google it. I know what it means. I confused.
Well, why did you say it's an oblate spheroid? Why did you say that?
Confused my terms. I tried telling Earth is an oblate spheroid. Instead,
but he asked you what shape is the universe. He asked you what shape the universe is. You said the universe is an oblate spheroid. This is all recorded.
So that's a mistake on my part. All I'm trying to do is correct it. So I know what. Okay.
So we're going to move on. Is the shape of the universe unknown?
We're going to give you a chance to correct it. What's the correct answer?
Yeah, so the shape of the universe totally depends on the density and the rate of expansion, obviously. So it depends on how space is connected. That's totally Einsteinian physics. So it's not at all interrelated to what flat Earth is. And the global shape.
That was a non-answer.
Okay. You want me to tell shape? So there are basically 4 types. There's something called a universe with zero curvature. That's when, universe is like a sheet of paper. And there's like positive curvature, which is like, it curves like a sphere. Negative curvature is like a hyperbola. And open with,
Bro, it can't be all of them at once. So which one is it?
No, it completely depends on the curvature of space-time. That's what I'm telling you.
Holy shit! Just which one is it?
You could have just said, I don't know.
Look, dude, the overall point that I was trying to make is that you can't leave the universe to then go to some other place to look at it and say what shape it is. You can definitely do that with the globe, hypothetically. You leave the globe, the surface, go into outer space, look back, you can see it. You cannot do that with the universe. Similar,
Exactly.
in the same way, you can't leave a flat Earth because there's nowhere else to go and to look back and see what shape it is. That's the point I'm trying to make there. So you shouldn't really be trying to tell us what shape the universe is because you can't leave it. You're inside of it. And you've never been to the boundary. It's like huge and not fully explored. So
No, that's
that's
yeah.
flat Earth.
That's totally cosmology, you know. Being at the edge of the universe, studying about the universe is something. It's related to cosmology, nothing related to flat Earth. And if you can't leave flat Earth,
Yes,
what
it
makes
is.
it? Okay, how is flat Earth and anything?
It's the question of bounded versus unbounded.
Oh, okay. Earth is bounded.
Yeah, known and unknown.
How do you know that?
Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you. But you're taking it to what is gravity.
So you know
what
the
is...
Earth is bounded. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
You
sure.
know that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. How do you know that?
Okay. So basically, if it's bounded, it has limited dimensions, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so basically, what we want is we take observation of the horizon and the curvature. And okay, you want me, what is a horizon? You're gonna ask me this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Earth has a surface. Everything that has closed dimensions has a surface. And what separates the surface and the sky, what is seen by the observer, is called the horizon. So,
Congratulations.
Yeah, we see that. But you said see the curvature. Where do we see that at?
Okay, now I'm going to tell you how does Earth have curvature. So you can make up the like explanations according to optics. You know how ray optics works.
Mm-hmm.
You just said yeah see the curvature.
Dude, we've been talking about this topic for 8 years at least. You're not telling us anything. You're not educating us. You're not informing us. We've done this over and over again. You're playing catch up, trying to act like you're teaching us something.
No. All I'm trying to make is an explanation. Okay. So light travels in a straight line. So when you look at a distance object,
remember you said that. Put that in your hip belt, dude. Remember you said that.
Oh, of course, light definitely travels in a straight line. Light has dual nature. It travels as a straight line and a wave. It can be observed using. It can be
That's not
observed
what he
using
means.
Young's.
But just put a pin in it. Just put a pin in it.
No. Yeah. So when it travels in a straight line, so when you keep two objects over the curvature, so basically the curved Earth surface hides the lower parts of the object behind the curve. So you see why? Okay,
He did it. You did in the
ocean. Huh. What?
So there's no horizon on the flat Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Oh no. Yeah. There is no. There is horizon, and there is a curvature for Earth. That's what I'm trying to tell.
No. On a flat surface, on a flat Earth, would there be a horizon or not?
Would there be a horizon? Definitely. There would be a geometrical horizon. There would be a geometrical horizon, but there wouldn't be an apparent horizon if you take considering it as a flat disk.
On a flat Earth?
Yeah.
There'd be a geometric horizon, but no apparent horizon on a flat Earth.
Yeah. But which is not possible. It's completely contradictory.
Okay. There'd be a horizon on a flat Earth, and it would be apparent. There would not be a geometric horizon.
Yeah.
I don't know why you said everything backwards.
Yeah, but that assumption would be wrong because it's incorrect. So
okay, tell me what's incorrect about it.
So if there is no apparent horizon,
why?
You don't. So see, basically, if there was no apparent horizon, you wouldn't see stars twinkling. Okay, if there's no star,
you wouldn't see stars twinkling if there was no apparent horizon.
Yeah, the horizon causes refraction of light, which causes the apparent
horizon dude, are you taking the piss? Are you drunk, bro?
Yeah, the refraction is not.
Are you drunk out your ass? The horizon causes a flat Earth horizon causes refraction of light. Are you high?
Talking about flat Earth here. I'm not talking about flat Earth. I'm talking about experiments and visual observations that has been done.
The stars twinkle, dude. They well, for whatever it is, it's because of the atmosphere. You know what's crazy though? The lights don't twinkle for the same reason from the ISS though.
What?
Ooh. Also, I gotta
Yeah,
stop
things
him when
in
he
the
said,
sky
keep saying,
twinkle when they look
Same.
down from outer space, right? That nothing's twinkling, is it?
Yeah, nothing is twinkling. Why isn't it not twinkling?
got him.
Because there's no
'Cause it's
atmosphere.
fake. There's no bro, but there's an atmosphere in the line of sight, right?
What? There is no atmosphere in line of
Let's
sight.
say I look at a street light from the ISS. Is there an atmosphere between me and that street light?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so why doesn't the street light twinkle?
Because of the distance. Because stars are very far away, they appear as point sources of light. But is a
Okay,
bulb
but they're
point source
beyond
of
the
light?
atmosphere, right? And so is the ISS is beyond the atmosphere. So you have the portion, right? The lower Earth orbit, right? So you got that section. That's where the air is, and that's what causes all the twinkling. There's no twinkling medium in outer space, right?
There is no twinkling medium in outer space, but when light enters the atmosphere of Earth, there is interference of atmospheric gases, or the layers of atmosphere, because the atmospheric layers are
Are you
arranged
not
in different
understanding? But it
densities.
has to happen in reverse too, buddy.
X threw me off.
Okay, how does it happen?
What does this got to do with the horizon?
Dude, I don't know. We lost the horizon a long time ago. Okay, this is very simple. Okay, the flat Earth would not have a geometric horizon. How far you can see would be limited by the angle from which your line of sight is to the surface.
Oh,
Right.
when did I tell flat Earth wouldn't have a geometric horizon? It would have
No
a
shit.
geometric horizon.
No shit. It's created by the angle from which you see the surface. In that angle, what that limiting angle is determined by the diffraction limit of the optical device, whatever it is. Like your eye, right? That's optical. Completely optical.
Okay.
Has nothing to do with geometry. It's just your limiting angle.
See, if there is a geometric horizon, there is. Okay, geometric horizon
Are
is
you claiming the
present.
geometric horizon's been observed?
Oh, definitely. You can observe it through the behavior of light. How does light behave? You can observe it through that.
Okay. So if I see a horizon that's 10 times too far, is that the geometric horizon?
How are you going to see a horizon that's 10 times geometric as far?
Okay.
What are you
Someone
talking
puts a
about?
black swan. Oh, because you can take a camera, stick it 1 foot above the ocean, and see a horizon 10 miles away when it's supposed to be 1 mile away. The geometric horizon from a height is, according to the globe, 1.22 miles away.
See,
There's
geometric
photographs of a horizon being, hold on, there's photographs of a horizon being more than 10 miles away.
Okay. So what
Yeah,
you're
I'll
talking
post it.
about is
I'll post it in the chat.
No, keep laughing. No, keep laughing because you said because you laughed and you remarked that something to the effect of that would be ridiculous. So keep on laughing, bro. Like, these people are so fake.
Okay, so you're telling
It's in
me.
the side chat. It's in
Yeah,
the
there's
side
another
chat.
one in the side chat too.
Okay, so you're telling me
You see the hold on, buddy. You see the I didn't want to go over the image. So this is a video, but you can see from the first frame. You don't even have to click play. There's a green line. Okay, that furthest oil rig is 10.10 miles away. So the green line is farther than 10 miles. Okay, has to be. Right? Do you agree with that? If the farthest oil rig is 10 miles away, the horizon has to be past that 10 miles.
Okay.
Okay. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Okay. So you know what's going on
Do you
here?
agree with that?
know
Yes or no? Don't be a fucking snake, dude.
No.
You don't agree that if the horizon is behind an object, that the horizon's farther than the object.
The horizon is farther than the object. Okay. Do you know how the horizon is taken as a
Yes
reference?
or no? Why are you asking me a question?
No.
If I have an object at 10 miles away and the horizon is beyond that, right, behind it, Okay?
Okay.
We're at horizon, object, in the way of horizon, right? So the horizon's beyond that object has to be farther away than the object, right?
The horizon has to be farther than the object.
Yes.
Hmm.
Why is this confusing?
Because
Okay, how about
you're
this?
taking
If you're standing 10 feet away from me and there's
Hmm.
somebody behind you and you're standing in front of them and I can only see half of them, are they farther away than you are?
You can only see half of them.
Congratulations. Who gives a shit? Why? I'm just trying to establish that if this oil rig is blocking the horizon, right? You can't see the horizon behind it. So you see a green line, it stops at the oil rig.
You know, this is
So
why
the horizon, so the oil rig is blocking the is the horizon blocking is the oil rig blocking the horizon or not?
It's totally blocking it because there's a curvature, and you're totally proving it by the Earth
So the
is
object
round.
is blocking the horizon because it's the curvature. Really?
Exactly. You know,
This is about the geometry, bro. This is about the geometry, not
Exactly,
the
I'm
visuals.
talking about geometry. Okay, so when we take geometry, there's something called
Is the oil rig? No, we're going to establish the foundation so you can't weasel out of it. Is the oil rig, since it's blocking the horizon, closer to the camera than the horizon?
what? Okay, could you please go a little bit
Is the
slower?
oil rig closer to the camera than the horizon?
Is the oil rig more closer?
You can't tell.
No, can't tell, totally.
Okay, just go on fucking mute. You're dishonest fuck, bro. I'm not even entertaining that shit.
You're smirking while you're saying that.
No shit. Fuck, dude. So, Small Fox, why don't you unfucking mute? And you can tell us if the oil rig is in front of the horizon or behind it. You guys, this is the disgusting part. Is that any normal freaking person would just say, speak about what? There's nothing for you to speak about. You're trying to claim stupidity, dude. No.
Your globe, Skibbity, your globe dictates that that horizon should be in front of the oil rigs, not behind it, right?
And we don't care if it's blocking it or not. That's not the point. The point is we're just trying to figure out how far away is the horizon. The thing that you said is a geometric thing. Okay? This proves, if you think the Earth is a globe, that you can't see the geometric horizon because this horizon is 10 times too far. So see 4 miles away when it's more than 10.
Yeah, and
This
that's the
camera
problem,
height is 8
Skibbity.
feet.
It's not limiting how far you can see in that image. Geometrically speaking.
We got another guy that's just rejoined who was talking a big game in the side chat. Welcome back, Exa. You there?
Hello there.
Are you back in the side chat or are you back in the main chat? Because this is a talking only chat right now. So unmute, please.
Dude, even Neil's getting sick of y'all shit.
I just watch wrestling, but like, come on, stop lying, guys.
So watch what an honest globe earther says. Hi, Imrail, are you there, dude?
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going? Have a look at what I posted in the side chat. Right? Is the horizon beyond the second oil
Oh my
platform?
fucking god! Why do you want to mute me as well, or like what do you want
No,
from me?
we just want you to tell the
Come
truth.
on, Israel. Just
Yeah,
be.
yeah. Look, there's. Hold on a second. So the globe earthers will not admit that the horizon's beyond the second oil platform. So I'm trying to show that some globe earthers are honest and can admit obvious things like this.
I don't see a problem. Like if we see the water further away, like obviously
No,
it's
no, no.
further away. So why
Yeah.
why
So
is
these
it
guys
not-
are saying it's
Admitting
not.
further away is more than what they did.
Well, it's what you asked, or I didn't understand your question. Maybe you asked if
all we wanna know
horizon
is-
is further away than the oil station. Yes, it's further away.
Okay, simple.
Thank you.
Just that, like every fucking day, like 20 minutes, 50 minutes, 2 hours, deciding some simple things like is two bigger than one? Is this further away or not? Like
It's Groundhog Day, Imrael. We get different people in here every day, so we have to go over the same shit with them.
What do you think about the fact that like it is obvious the horizon's past the oil rigs? Any normal person if shown, hey man, here's a picture. Is the horizon farther than the rigs? They would be like, yeah. But they can't admit that for some reason. Why? Why are they like willing to basically throw their own intellectual honesty under the bus? For what? What are they going to achieve? It's not even their theory.
Yeah, they can't agree with anything a flat earther says. If it came out of a flat earther's mouth, they have to disagree with it no matter what. Welcome to the chat. Anyone new that's joined? Dente,
is there
welcome.
a full video of this GIF like that I can watch with these sort of
Yeah.
things? Can
Yeah,
someone
sure.
tell me? You can just tell me how it's called, and I will look for it.
Yeah, I'll
Or you
just
can
post it.
post it if you have. Like, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I got it. There you go.
Has Exa spoken to you?
I think Exa was talking earlier, but doesn't seem to.
In support of flat Earth or the globe?
No, in support of the globe, talking all sorts of smack.
Okay,
in the side
Exa,
chat.
stop pretending to be a flat earther in the side chat.
Oh yeah, that'll get you banned. Yeah, without hesitation. Hello, Dente. Welcome.
Skibbity, now you're throwing your own side under the bus. If the Earth was flat, mass distribution of Earth would not be uniform. Well, it's not supposed to be. Didn't Einstein say that gravity is the result of the disproportional distribution of mass, distorting space-time? It's not the even distribution of mass, right? That's distorting space-time. It's the uneven distribution of mass.
You know,
It's
T-Dubs
just
like they can't get their BS story straight.
exactly, Dave. They've been butchering their own globe nonsense all day long. Like we had one guy just claiming that the geometric horizon's the equator line, and then after that we had a guy saying space is an oblate spheroid, and then he was like blending Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity together, and then he couldn't admit that a horizon's beyond an oil platform. It's another sad day for the globe side. Julian, welcome.
Hey.
What's up, man? Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yes.
Wow, excellent. Do you know the Earth's a globe, or do you just believe it because you were taught it?
I believe the Earth is a globe.
Okay, but you're not sure, like you don't know for a fact. You just believe it, or do you know for a fact?
Yeah, I believe it.
Okay. So you're not sure, you just believe it because that's what we were taught growing up, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Okay. Have you looked into this topic before?
Yes, I listened sometimes.
Okay. So what do you think about the topic?
I don't know what to believe.
Okay.
But I think the Earth is a globe.
So what would be your main evidence that's leading you towards thinking the Earth's a globe?
So every picture from space, you see the Earth's curvature, and yeah.
Yeah, so, would you agree that you can't really validate any of those images? You would just kind of have to trust the images.
Yeah, but why should they be fake?
Well, I mean, if you have a look into that, most of them are admitted to be computer generated. So.
Okay, but I tested it. I
here we go.
Put a weather balloon into space with a camera, and
sure? Yeah, did you?
I saw the curvature.
Yeah, did you film it?
Yes.
Okay, can you post the video?
No, I don't know where the video is, but
How high did it go?
I don't exactly know, but
well, you said you went to space, so how would you know that if you don't know how high it went?
I didn't had a height measuring.
Then how do you know it went to space?
Because I saw.
How high is space? How high up is space? I don't think you did what you're saying you did.
Atmosphere.
What? Yeah, how high is that?
I don't know. I can't look it up.
Really? You can look it up?
Yes.
So let's assume you did this balloon launch, which we all know you didn't. But let's just pretend you did. Space doesn't start for 100 kilometers, man. Balloons don't go that high. Space doesn't start until 100 kilometers.
Yes, I know.
Balloons don't go that high.
Why shouldn't they go that high?
Because as they go higher, the pressure goes down, and the balloon expands, and then eventually pops. If they sent it up with any stronger material, it would be too heavy to get lift to go that high either. It reaches, what do they call it, hydrostatic equilibrium, and then it pops.
Okay.
So Felix Baumgartner, he did the Red Bull jump. He went to 128,000 feet, and he's highest jump ever, no curvature from there. So I don't know what you're seeing. Obviously, we're not seeing anything because you didn't record it or something.
But other people did it as well on YouTube.
Oh, really?
You can check it.
Did they know?
Yeah.
Like
Look
Felix
up
Baumgartner, who I just
weather
talked about, 128,000 feet, no curve.
Mm,
Yeah,
there
because
was a
not
curve.
even horizon dip.
Okay.
Because if the Earth is a globe, the horizon should dip down because it's a ball, right? So the horizon should dip the higher you go. So there should be 6 degrees of horizon dip from 128,000 feet. There's none.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to know, why did you come in here and lie?
I didn't lie.
Yeah, you didn't do any balloon thing.
Yes,
At
but
all.
okay, maybe that didn't go out of atmosphere, but I saw the curvature.
No, you didn't, because you never did it.
Yes, I did.
Okay, what kind of camera did you use?
A GoPro.
A GoPro.
Yes.
So you saw curvature with a GoPro. Did you have a correcting lens?
Huh?
GoPros have a fisheye lens, buddy.
Yes.
How much did it cost you to fly your balloon?
I don't know.
You don't know. It would have been hundreds of dollars, almost $1,000, and you didn't know that. Why did you come in here and lie?
Bro.
Yeah,
Other
I don't know
people did
either.
that as well.
It's not even your idea to lie about. You literally taking someone else's idea, felt some need to protect it, and came in here and lied. Why? Like, I don't get you guys. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Sorry, pardon my French, dude. What, like, I can't imagine hearing someone
other
else's
thing,
theory
bro.
and then going and lying for their theory.
Are we waiting for something?
Yeah, waiting for the next one to roll in, but you know, each one gets slightly worse than the previous one.
So Easy made a comment yesterday. I can't remember what it was exactly. Oh, it'll come to me. But it was something that it said something that you would think only someone who's been in this arena for a long time would have said. It's not something that a kid reading from textbooks or encyclopedias would say or read about in there. I mean, it was, I don't know. I wish I could remember. It'll come to me.
I think he said several times that he is not a kid.
That's what kids say. That it's a kid thing to say. Just joking. Easy.
No.
Easy said they're between 10 and 20 years old.
I think he's using the voice changer.
Yeah, something like that. Easy's cool though. Easy's all right. You there, Easy?
I can tell you I'm not using a voice changer.
Yeah, I don't think it's a voice changer.
It's easy, Utah.
Easy, have you had random people sending you DMs trying to tell you that the Earth's the globe?
No, I don't think so. No.
You're not sure?
I don't look at my DMs often. I usually what do you call it? I usually go there only if somebody tells me I should check my DMs.
Right. So you haven't had like random people saying, "Oh, say this, say that."
I get all my information by myself or my textbooks.
Yeah, I don't buy your story, bro.
If it is some sort of stick, it's pretty interesting to say the least. Textbook person.
Yeah. But what was that thing that you said that like somebody said that I said something that sounded really good. I've even forgotten it myself. What did I say?
Well, I don't think he quite worded it like that. Nice try though. No, he said that one of the questions that you asked wasn't a question that someone very new to the topic would ask, that's all.
Oh, okay. Was it about my guy Nicholas Columbus, my favorite guy?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, and Majin is writing something, and I would like to comment that almost every single time I'm here, all the topics are about like it's never about the flat Earth. It's about the globe Earth and why it's not correct. About dinosaurs and reflection and refraction and stuff like that, and space and sky and stars, and it's never about the flat
You think
Earth.
that's because of us?
No. I've just he just wrote that this guy that DC is was saying something not about the flat Earth, and I'm just commenting that it's always like this. It's not just he's not the only one who's doing that. It's every time like this.
Well, you know, I just think it's very odd. I just asked you why people act like that, and this other dude comes in and lies immediately after. Like, what's wrong with these people? Why do they feel compelled to just come in here and tell lies? Do you think he flew a freaking hot air balloon into the upper stratosphere and
I don't
doesn't
think
remember
that.
how much
No.
it cost?
I don't think that, but I don't think that I can answer why would he do that. Like, I don't see the logical reasoning behind that.
Neither do I. But people come in here and say, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? Well, why did he lie about the shape of the Earth? Literally, they prove the people that they think they don't exist, they are that person. They're the person that they're saying doesn't exist. That's them. If they want to know where that person is, they just need to go find a mirror and look in it. That's where the person is.
Yes, so Imrail, the globe earthers try to steer the conversation away from the Earth at any opportunity, right? My whole thing is to present long distance observations here on the Earth and to try to keep the topic grounded here on the Earth, right? Talking about the actual Earth. And when I tell them, I'm saying, look, I have proof that it's not a globe. I can go over long distance observations, and they don't want to see it. They just they'll change. Like their next response to that will be, oh well, so what shape do you think the moon is, or what shape do you think the sun is, or what about Venus? Did you not just hear me? I just said I have evidence or proof that the Earth cannot possibly be a globe, right? And they don't want to see it. They run away.
I think I could answer that like at some extension, but I would be probably interrupted like in 10 seconds, so I don't think I would be able to finish my thought.
Well, do you understand that none of the flat earthers in here want to talk about the sky? But only the globers want to talk about the sky and not about the Earth.
Yeah, and I think I understand both parts.
Yeah, so we want to talk about the Earth that we can validate, right? And they want to talk about things that nobody can validate, that's just based on faith and assumptions. So yeah, it's not we're not just, prove your globe, right? And we don't want to present evidence. That's my favorite thing to do, is present evidence and ask them to present Earth-based evidence as well, but there isn't any. But yeah, go say your piece. You won't get interrupted or muted or anything. Go ahead.
Well, sometimes, sometimes if you want to prove something and you imagine there is like one person saying this shape is a square, and another person saying, no, I think it's a circle. So the first one says, well, let's see, if it was a circle, and the second one immediately interrupts and saying, not if it's a circle. Okay, let's say it's a square, and the second one says, no, it's not a square, definitely. It's just hard to get to this reasoning, like coming with from these starting points. And it's what's happening when the Globerser would say, well, if the Earth is flat, then this wouldn't work, or that should work in this.
It didn't make any sense, because flat and round shapes, they're 3D, fam. Stop saying, just speak accurately. It's like, how are you going to determine the difference between a description and a description? Circle, round, flat, not shapes. Put your balls on a shape if you're serious. Like spherical. Guess what? You can't put that aside. Something else, because we haven't given you an alternative. So it's
that's what I meant. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Elijah.
You can't say it's what you meant, because you're saying it's this or that.
No, that's what I meant when I said that I would it's hard to finish a thought in 15 seconds or something.
Listen,
that's what I meant.
I need to understand. You don't have both a this and a that to say it's this or that, or we don't know if it's this or that. Like saying, I don't know if it's black or black. I don't know if it's gray or gray. You're not making sense.
Okay.
Can we get context to what's going on here for people that just joined?
He's trying to explain how hard it is to determine whether or not the Earth is round or flat. I responded, flat and round are both not shapes. But when you woke up to think about this, the first thing you thought was wrong, because you thought that description was thing of shapes were shapes. That's when you fucked up. The moment you thought anything about this, that's where you fucked up. From the jump.
Elijah, he was trying to explain why people have a hard time trying to get their point across is because the minute they word their first statement the incorrect way, they get stopped automatically before getting to finish their point. That's what Imrael was saying.
Yeah, that's fine. However, it's justifiable to stop somebody when they're saying, "Well, it could be this or that," and you're questioning what the two distinct things are. Because it's flat and round. Are those two different things? No, it's two different aspects of something, but there is no thing to judge the roundness or the flatness. Like he's not putting anything into the itemized list. You got to put it into the list for someone to go, you don't have that, you have that. Let's talk about this, let's not talk about this. We can't talk about nothing though. That's impossible. We got to start there. When people come here, we got to start with, first of all, the very minimal bar is you have to actually say something coherent. I can't respond to incoherence. It's not. I don't know why we try. It's not possible. You don't need to speak good English to understand that you didn't offer up two possibilities that are distinct from one another.
Speak about the points of these people because if these people don't very good in English, but they come to say about something what you don't know, and the position of these persons can to be different, and they can to be able to speak with you. Sorry if I misunderstood you.
It's fine.
But Asteroid. Oh, go ahead, Tito. I'm sorry. No, you're probably going to say the same thing as me anyway. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, well, speaking of knowledge, right, and attempting to, explain your knowledge in English, right, speaking of that, does anybody here have knowledge of the Earth's shape?
Well, I saw Asteroid just put in the side chat, the curvature of the Earth is roughly 8 inches per mile squared, and so on, right? The horizon is about 3 miles away. So I'm guessing that you believe the Earth's a globe, Asteroid?
Yeah, and oftentimes when people send images such as the one that was sent in chat, they don't send it alongside with data, and visuals are useful, but you need actual data to make a claim like this.
Did your voice just completely change? What the hell's going on?
And the way you speak and like your grammar and everything.
Okay, interesting. Okay. So do you have any evidence of what you wrote in the chat there, that there's a geometric horizon and that horizon is 3 miles away?
I mean, we can observe the constellations, we can observe weather patterns, all these different factors that we can see.
No. What the hell are you talking about? Okay. All right, this is not going to work out. What are you using some weird AI or something like that?
What makes you think that?
You using Sesame AI? I don't know, man. This is ridiculous because you didn't answer my question at all.
What makes you think that was AI?
Because you continuously lit up.
We will destroy it in autumn because we have trouble with strange objects who want to meet the Earth in autumn. Look at this because we have two things. The strange behavior of this object, and today we have the strange light of this object. Good luck.
And that was funny.
This is not funny right now. Yes.
That was sad. Why are you saying sad stories, man?
This is not funny story. This is a reality. Yes.
Do you have any problems with geometry in real life?
Geometry? No.
Yeah. Do you know what's geometry?
Yes. I am artist.
Okay. Do you have any problem with the geometry in reality?
What?
A little bit. Yes.
Which kind of problems?
I understood you. This very funny.
Do you know what is surface?
Surface. I don't know this word.
Surface. Yeah, surface. Surface.
Dude, I want to understand you, but I don't know this word. Could you explain?
You don't know that
please?
word.
Okay. Yes. I am B1. I am practice English and.
Okay. Do you think that Earth is a sphere?
Oh my god. Maybe.
Do you think that Earth is a sphere?
No, it's not. It's not completely. It's not a sphere. Because
it's not a sphere. Because of what?
Because this is the Earth have another form. This is a fact. It's not a sphere.
Why?
Because it is. The Earth is not a sphere.
Why?
It's how to say?
It's not. This is roughly a sphere. It's not a sphere specifically. It's an oblate spheroid. Okay, is that what you mean, man? I'm just trying to help you out. It's roughly fatter around the edges, so it's more egg-shaped or oblate than it is a perfect sphere. Is that what you're trying to say? Come on, bro. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful. I know this is like not the English channel, but I mean, is that what you're trying to say? Yes or no?
Dude, you want to mute me because I said something else. What do you believe?
No, no one wants to mute you. What are you talking about? Hold on. Let's wait. Obviously, you're learning English. Everybody in here needs to think about that. That maybe he might not understand the words you're using or every word you're using, and that might not even be the important words. So just take that into account when you're talking to this guy. We don't want to mute you. I don't know why you think that, but we don't.
I had before this room, I had a conversation with old guy and young girl, and old guy just forced the opinion to young girl. I have courage right now, and I just very aggressive right now. But I want to be kind, and I am kind person.
All right. Okay. Nobody is being antagonistic or anything. So, do you think that Earth is a spheroid, or a geoid, or ellipsoid?
Droid. We have another. This is Earth is not a sphere. We have another word for this object. It's completely not a sphere. That's fact.
So, like a geoid. So geoid?
Geoid. It's true. It's true.
Right. Okay, there you go. Would the surface of liquid then have curvature?
Could you explain your position?
So water. So if there's water on the surface of your geoid, right, is it going to be uniformly distributed? Is it going to have an even curve to it?
Curve. What's a curve? Sorry, I don't know.
Curvature, round. The surface of
Not
the
a
water, will it
straight
be
line.
curving, not be straight?
Oh God. Sorry.
What's your first language, Rel? What's your language?
Yeah, might need some more practice at English.
Yes. I don't know very much words. I have just.
What language do you speak, Rel? What's your language?
Languages. We have the three languages in schools in Belarus. English and Russian and Belarusian. I am from Belarus, and so I can to speak in force. No, force. I can't understand force, but Ukrainian also. But I can to speak in three languages. I have troubles with English because sorry, there's I just want to be kind and I want to be able to speak about your interesting conversation and sorry, dude who speak with me. Sorry, I have troubles with my vocabulary.
Он спрашивает, ты считаешь, что поверхность Земли и воды изогнутая? Curved.
Земля изогнутая.
Yeah, so curved. Изогнутая, curved.
Yeah, yes.
That's what he meant by the word curved.
Thanks of this. Yes. This is curved. We have the curved. We don't have the sphere. Yes, this is my answer.
Okay. Listening pass.
So during this 30 minutes, we established that yes, he thinks that the Earth is curved. Thank you very much.
Yeah. But sometimes the rooms have people who don't want to speak. I have a very strange situation. I can to create the walls, and my fluency it's maybe without grammar too high. I can to create sentences, but this is
Like usually, especially when someone doesn't speak English, like when they hear another voice, like social cues are still there, supposed to be, right? But
yes.
again, can guys before the room is dead? Like, is there anyone else? No, like tell your friend or whoever, like we don't not want to talk to him. He has to listen because his English is not that good. We're not really. We're not. It's not our fault. We want to talk. His English is not that good.
Yes. Uh, Thanks, but sometimes I can't speak about some topics, and I completely be stupid in another topics because I have troubles with my vocabulary, and I like to listen persons. This is my heart way of learning of English. I'm trying to speak with guys who have more huge, more level. This fighting with guys who want to destroy you, and this is my path. I just speak with persons who are better than me. This is my path of learning of English. Sorry for interruptions. Anyone want to speak about something? Oh, you can to speak? Why not, though? So many people here. Some people don't want to be a leader in the discussion and create a discussion. This is a problem. I think.
Oh man, there's a communication issue here, brother. A lot of people get frustrated when clear communication can't be achieved with some level of ease. We appreciate you being here and trying to, I guess, communicate clearly with us. But what Elijah was saying to Imriel was that if he could at least, Imriel, if you could translate to Asteroid PI that his English isn't good enough to have this conversation in a meaningful way.
It's not Asteroid.
It's
not Asteroid.
Rao. It's another guy.
Oh, okay.
So Asteroid is the one that was speaking fluently and then was just turned down and then accused of using AI, and then no one wanted to actually acknowledge his
Your
claim.
nickname is always highlighted when someone speaks, so we assume that it's you who's speaking.
Yeah, no, that just happens.
I mean, yeah. If they're not muted up, that's what winds up happening. Normally, we ask people if they're not speaking to mute themselves, but with no
It's not
background
making any
noise,
sound
it's
though.
okay, I guess. Yeah, it's okay. I said with no background noise, I don't worry about it.
I asked this guy a direct question, and he just responded with some jargon that had nothing to do with my question.
Your question was how can he substantiate his claim? And then he started speaking of observations of
What
constellations.
was my question? Yeah, what was my question?
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking you. Could you clarify what your question was?
Yeah, so the claim in the side chat from your character was that the horizon is at 3 miles. Okay, and you'd be claiming a geometric horizon. So I asked if you could validate that for us.
Mm-hmm. And what was his response?
Something about stars and constellations.
Right. So he said that observing constellations is a way in which you can do that.
Okay, so how? Go ahead.
Okay,
present.
Astrid, you there?
Yeah, you interrupted me and you were accusing me of AI, but what I was saying is that you can use constellations and other factors to conclude that the Earth is spherical, and then from there you can use the constellations to figure out the circumference of the Earth and the radius, and you can use basic geometry to figure out the way that the curvature of the Earth and the horizon appears.
Okay, so go ahead and present your evidence that validates the geometric horizon.
Sure. I mean, I'll send you like basic math, but I mean,
No. You need to substantiate that the math actually matches up with reality. So the side chat's there. You can post your evidence.
Sure. And you guys can carry on. I'll send it to you, but
Yeah, you could explain it while you're looking for it, perhaps, or tell me what you're going to present. I mean, how long is it going to take you to find this?
I mean, I think like for someone like you, I probably should explain it because I don't think you're going to understand if I put it in words. So I need to type it out for you. I'll send you something.
No, you can put it in words. You've spoken to me for just a couple of minutes, right? So don't make a big jump. So,
well, you think Earth is flat, so I definitely should explain it for you in a way that you can understand.
Yeah, so go ahead, explain it.
Yeah, that's brother. That's why I'm sending you something.
Can't explain it, can you?
Out. No, that's why, dude. It's math. It's geometry. That's why I'm writing.
No, you need to be able. I don't need to see the math, right? I already know the math. You need to be able to present that the math matches up with you.
Already knew the math, then you wouldn't conclude that the Earth is flat, which is why I need.
You need to present the evidence that the math that you're talking about matches up with reality.
Mate.
Okay.
Which is why I'm offering to write it out for you.
Drop over distance, we wouldn't be here having this discussion, brother. If the Earth was curving, we wouldn't be having this discussion. That's why you're looking at the sky to measure the ground.
Why would we not be having this discussion?
We have options. This is a flat.
Not right now, Rel. Come on, man. All right, so this
give me
what?
I'll write it out for you, but I challenge you just to show me a single flat Earth model that has an accurate scale.
We're not claiming a model.
Miles.
Yeah, you show me a single model that matches up with reality for the globe.
Yeah, the globe Earth model that we use in flight trajectories, weather patterns, the star constellations, and everything else.
With no surface, with no drop over distance from anyone's position. Yeah, that's great, bro.
Supports
I can swim you, Rel, because we're not going to be able to get anywhere if he's just going to interrupt and start. Thank you.
We can see things like ships drop over the horizon. What I was explaining is that if you're going to send an image, then you have to send it with data, because oftentimes people will send images without the data, and it's just wrong. Like, you're not going to see curvature as pronounced as you would in the image that you're sending.
Show the evidence of the geometric horizon that you said that you had. You keep trying to avoid having to post the evidence. So we do not see ships go over a geometric horizon, right? There is no such thing as a geometric horizon.
Which is why I'm offering.
You're not presenting. You're just trying to.
Which is why I'm offering to send you actual data that we've gathered to do the calculations and everything.
You keep talking
like,
about
for instance,
it.
if we were having a discussion about like for instance, if we were having,
go ahead and post the evidence. Hey, go ahead and post the evidence.
Oh my goodness, you really have to server mute him just to be able to get your point across.
Yeah, well,
this is what they.
He doesn't.
This is what they do.
This guy's avoiding.
Shut up.
They all lose their minds.
Hey, they asked you to post it, man. If you're not gonna post it, shut up and just post it. Why are you keep talking?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, who's the white knight clown as well? Yeah, grab it, put it in the side chat. Right, should be an empirical evidence to back the mathematics, right? Not just posting mathematics, right? Not just a claim, a baseless claim. If you're saying the mathematics matches reality, go ahead and post it.
Since nobody's talking, do you mind me asking you a question? I think you all guys believe that the Earth is flat, right?
No, not believe. No.
Thank you for clarifying.
Don't make that mistake, please.
Okay. Since I'm new here, I have never joined this channel before. Can you give me just one example that proves, since you know that the Earth is flat, that basically proves that the Earth really is flat and it's not a globe?
So you can look at the side chat like few messages ago. Where is the curve of the Earth? And like you should be able to see something that is like 3 kilometers or miles. I don't know. Oh, well, basically you see further away that you would have, that you would be able to see on a globe Earth.
Imrail is a globe earther. Dude, if you try to answer questions for the flat earthers and butcher it, you're going to get put on mute, dude.
No, I'm not trying, but like it's the same.
What did I do wrong? I'm sorry.
No, I did wrong. I think I did wrong.
Yeah, so you're asking flat earthers questions, and now you've got a globe earther LARPing as a flat earther, trying to answer the questions. Anyway, I got to go out for a bit. I'll be back.
Like, I'm just interested because, yeah, this whole thing is pretty new to me. I have never talked to a flat earther without sounding rude.
Yeah, no big deal. So
Astro, what's
we have
taking you so long, man? Sorry, John.
yeah, we have a bunch of people. Yeah, no problem. We have a bunch of people coming in here usually asking us why do we believe, right? And we usually say we don't believe. We deal with empirical evidence, right? So there's no measurements that have been performed, right, by anyone that shows an exponential average drop, right, over distance from anyone's position on the surface of the water or the land, right? So if the Earth's radius, which is agreed upon by the various government space agencies, is what it is, then there should be an expected average exponential drop over distance from anyone's position, right? This is the one thing that has not been done. And when people go to search for it, because we ask them, hey, do you have those measurements? Who's done the measurement? How did they perform the measurement? We ask people, they go and they Google on the spot usually, try and find it. And what do they usually come back with? Oh, well, some Greek over 2,000 years ago measured some shadows off of some sticks and concluded that the Earth was a sphere. And that's their best measurement. It's like,
and he used it as a assumption to start with. So
yeah. I mean, that's obvious after the fact. But I mean, what I'm saying to you, and what I usually say is like, don't you find that troubling? That all we have is photographs from government space agencies, no actual surface measurements showing, right, that, hey, yeah, our radius value is correct because we've done this measurement over, let's say, 100 miles, 50 miles, 30 miles. That would comport to this radius value. That's the one thing that's missing. But people want to give us, oh, yeah, we could look at the stars in the sky. We could count. We can make some calculations. Okay. Where's the surface measurements, right? Because over 100 miles, you should have 5,280 feet of drop from somebody's position in 100 miles over the surface of the water. I think that would be noticeable, right? And because it's exponential, you add another 10 miles to that 100 miles, and now you're at 7,800 feet of drop over distance from that person's position. So these are things that should be easily quantifiable and verifiable and repeatable. These are measurements that should be repeatable by whoever goes out to do them and perform them. But it's not happening. This is the problem. This is why we're here having this conversation.
What do you say to people who argue that many people have been to space? Like, it doesn't have to be Neil Armstrong; it can also be Katy Perry. What do
You
you
still
say
need
to these
curvature on
people?
the surface, isn't that correct? Wouldn't you need the Earth to be curving in order for it to be a ball? Here on the ground, here on the surface, wouldn't you still need that? Wouldn't it need to comport to the radius value that's been given and agreed on?
Well, I guess all I want to say is that once you have been to space and you can see that Earth is not flat, so it's a globe.
Merlin. Asteroid. Where you at, man? We're waiting for that evidence, bro. We've been waiting for like already at least 5 minutes.
Here's the thing. We always hear people saying, okay, well, people have been to space. Now, this should still be set to rest, right? We should still be able to verify the radius value here on the Earth. Why? Because we have the curvature calculator that uses this alleged radius that we should be able to verify down here, right? Doesn't that make sense? So instead of saying, oh, well, they went to space, so the radius value must be true. Why wouldn't we be able to verify it down here first instead of having to appeal to somebody who has gone up there? Right?
Yeah,
it should be verifiable everywhere.
But my question is, what do you say to
Understand my
someone
point? If it's not curving, then how does them going up there and saying they've been to a place that doesn't match reality, how does that make any sense? Am I going to trust them or trust myself and trust everybody else who says, hey, we've all been looking. We cannot find this alleged curvature. So if it's not curving, how can we trust the people who are saying, oh, no, it's curving. Trust me, bro.
So it's, if I understand you correctly, it's that you don't trust someone who has been to space, and you want proof, like real medical
Listen,
proof.
if the Earth isn't curving, if the Earth isn't curving, then why should we believe somebody that's telling us that it is?
When you say
if we've
space,
checked
what do you mean
and
by
it's not
space?
curving, why should we believe somebody who's telling us that it is? If we've already checked, not that it just doesn't match the curvature, the rate of curvature that they're saying it should match. It's not curving at all. So here's the problem, but this is what we're talking about, okay? There's no measurable drop over distance, none. Do you see the problem here?
I think so.
Okay, so now if someone tells you, no, it's definitely curving, and you haven't found any drop over distance, none, no curvature anywhere, and everybody else that's done the test and done observations and done laser tests are coming back with the same lack of curvature, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit there and be like, oh, well, you know, it's got to be because somebody said they went to space and I can't verify it, but I just got to trust them. You know what I mean? Where are you going to stand after that, after you find out that there's no measurable curvature anywhere?
I guess I just have a different approach. Like, it's not just one single person that has been to space and can confirm that, yeah, I saw Earth from above.
Okay, so less than 100 people. Let's say less than 500 people have been to space. Okay, let's just give the number. It's less than 500 people out of everybody who's ever lived. Okay?
Only about 20 something have been.
Actually,
far.
27.
Yeah,
No,
only
let's give
about
them the
20,
high. Let's give them
27.
the high. Let's give them the high. Let's give them less than 5.
No, let's not.
Let's not give them
27
29 people are said to gone to what's called outer space
versus the versus the hundreds. Okay, I'm not even going to do that. It's
All right,
got to
guys,
be
go
at
ahead.
least.
I'm gonna take over. But I got to make a call. Thank God. Thank God I got some other good flat earthers here to carry on.
So at least 30 of us have documented that there's no curvature. And you claim that there's 29 people that have seen the Earth as a sphere, which means there definitively must be curvature, which, again, more than that have checked. There's no curvature. 29 people versus everyone. So 29 people 30 years ago, 40 years ago. What is it? 60? How many years is it? Yeah, it's damn near 60 years. Okay, let's just. I'm bad at 50 years ago, 40 years ago. Who gives a fuck? 29 people 40 years ago, and literally more double that.
But what about all the people that work for these organizations? We can't forget about them. There should be also, or they would also have to involved in this party
What
of the
about
soul.
all the real people? What about all the real people that are taking what they're saying into consideration and realizing that there's no curvature to be measured? What about the real people? What about them? What about the people that are doing that and the people that you claim have been doing this for years, not responding to them? What about the woman who's a physicist who specifically, when she found out the dude was a flat earther, said I should have checked the credentials because she's not interested in looking at the information that we're talking about? So what the fuck about them? I don't give a shit about them because they don't want to hear what we have to say in response to their wild ass claims. So what about them?
Without sounding rude, I think many scientists that spend like their entire lifetime or their entire life basically doing science, spending a lot of time to just basically do the math, do everything correctly, so that just one tiny satellite goes into space.
They don't do anything physical, bro.
Astro,
I think to
you're a
those people,
biologist. You're
flat
inside.
earthers, like the idea of flat Earth sounds.
Astro, you're a chemist.
crazy.
You're inside mixing chemicals and shit. What's that got to do with somebody else who's on a computer doing other stuff? Absolutely nothing. It's called compartmentalization. In any organisation, I can assure you now, the top dog doesn't care where the toilet rolls are stored. And on the flip side, the guy who restacks the toilet rolls and puts them in their little holders doesn't really know what the top dog is thinking or where anything is going. So using all these scientists as proof means absolutely nothing. So our problem is very simple. We go out into the real world, we measure the ground, it is not curving. This contradicts what the so-called quote-unquote scientists say. So now you've got a conundrum. You are stuck between a contradiction. One is saying it's curved without any backing. The other one is saying it is not curved with backing. So the only way you're going to solve this little issue that you've got is to go out and test it for yourself.
He didn't say anything, dude.
Yeah, I'm still listening. Like, I don't know. I just trust science.
No, but I know I'm just
of course,
confused.
you should not accept all the information that are out there simply by saying, okay,
What
in the
information?
news they say
What
the Earth is a
information?
globe.
Oh,
that's
you
why I'm
were
going to accept
confusing
that.
Merlin for Asteroid. Okay.
You should always be
Okay.
skeptical.
All right, bro. Bro, yeah, okay, bro. Listen, what do they?
But
Do you
I
have
still
you
don't have
evaluated?
proof
Hey,
that
bro,
the Earth
bro,
is
settle
a
down.
globe. Not a
Have
globe,
you?
sorry.
Hey, bro, have you evaluated the reasons why they say it is a globe?
Depends on how you define evaluated.
No, you just say no because that's
I
the
didn't.
point.
I
The
didn't
people,
go out there
You
and
haven't.
measure
the
the
people
radius
that,
of the
the
Earth.
people that, okay, but we did. So that's what we're saying. Like, so they made claims, and then we said, "Oh yeah, for real." So we went out and tested it, and it's not true. That's it. Like, you're like, well, what about all the people that, yeah, all of them that said that the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and that's why they can do the math that puts satellites into orbit. They said it was a globe with that radius, and they're showing you pictures of a curving ocean So you should be able to fucking measure curvature on the surface of where you live, because that's what they're showing you 24/7. So the bottom line is, in response to all of their claims, there's no curvature. There's no measurable curvature. There's no optical curvature. There's no curvature. That's the response to all of the people who are doing who the fuck knows behind a keyboard. It's never not going to be the response. 7 years ago, 8, 9 years ago, when you guys came out here and Globers thought it was cool to go to the beach, we showed you that, guess what? You guys don't go to the beach anymore. You guys don't show anything new anymore. You guys don't do anything other than what's wrong with what the authority is telling us. Kick rocks. What's wrong with what the authority is telling us is we checked. Did you check? No, you're going to trust the people. Okay, so go do that in another room talking to other people who have a faith-based belief in reality.
Like, I give you credit for being skeptical, doing, like, questioning what everybody says, like,
No,
yeah, this globe,
I'm not
simply accept that.
I'm not
I give you
skeptical.
credit for
I'm not
that. But to me, the
skeptical.
idea
I'm not
still
skeptical.
sounds
All right.
crazy to have a
Right.
flat
No,
Earth. Like,
I'm not skeptical, because in order to be a skeptic, you have to take information that you don't know is true or false, and then you have to figure it. That's what a skeptic would do. At the end of the skeptic's journey, they figure out whether or not what they've been told is reality. They're no longer a skeptic because they have the information they need. I'm not a skeptic. Somebody told me something. As a matter of fact, I wasn't skeptical then. I believed it. And I still wanted to check for myself. And it wasn't true. That doesn't make me a skeptic. Do you know what what the definition of skeptic is? How could you put me in that category? What the fuck am I skeptical of? Do you know?
well, you don't simply accept what most
No,
people
but
do.
what am I
The idea of a
skeptical of? What am I, based on the definition of skepticism, what am I skeptical of specifically?
the idea that most people have that the Earth is round.
Well, I'm not skeptical about that. Somebody said that the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, so every distance to the horizon would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Majority of globe believers believe that. Now, I checked, so it's not the case. Where am I skeptical in that? What's the skepticism? Where is it? What is, as defined by skepticism, am I being skeptical? How am I a skeptic?
Yeah, again, I thought that being skeptical can apply to this idea of not simply accepting
In order to be
this idea
skeptical, you
that
have to
most of
not
the
accept.
population
In
agrees
order to
with.
be skeptical, you have to actually investigate what someone is telling you, because you're not taking it on face value. That's what a skeptic does. But I'm telling you, I just checked what I thought was true because most people believed it, and it simply isn't true. How the fuck does that make me a skeptic?
I think that's even going one step further, which is a good thing. It's not simply being skeptic, it's also
Okay, so I'm no longer a skeptic anymore, right? Even if I were a skeptic, I'm no longer a skeptic, because the conversation in question about most people believing that the Earth is the globe, I checked. It's not. I'm not the skeptic. Most people are skeptical of me because they haven't checked. You're a skeptic.
Yeah, you
I'm
could
not a
also say
skeptic.
that I'm yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not a skeptic. You're a skeptic because you already believe in something I'm telling you is not the case, and you're skeptical about it. The only difference between you and I is you don't care as to how I came to my conclusion, because if you were skeptical, you'd be asking me why I think what I think. Not once have
Yeah,
you said,
that's
well,
what I said in the beginning when I joined this room. I asked for something like proof or an interesting idea that maybe changes my mind, convinces me of the idea that this planet is flat. Because to me that sounds very interesting, but I simply don't believe that this is correct. I can't disprove it though.
Lasers shoot horizontally over the surface of water.
What?
Lasers shoot horizontally parallel to the surface of water. Do you want a
Okay.
demonstration? Shut up, other guy. I'm always talking to you. Every time somebody puts an item on the table, all of a sudden 5 retards have to start talking.
Hey, there's
Right?
no need for that. All I said
Maybe
was
not.
okay.
Oh, okay,
Tell me
but
stop down. There's no need
nobody
to be
said
rude.
anything in all of the meta that I was just talking about. Nobody said anything. The moment I said, "Okay, you want proof that the Earth is flat?" Okay, let's start talking about it.
I'm
Here we
listening.
go. I hear you, but your butt buddies, right? They can't help
I have no
themselves.
idea who the hell
I'm
this
alone
dude
here. I
is.
have no buddies in this room.
Yeah, I have
I'm
no idea who the hell
alone.
the dude is. I was just surprised by you saying lasers.
Excellent. We don't care. Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Bad pug.
Hey,
Stand
I'm
down.
gone.
Hold up.
Don't worry.
Hold up.
I
Just
don't
mute
need to
up
be
for a
insulted.
second.
No, it's fine.
Thank you. Elijah, side chat. 9 minutes past the hour, mate.
The Earth is not flat. It is a sphere. The Earth is a sphere.
Yo, look, you see how weird it is? It doesn't matter who it is. It's going to be 5 of you. The moment someone goes, okay, you want a
The
demonstration?
Earth is a sphere.
Okay, that's great.
Okay, you tell me, give me your evidence on how you think the Earth is flat.
Because
Yeah, I think
Big
this is
says
what he
so.
wanted to do. We're talking about a kind of laser experiment, which.
Okay, Merlin, nice and
yes.
simply. They get a laser, they shoot it across a large body of water. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the laser is just a tangent to a circle. That's all it is.
Matrix.
This guy's going to... No, I'm going to just help you out. Shut up, idiot. Right.
Yeah, do not talk while anybody else is talking, please. Let the panel address one person at a time, guys.
So, yeah, nice and simply, Merlin, all they're doing with these laser tests is they're comparing the surface of the ground to the laser. So they're using a straight line to compare it to the ground. So the alleged claim is that we live on a oblate spheroid with an approximate radius of 3959 miles. That's the claim that's put on the table. So if you come in and say, I believe it's round or I believe it's a sphere, you carry that burden with you, the claim of 3959 miles. Anyways, what they do is they shoot these lasers multiple miles out, 20, 30, 40 miles, some of them even greater, and they're looking for drop over distance. So at 10 miles, there should be a 66-foot drop based on this 3959 radius ball tard. At 20 miles, it should be 266 feet drop. At 30 miles, 600 feet, and at 40 miles, over 1,000 feet. The problem is, my friend, when they're doing these laser tests, they're not finding any drop over distance. That's what's messing everyone's shit up. We are not measuring any curvature. So there's all these claims from NASA, all these claims from scientists, which mean absolutely nothing because we've got direct measurement. At the moment, it's stories versus guys that are doing direct measurements.
And this aligns. Sorry to butt in, but this aligns with you. With your wait a sec. This aligns with your observation of the Earth, your own natural experience of it. This confirms that, right? So you asked, how is it flat? Right? The way you experience it, that's how it's flat. Confirmed by measurement. Exampled by what Matrix detailed. You will only, let's get this straight. You, as a globe believer, will only ever be able to appeal to somebody else's claimed experience. It's not something that you can go and validate through experience. No first-hand knowledge. all you'll be able to do is ever appeal to a TV screen or a computer screen or a picture in a book. That's not something you'll ever experience. All you experience is it being flat and motionless.
But aren't there many things that are not the reality, or even if we experience them like, to be in a certain way, like optical illusions, to give you one example?
That's where the measurements come in, bro.
Yes, I think measurements are really important, and I keep thinking of the experiments that you just described to me. I'm not a scientist, but I think there has
Merlin,
to be
just so you don't feel so bad,
be an explanation for this lack of.
Just so you don't feel so bad,
distance
you
that
just
we
said you're not a scientist.
Merlin, you're not listening. Go ahead.
Merlin, you just said you're not a scientist. So just out of curiosity, which field of science deals with shapes?
Probably geometry, I'm not sure.
Geometry is not a field of science. So when you're saying all these scientists have done all this stuff and that you're not a scientist, don't feel so bad, because there's no science involved in this. It is just basic geometry. All we are doing is measuring to see what it is. That is it. We know it's not a ball. Quite clearly. We know it's planar in nature with topography. Its extremities, I don't know. I've never been there. Never had such a privilege. But yeah, don't feel bad and sit there and say, I'm not a scientist, I don't know. This is just a matter of doing some measurements, mate. And then once you've got your measurements, do some basic calculations to see what is going on. That is all. So don't put yourself down and say that, hey, I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You don't need to be.
This is the good thing. We all have two eyes. Like, we all can do like basic math, and we can go out there and experience the world, what it really is like. But of course, not everyone can be fortunate enough to like go into space and say, hey, you know what? I've been out there. I've been to space, and I saw the world. I saw a world from above there.
Well, the whole space thing, that's another conversation altogether, and I'll wait till my good friend Jedi comes in. He'll enjoy that with you.
Yeah, that's what they've been trying to tell you. You don't need to go to space to figure it out. If there was curvature, you'd be able to observe it from the ground, and it's not observed.
Okay, let's not go into space. That's too much. But what about airplanes? I'm not a pilot either, but when an airplane flies from, let's say, Frankfurt, Germany to Dubai, it doesn't fly a straight line. It flies a curve according to maps. What do you think of that? Is that something like a hoax where pilots are involved? Just so that I can understand.
Planes fly along flight corridors. There's specific paths that they follow along flight corridors due to safety reasons, due to fueling reasons, due to where they're picking people up and dropping them off at. There's a whole pile of reasons why they fly in specific zones, catching jet streams so that they can get to their destinations quicker. There's
that was my point.
See, the other thing, Merlin, this is something you've got to consider. You're still thinking in two dimensions. You're supposed to be on a ball, remember? So that means it would have to dip its nose consistently as it navigates around said ball. Planes don't do that. They fly nose up at about 3 degrees, so their angle of attack for their wings is consistent. So you're forgetting that it's also got to go around the curve, and you've just forgotten all about that.
And Matrix, what's the average commercial airliner's miles per hour?
Oh, they normally just average at about 500 mile an hour.
Okay, so how much would they have to dip down per hour? Half a mile?
Wouldn't have a clue. It's some ridiculous amount.
But if the Earth was flat, the perfect and the fastest or quickest route would always be a straight line, right?
Yeah, the only problem with that is if I say the quickest route is a straight line from Perth to Sydney, yes, straight line. Now let's go from Adelaide to Darwin, a straight line. The only issue is it crosses another straight line, and that's probably not very healthy because we don't want any accidents.
Right. Ideally, yeah, right. So ideally you're talking, but unfortunately reality doesn't offer the conditions which meet that ideal. Always, okay, not always. So you've got other aircraft in the air, you've got weather conditions, etc., that you need to take into consideration.
The most pertinent statement is, if the Earth was flat, then the surface would be horizontal. Like that, and then you would base your judgment off of testing that. Like all of these weird, if the Earth was flat, then how do you explain? If the Earth was flat, then you should see this to this. No, because none of those things actually talk about a measurement of the surface. That's like, how is it that they're like, if the description of the surface is this, and then go away from describing the surface in any meaningful? How does that happen? And then we respond to it too, like it's like, no, fam, I don't give a fuck. Is this the English? Okay, sorry, I don't give a toss what you say. My statement that if the Earth were flat, then clearly, you could measure it across horizontally with the surface to determine if the surface is as horizontal as your straight standard. Because
Yeah,
how
I said it the other day to somebody, Elijah, just like you said.
Once I say that, you say, well, yeah, but the moon's that's not going to undo that. My statement trumps that because it has to do with measurement. My statement trumps every statement you could possibly make. Well, then how do you explain the highest? No, my statement still trumps that because for damn sure we already know that we've used the straight standard to tell if the surface is horizontal or not. And that's the one thing they don't want to do. Get the fuck out of here. No.
Yeah, you've pulled out the broadsword, the big heavy steel broadsword, and they're like, "Oh yeah, well look at this cardboard stick."
That's it, man. We always say it's like you want to ask, well, if the Earth is flat, no, it's measured not to curve, no drop over distance anywhere. There's still no drop over distance anywhere. You're not getting this exponential drop over distance that's necessary. Like none. It's not even. It couldn't even be a bigger ball. Why? Because there's zero curvature. That's what we're saying to you guys. It's what we're explaining. That's why we get so frustrated. It's because you guys want the answers to the universe. Well, explain how everything works then.
When it comes to other things like the seasons,
that's what you want. That's what you want, right? You want an explanation.
Merlin,
this is exactly my point. This is exactly my point, Merlin. Is when we bring up the fact that the Earth isn't curving at all, you all want us to explain everything.
No, I don't want an explanation. I was wondering if you all agree.
No, you're asking how does it work? You're asking us.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I only want to know if you agree on one explanation. That I don't want to know how it works.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to know if you agree on the explanation of how seasons.
Trusted with everybody's money. You know who is entrusted with everybody's money to give us these answers? The government space agencies, right? They were the ones who were entrusted with large amounts of dollars, taxpayer dollars, to give us this information, dude. And you know what they did? They came back with fake information, false information, right? So you want to ask us to clarify everything, how everything works? Oh, do we all agree?
No. I'm just interested. I don't want to know the explanation. I was just wondering if you all, I'm talking to you flat earthers right now, if you agree on things like that, like how seasons are created, because we have a flat earth and then things work differently, or if you have different explanations, if you disagree when it comes to things like that.
We agree that the surface measures horizontally. and there's no deviation from horizontal on the surface. That's what at all. What is it? That's not making anything up. That's not giving you a worldview. That's not telling you what shape the earth is, but it is true. If that's not enough for you, say that. And then we can point you out of the room because that's all we have. There's no need for us to go back and forth and argue. Like, I love people. I don't like being at odds with people about nothing. If us telling you we don't have a shape claim, we don't have a cosmology claim, we can't tell you why seasons are the way they are. Like, I'm not doing that. The surface is measured from. Not talking about the whole.
Exactly.
I'm talking about the portion of it.
That's what I was going to ask him. Would it matter if we didn't have an answer?
No, again, I'm not talking about an answer. I was just wondering if you all have, like, if you all agree on things like that when it goes.
We can't all agree on something that is a belief. We could, but at the same time, like, you either agree on, like, okay, I have a tree outside. I wouldn't ask my girlfriend and the children, hey, do you agree that there's a tree outside? They're gonna look at, what do you mean? Yeah, there's a tree outside. Why? Like, yeah, but do you agree? There's nothing to agree. There is a tree outside. There's
I
no
don't think that. Yeah, but I don't think that every flat earther believes.
No, I just told you that all of us know
with the creation of the seasons.
Hello,
Merlin, we don't care.
All of us agree that it's measured horizontally. I just told you we all agree on that. So you saying, I just want to know if you all agree on the story about Narnia and how this. Listen to what I'm telling you. We all agree that the surface is measured horizontally. Now, if you have a question about that specifically, we're all ears, man. We're all ears. If you don't have anything on the surface, kick rocks. No problem. Go watch Star Trek or something. There's a planetary alignment tonight. You can watch that and imagine, like all the things. Go do that. There are events happening. Get out of here, though. So we can help somebody who really wants to have more information. We can give it to them.
Okay, sorry. I was just curious. Again, I didn't want to be rude or anything.
If you're no longer curious, you were answering. Don't repeat yourself. Unless you're going to say something different. I don't want to hear.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Merlin, it's just always a little surprising to me and other people here that, when we just explained to you an incredibly revolutionary concept for someone who's new to it, that there is no globe, that all depictions of the globe are science fiction, that the earth where we live, the realm where since birth you've never experienced anything but a flat and stationary earth. You've never seen a globe anywhere except for on television or a CGI creation on your phone or computer. So we're here to tell you, the place where you thought you lived when you were a young child, before you were brainwashed into the globe indoctrination science fiction, you actually live there. Like, that's pretty darn cool. There's zero objective evidence of any curvature anywhere. No one's ever brought us any. There isn't any. Like, it's when people then try to move on to, they often do. It's not just you. They're like, oh, well, let's just start looking at the sky. Let's philosophize about the seasons. That's what people do. It's just, so the level of frustration you're feeling is not, it's not personally toward you. It's a level of denial that you've reached, which is normal because your worldview is being challenged. And instead of being fascinated by that, you're
I am curious.
wanting to get off that subject onto something else. It's like, so isn't it interesting to you that the drop over distance, I've heard a bunch of people since I got here that have said that to you, the drop over distance expected by a sphere, by a ball, is never measured in reality, has never been conclusively demonstrated. To the contrary, as Elijah mentioned earlier, thousands of Independent researchers all around the world have conclusively demonstrated through long-distance observations, horizon documentation, and laser tests, as well as radio wave propagation and so on. Those are just a few ways it's been shown. It's been shown so many ways that this drop over distance is not measured in reality. So that's like really, really interesting, don't you think?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree. And but again, I was just being curious. Like I had different questions, and I can't disprove what you're saying. I can't prove that the Earth is a globe. I can't prove that the Earth is flat. But I thought this whole thing, like this whole chat room, here exists in order to have conversations like that. I didn't know that it was all about like confirming each other's statements, like Earth is flat, Earth is flat.
Hello.
You can. You can. That's what we've just been telling you. You can. Yep. You can prove it.
So do you understand what a demonstration is?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. We told you that there's no measurable curvature anywhere. Like now, I know you haven't done anything to validate that, so fine. But after I told you that, when you said we don't know if it's round, we don't know if it's flat. First of all, round and flat aren't shapes, not 3D shapes. They're 2D shapes. Okay,
Yeah, that's correct.
That's number one. So when you say round, even if you say sphere or flat, you don't have two different things. You just have one shape, and then you have an aspect of a shape that has a flat, flat. So it could be any shape, but nobody's talking about a shape. When you say we can't determine if it's round or flat, I just told you that everybody describes the surface, measures the surface, and utilizes the surface as horizontal, aka and synonymous with the word flat, synonymous with straight, synonymous with level. I just told you that. So unless you're in contention with that, which means you would have to know more, you can't say we can't determine whether the surface is curving or not. That's insane after everything I just told you.
Yeah, I was just talking about myself and like my reasons for a flat or against a flat Earth.
Why whenever you say something and then I've responded to you, you think it's good to repeat what you said? Don't you think I heard you, which is why I responded? What's the point of repeating yourself? How about thank you?
Did I just repeat myself? I just wanted to make clear that I was not talking about you, that it can be proven or it cannot be proven. I was talking about my knowledge.
You said that so many times. You said that so many times. I don't
Okay,
want
sorry, didn't mean to do that.
to respond to what
Yeah,
I said.
Ellen, I agree with Elijah. You repeat yourself. You repeat it more than once that you are curious. But you are lying. You're not curious. Because if you would be curious, then you would be curious about the lack of curvature. You said you were curious because you cannot prove the globe and you cannot prove you cannot prove the earth flat. Look, if you cannot prove the curve, then there is no curve. If there is no curve, then there is no radius. If there is no radius, then there is no sphere. So it's either convex or concave or flat. It cannot be cube. It cannot be a cone. Otherwise, one would notice that. But you also mentioned, yeah, it's nice to use your eyes. Thanks God that you remember that you have eyes. So what we are telling you here, you did call us also flat earthers. Maybe we should claim that we are not flat earthers. Maybe we should claim we are realists. Because we are talking all the time reality. Okay, so the reality is showing a lack of curvature. You know what the word lack means? Lack means the non-existence of something. When something is not there, then you can say something is lacking. So
I think it can also mean that
reality is showing
there.
us a lack of curvature. Dandelion, Elijah, Matrix. We talked all the time about the observations which we make. Gravity doesn't prove the convexity of the surface of the Earth. The movements of the stars don't, when there are observations which are long distance for human, 20 miles, 30 miles, but they are not that long distance. That's why we can say that these are measurements. So when the observations are showing that we can see the opposite shore of a lake at a distance of 20 miles, where we should have, according to the radius of 3,959 miles of a sphere, we should have a drop of 10 miles is 66, 20 miles is 166 feet. And we are not able to find this drop. And then you mentioned or you call yourself curious. You say you are only here to be curious, and you are not able to disprove or prove. You are not able to prove the globe, and you are not able to prove the flat. But when you
try to look at it from my perspective.
But when you cannot prove the globe, that means when you cannot prove the curve, then the surface is not curving. Then the surface is flat. Unless you claim
let's give him a chance to respond now. You've said a lot, Berserker. Let him respond.
Yeah, he's been talking for an hour also, and repeating himself and talking about himself. He also said he came and he said he was talking about himself. We are not talking about him or about ourselves or about our friends or about personalities and the life of certain people.
That's okay. He was asking
let's talk about the curvature. He should give us a proof.
Let him respond.
Yeah, I just have a hard time wrapping my head around this whole concept, because to me there are so many questions that arise, like, for example, time zones, and there are many other things. And to me, this whole idea of a flat Earth still seems like there are so many questions that arise.
Yes.
Hey, time zones has nothing to do with that. Okay, the curvature,
One sec, Berserker. One sec. I want to address this, please. Can I address this, please?
Sorry.
Merlin, I wanted to break in earlier and say this. Your curiosity, right, is equal to ours. Ours may even be greater because we have accepted the measurements of the surface. We've accepted the reality that we experience as the surface being planar. So our curiosity about those things is probably even greater than yours. Does that mean we have specific answers for you? No. Speculations? Maybe. Maybe some of us do. We're not going to be able to give you the answers that you want. I'm sorry.
No worries. It's completely fine.
Okay, gorgeous. Have a good day.
I will. Thank you.
Hello.
He just realised. Nice.
Hello.
Marilyn, are you still there?
I'm still here. Yeah, sure.
Someone's saying hello.
Someone is trying to talk, bro. They said hello.
Okay, I thought you went.
Why are you people so aggressive?
Do you want me to do you want me to show you how not aggressive I am in
Go
a
ahead.
conversation?
I can't wait.
This is gonna be great.
This person
All right,
sounds exactly like his profile picture.
Thank you. Would you like to experience me being not aggressive with you?
No, I
Of
don't
course.
care.
Of course, I do.
Somebody's going to get muted. And it's going to be the person that's saying, of course. Mute him, please. Okay. So the other person whose mic is a little low. How you doing? Answer the question, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm fine. How about you?
I'm good. My question was, would you like to experience me not being aggressive with you?
I'm not here to argue. From what I have noticed is that you people just try to force your belief onto someone instead of trying to listen to him.
Okay, well, we're not interested in that commentary.
Okay,
You don't have enough wisdom or hours to put into context what you're with.
okay, well, it just proves my point that you yourself doubt yourself somewhere. That you have to be aggressive to force your opinion onto someone.
You have a second point, because if not, your point is received. So everybody's gonna. You have a second point?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any force going on here. You're free, anyone's free to leave at any time. There's no force involved. It's a matter of there's some really interesting ideas that are being expressed that you're not going to find anywhere else, pretty much. You know, I mean, there's other flat earthers, but none with this particular flavor that you're going to find here. So yeah, if you're not interested in a unique experience where you have new ideas that are going to challenge the status quo, you know, no, there's no force involved here. I mean, you could look up. Do you need me to look up the definition of force, or are you able to back down on that statement? Because that's pretty much crazy.
No.
You mean you guys are actually holding people in here? Damn! Excellent. Nobody.
That'll be next year. Next year I'll do my Clockwork Orange Flat Earth edition. Yeah, and then I'll be sure to put this guy on my invitation list.
So Exa, why did you come here?
Again.
Exa, why did you come here? There's multiple channels and you chose this one to come in and complain about. Why did you do that?
I've been through all the channels. But this specific one, you guys are trying to force your opinion onto this. It's like
No, we're not.
You know that you are wrong.
No, but well, excellent.
Hold on.
Now that
Hold on.
Just keep arguing. Bye-bye.
yours, Elijah.
I typically call people bigots for treating me like I'm a part of a whole when I'm an individual. So now we're going to see how it goes with you. What is my opinion that I'm trying to force onto people? What is any individual opinion that they've tried to tell us what the opinion is? What's the opinion? You can pick any singular person in here to engage. Tell us their specific opinion, and then we'll go from there. What's the opinion? He can't even say that flat Earth is an opinion. That's how strong it is. That's how strong it is.
Exa, you just had your opportunity to talk and you've turned it down. Why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah, he's muted. Maybe he muted himself and he doesn't know about it. I'm not sure.
Well, the bottom line is he said that we were forcing our opinions onto people. So first of all, me being a part of this room as an individual, what opinion did I give someone that I forced upon them? What was the opinion, first of all? And then let me respond to that.
No, I'm not trying to prove something, but from what I have noticed is that instead of trying to respectfully argue, you guys just insult the other person.
Are you conceding that we don't force opinions on people? Because I asked you specifically, not what you answered, but I asked you specifically what was an opinion that I gave someone that I forced onto them. Tell me the opinion. What is the opinion? Or are you
This
conceding?
is the other thing that you do. You pick up one thing and you start confusing
So,
it.
so he's not gonna see. He's not gonna do it.
No, he hasn't. Exa, he was explicitly clear and concise about what he said. Which opinion? That's what we're talking about. You made the claim of opinions. He is still on that. He is not trying to confuse anyone or anything.
This is exactly what you guys are doing.
So, answer the question. Which opinion?
Time out. Hold on real quick. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to put this on speaker so that people around can hear as well. Because this is like, these are the ridiculous things that people have to see so that they understand what's going on. Because they don't really know what's going on. Hold on. So, hey, can you listen for a second? All right, I'm about to tell this guy, hey, this guy just said that in this room we force our opinions on people. So he doesn't have an argument. He didn't come here to argue. He just noticed that we force our opinions on each other, on people. So I said, well, one thing that I fight against is bigotry, because I don't want people looking at me, the individual, as a whole entity of ideas, right? So, okay, what opinion did I give you specifically, or anyone specifically that you heard, that I forced on someone? First of all, tell me what the opinion was. And your response is what? He's not saying anything because he's fucked. What was your response to that? What do I do? What am I doing to you by asking you to tell me what opinions I'm forcing on people? What am I doing to you? He's stonewall.
He's talking to you.
It's just my girlfriend. You don't even know her. Why are you embarrassed? Say what you just said. You already live on YouTube. Say it again. What am I doing to you?
Come on, Exa, you made a pretty big claim. He's just asking you to clarify what the opinion is. Not too hard.
Oh, sorry. Hello.
He said, we're doing it again. We're doing it again.
What's your response? I'm sorry.
No, my point is
He said you're doing it again. You're doing it again.
Disrespectful instead of respectfully arguing.
Oh my god.
Okay, so again, so then you're conceding that we don't force our opinions on people then?
Okay, you take it that way, but you also have to agree that you are being disrespectful.
In what way is us giving you nearly 5 minutes of our time being disrespectful whilst you sat there in absolute silence like an arrogant pig avoiding Elijah's question? That's disrespectful.
Yeah. See,
that's rude.
You're proving my point.
And now you're going to turn it on me. This is bullshit, mate. Kick rocks.
Yeah, let's move on to somebody. Let's move on to
I'll
somebody
fix
who
you.
wants to
They're
discuss the topic, because this guy doesn't want to discuss the topic. So, yeah, he's just part of this victimhood mentality that thinks if they just make an accusation blindly, that they can reframe the conversation when he's clearly the one who's being incredibly disrespectful here in our channel. So, yeah, is there anybody else who has a question about the flat Earth?
Man, that's their weapon is getting us to stop talking about what we were curious about, which is, think about it, claims about the globe. Each and every one of us woke up because somebody at some point touched on a thing about the globe that we believe, that we saw a contradiction to. Now, what did we next do? Go to our brethren, our neighbors, people that we know, regular people. Because or a teacher or somebody that knows something, it's like, hey, I believe this thing. Could I have been wrong? What's the skinny on this? Let me tell you what they've done to me and to you for the last 10 years. Stop you from wondering what you're wondering and then implant into you that you shouldn't be curious because flat earth is ridiculous. So when Indio had that conversation with the PhD yesterday or the day before yesterday, even though as an audience and all of the whole community here, you've heard us give countless arguments. Even the people that don't know too much know that, like, off the top of their head, they could probably give 4 different arguments from 4 different people in here. So the thing is, though, that Glober, at the end of the day, everything he did stopped his audience from hearing what we would say unimpeded. They didn't get anything other than water at rest is level and that specular reflections prove that the surface isn't convex, which are good things. Dude is dead. He's cooked. I love that. But what I'm saying is, for 3 hours, that was all his tactics allowed us to make clear to his audience. When we could have given him the Black Swan, when we could have given him different laser tests from different places at different times of the year, whatever heights, the temperature that day, all of these things that we do have access to, that we do have information about, the things that they say we would need in order to actually test these things. We could have given it to them, but he didn't allow us. They say that they'll take that stuff up front, just like the video we reviewed yesterday. I'm almost done. I know I'm preaching right now. Just yesterday, the guy, I think his name is Wakey Wakey, and the physicist woman. In the beginning, she says, observation is king, and if your model doesn't go with the observation, then it's wrong. In the latter part of the video, he's like, look at all of these people doing these observations. And she said, I won't take a look at it. Oh, the person that I dealt with, she did everything wrong. Did she give any specifics? No. Just like this dude said, oh, you guys force yourselves your opinions. What they do is try to the best of their ability, get their audience to feel like we're doing things incorrectly, instead of letting their audience hear how we're actually asking the right questions and doing things correctly. That mess really, it bothers me in a major way, because we're just trying to tell the truth and expose the truth. And then they ask us these questions for us to philosophize and imagine and give them to the best of our ability, an answer about the sky or an answer about the seasons, which we all can. We've all done it. I've done it. Come on, I'm not trying to be a hypocrite. I've done it too. But the bottom line is, the only question ever was, is the surface curving or not? And what will we do to apply that? Would it be in the realm of geometry? Yes. Then why do they keep comparing an aspect of a shape, round, flat? Why aren't they just saying, okay, you know what? What can we do to test the quality or the nature of the surface of the earth? Other than it blows my mind. It blows my mind. They're gatekeeping the information in a way. As much as we're talking about it, as popular as Flat Earth is, they're still framing the conversation. just like this dude keeps doing, just like they do every day. I just get pissed off because we allow them to do it a little too much. That's just my opinion. Now, that's an opinion, and I'm not forcing it on nobody.
Ah, it seems our friend is back. I wonder if he wants to talk or if he just wants his mic unlocked. So, Exa, now that you have returned and you've been given the floor again, other than the opinion that was just dropped by our good friend, which one did you have a problem with?
Hello. No, I just have a problem with you guys being disrespectful.
So that's it. Well, we've heard that before, so did you want anything else to say?
Nope.
Oh, well, put yourself on mute and enjoy the show.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, you know what I think is pretty disrespectful? I think it's pretty disrespectful to children being born into a flat and stationary realm, being lied to from birth, and being recruited into the globe cult without informed consent. Yeah, I think that's pretty disrespectful. So yeah, I think a bunch of people who are here trying to explain the truth about the world where we live in a very logical and factual way, I think that's pretty respectful, actually. I think that's treating people like the adults that they are, not like the childish sci-fi NASA fanboys that are walking around here,
let me
tiny
just
little
tell you that
babies who
no
would
one
prefer
believes your
science
opinion
fiction
other
to
than your
reality. Yeah, I think
why
it's
does
pretty
this hoax
disrespectful to lie to children. Do you think it's disrespectful, Exa, to lie to children? Do you think that's disrespectful, Exa?
I mean, why do you
Dandelion,
guys have to start crying?
why does
Pardon?
this Dandelion? My question is, why does this hoax
Hold
exist?
up, Merlin, hold up for a second, mate.
Sure.
Exa just took it upon himself to talk through the middle of Dandelion, and now when he's asked a question, chooses not to answer. And you consider us rude and disrespectful. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't ban you from this channel.
I really don't care. Ban me.
I'll just mute you instead, so that'll mean you're booed across all channels. Go away, please.
Yeah,
You're
I guess
wasting our time.
Yeah, I guess Merlin has a comment.
Sorry, Merlin.
Question.
You're
I
so
don't know.
rudely interrupted.
Yeah, my question was why. Dandelion, you just said that it's not fair. As a child, you're just born into existence, and basically everyone around you tells you that the Earth is a globe. My question, as a globe, what do you call people who think that the Earth is a globe? Glober. My question as a glober is, who benefits from this whole? Let's call it a hoax that the Earth is a globe, and it's a genuine question that I have.
Yeah, that's a common question. I mean, people benefit in so many ways. I mean, I think it's a common knowledge that throughout history that a good way to hold control over people is to maintain control over the sources of information. And of course, we've observed here in the world that the control over information sources, even though there's more of them, they're all being held by smaller and smaller number of megacorporations who are also have, of course, ties to the politicians of the world and so on. So they're all benefiting. All of the military, industrial, educational, prison, media complex is benefiting from keeping people from using their brain in the way that it was made to be used. Yeah. So, I mean, I can start by just saying NASA, $75 million a day from the U.S. taxpayer for an obvious fraud. That's enough answer. That's a good enough answer, just that, right? Stealing $75 million a day from hardworking Americans a day, and having people who have to go to the Coinstar to buy a gallon of milk for their children while NASA's sitting there fat on the hog with fraud, that's enough. But that's not it. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry of fraud, all of it. And they don't all know about it. So don't be telling me what you said earlier, because I don't know if that was addressed. I'm sorry, I'll let you respond to that. But no, not everybody who works for these corporations and for NASA knows what the hell's going on. 24 people gone up there out of high Earth orbit who has claimed they lied and said they saw a globe. The rest of these people are just, little minions going to work, doing their job, compartmentalized, passing on the same lie that they were given. So yeah, it's the people who are profiting are a small number, and they got some big profits pouring in from having a brainwashed zombie population. Yeah, is that good enough for you, Merlin?
I don't know. I guess I understand. I see your point, but to me, these organizations that we are talking about, they include so many people. We are not talking about 20 people that have been to space. We are talking about thousands of people that are involved.
Time out. No, the question wasn't tell me how many people are involved. The question was, what would someone benefit about lying about
a lot of money? That's basically the reason. Yeah.
Oh, but no, more specifically, well, yes, but again, I would like to answer your question again in a way that you can't respond ridiculously. So your question was, what would someone have to gain from lying someone like that? An astronomer who makes 200 grand in university and has status, or an or an astrophysicist, 200 grand.
Yeah, and the main, I mean, I guess I went on and made another point, which I guess distracted you from my main point, which was you control a population by controlling the information, by lying to people and telling them that their Earth is contained and that you have to be in this exclusive group of retard astronauts to go up there. But if you actually applied, you'd probably be too smart because they need Don Pettit up there. They need like lukewarm IQ performers who are willing to be part of their circus. So yeah, they
this is where
benefits by controlling the sources of information as well as their monetary benefits. But that's a side note compared to stealing everybody's life energy. Yeah, I think they benefit from that. Yep, I'm going to say they do.
Yeah, Mary Mom, I hated his question. So the answer I gave him was one that he wouldn't be able to latch onto and move deeper into that area.
Like I'm not a native speaker.
No, I'm talking to Mary Mom.
Oh no, I got you, Elijah. It's good enough. 200,000 is enough to land somebody in jail. It's a felony. You're right. That's good enough. Yep, 200,000.
So the question
I would add, if knowledge is the ultimate.
Oh my God! Look at how we're turning it into a discussion piece off of nothing, off of a question that is bullshit. Stop adding on to bullshit. So again, you asked us what they would have to gain, 200 grand an astronomer, if that was the road you chose. Now, why'd you ask that question? What does it matter?
Well, because to me, it's like this whole idea is ridiculous that they're trying to brainwash millions of people.
You asked if it were the case that it wasn't spherical. And first of all, that's why we usually get people to see the information so they can determine from the information whether they're lying or not. Because then when they ask why would they lie and we tell them 200 grand, the answer is, oh, that's crazy. Because you responding with, I just don't understand why they would. What the fuck would that have to do as a follow-up with your question of how could they benefit? I've answered your question of how they could benefit, and you've just pivoted to, I don't understand why they would be lying. Well, first of all, then you don't need to be going into speculation. You need to be looking at information, data. We have that. Do you want to do that?
I'm sorry, but I'm not prepared to exchange like many files that I've prepared over the last few weeks about a global, about a sphere Earth or a flat Earth. I'm just here to.
I'm sorry. Hello.
Curious.
Hello. I'm sorry. I know you were curious, and so you didn't come here to debate or argue. But again, you said, what would they have to gain for lying? And then you said, I just can't fathom it. So the bottom line is, would you like to see one of our demonstrated things? Because if not, I don't want to hear you again. I don't want to hear you tell me again how gobsmacked you are that flat earthers exist because you believe it's a globe. We heard you already. Would you like to look into the information, Or
Yeah, sure.
not?
I'm glad to look at it. Sure.
See, now, even though it took 15, 20 minutes, now we can actually talk about something important versus, I don't know, stupid shit. Does anybody have anything they would like to share with this guy about the horizontality of the earth, which he doesn't understand because he doesn't have anything yet?
Matrix has got the Finland laser test in there. Did you want to say something about that, Matrix?
No, I was just posting it up. Easy, cool. Can you please stop posting up children's pictures? It's getting old.
Yeah, I mean, the laser tests, Merlin, are a good example. This one in Finland I have seen before, but I don't know the details about it. If you're interested in another one that I know the details about, I could explain it to you.
I will just watch the video. I guess I'll be fine, but thanks.
Yeah, the laser hits the target. If you lived on a globe, it wouldn't hit the target because the target would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. That's the basic story of all the laser tests. That's the basic explanation.
So in the side chat, Merlin, I'll just post it up for you now. Spherical trigonometry of a sphere. So as we said earlier, the claimed radius is 3959 miles. So from that, we can calculate what the assumed drop over distance would be. So when these gentlemen go out there and do their 20, 30, 40 mile laser tests, we can get onto our calculator and go, oh, at 20 miles, and we go down to 20, we should have a 266.74 feet of drop. Okay, so let's go and measure it. Shoot a laser, and let's just duck out and measure it. So they set the laser up horizontal. At one end, they'll measure 1 foot. Some of them even less. I think one of the laser tests was done at 8 inches. And then they go to the other end, 20, 30, 40 miles away. They look up their calculator and go, this is what the expected drop should be. Let's measure the difference between laser and ground. Some of them just set targets up. They'll set a target up and go, let's try and hit it. Boom, done. And then afterwards they go, oh shit, we're supposed to be 200, 300, 600, 1,000 feet in the air. And they're hitting their targets that are only 5 feet high.
Yeah, I see.
If we're on a ball, I can assure you now, at 20 miles, that target would have to be 267 feet in the air in order for it to be hit. And even you can go and work out the basic mathematics for that.
So, quick question, just for your benefit. What don't you understand about that? What he said? What about that can't you understand? At this moment, sir?
You're talking to me?
Yes, sir.
I'm still watching the video. I'm looking at the numbers and trying to do the math right now.
Are you saying it's intelligible and understand, and you can understand what's going on? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, sure, but I'm still like trying to calculate if the math is correct, so that the laser should hit the target, but it should be like many meters above ground.
Okay, good. Because when you said I just don't understand, I was hoping that this wouldn't be it, but so far you understand why you're looking at what you're looking at. That's good. Keep going.
And then on top of that, Merlin, we've got the physics of water. What is the physics of a fluid? It takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface whilst it's at rest.
It does.
Yeah, we all know that. We learnt that as, what, kindergarten, second class, first class?
Probably, yeah.
Every single one of us learnt the same thing. But yet, we'll go outside and go, look, the ocean is curved because I was told so. Totally disregarding anything you've ever learnt previous to that. Isn't that stupid?
I'm asking myself right now what the reason could be for something like the ocean being not being not flat. Isn't this?
Well,
isn't
we
it
know it's
because-
flat. We know it's
yeah,
flat.
sure,
mate.
but
you're just sidestepping it. You're trying to make excuses to keep your childhood dreams alive. That's all you're doing now. You had these dreams as a child of space, of all of these things, maybe being a pilot, whatever. I don't know. I can't read minds. But we all did. This is the bit, it's called cognitive dissonance. This is the bit that where you will have these conflicting interests. In one hand, you'll have, I can see their argument, it is absolutely flawless. They are measuring, they are not finding a specific number, as we should expect. And on the other hand, you were taught that it was a ball.
But the Globers give you...
And these two things are fighting each other. So you are now in the middle of this confusing thing, and what you're trying to do is make excuses to go back to the ball.
No, I'm trying to give an argument why...
We've all been through it.
Why Globers... or what Globers say to this, what you just described as water being not flat, but water being round, as you said.
Well, it's not round. That's the problem. We're taught it's a ball, but we all know as an axiom that water takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface whilst at rest.
Hold on, time out. I interjected maybe 6 minutes ago or so to ask you if you understood. But I feel like there's something not being understood here. So let me ask you something. Is this the demonstration of a laser which travels in a straight line over the surface? Is that what this is? Just answer that first. Is it a laser?
Let me see.
Over the surface?
Just posted something.
Why is it always a secondary person that talks when the penny's about to drink? Why? Where do y'all come from? Excuse me. Hello? Are we looking at a demonstration of a laser which travels in a straight line?
Yeah, sure.
On a straight direction over the surface. Yeah?
Indeed, we are.
Okay. So is this demonstration concluding that there is a point A and a point B, and that the laser is reaching point B from point A? Is that what this is demonstrating?
It certainly does, yes.
Okay, so lasers point straight. They shot a laser from point A to point B over the surface, and on the surface on the other side, the target was met. And that's what this is, right?
This is what you can see in this YouTube video, that's correct.
Yes, so help me understand. If we're shooting a straight line over the surface and it's reaching a target, so if the surface was convex, lumpy, bumpy, concave, you wouldn't get. Hey, there's a lot of shit going on while I'm trying to reach a conclusion. I don't know what's going on. Do I need to start over? I'm sorry if you're confused. Do I need to start over? I can make it more simple because we're still talking about the laser. I still need to reach my conclusion.
I have a question.
Is your question going to be about the laser? Or which part of what I just said didn't you understand? Because I'm trying to move forward with my point.
It's like I just came in. I would just want to know, does it all matter if it's flat or no?
This is what I'm saying. When the penny is dropping, someone else is coming in, or like they're in a coke-induced, like they just woke up from a coke-induced coma, hungry as shit. I just walked into the room, I have no idea what's going on. Let me just ask a question in the middle of this black dude saying stuff. Like,
For real?
My first time. My first
Yeah,
time here.
bro, the newcomer, you are interrupting. Elijah is talking to Merlin. Okay, you are jumping into the conversation. You are interrupting. Just wait until they are
Want to
finished.
know.
Okay.
Of
I
course
just
you
want to
do.
know, should I stay here
Of
or
course
go
you
away?
do. You can stay, bro. Just
You
shut
can
up.
stay, just mute yourself, Roma, and wait for your turn.
I'm going away. No problem.
So why ask the question? All right,
You didn't
bye.
answer it, so no problem.
I said you can stay, but goodbye. I don't care what you do. Just go on mute or you get muted.
Goodbye.
All right. So now, this demonstration of a laser which travels in straight lines is shot horizontally over the surface and it's going from point A to point B and reaching point B. So that means that the laser was horizontal with the Earth. What about that don't you understand? Or do you understand all of that so far?
I actually do understand all of that so far. I hope.
Okay, so go on, respond.
I don't think that I have anything to add. To me, this all makes sense. The experiment itself makes sense, but to me, there has to be something that's odd because the math ain't mathin'.
Yeah, Matrix told you it's cognitive dissonance. Because you have to, because you already have a claim on the other side of what to expect if you live on a
Right? Yeah,
globe.
yeah. And I have to agree. Yeah, I do.
Cool. So the math isn't mathing. So the brain goes, well, gosh darn, I know for a fact I live on a sphere. That means something else has to explain what I'm seeing. That right there is a mind broken. Just saying. If I promise, because I can give you other scenarios in which other people have done that, in which you can receive and accept and understand. And then when I say, well, that's you in this situation, that's when we have a problem all of a sudden. You got to understand when you're the hypocrite. Like what people normally, so why would they lie? That's typically when they ask this question if we've gone this far. Or they'll say, so then explain eclipses then. But I don't get it. Just imagine any question you can possibly ask. Is that going to change this demonstration?
No, it isn't. Like,
Right. So that's why no follow-up questions matter to us.
I know this sounds like a stupid excuse, but to me, there is still something that makes me believe that this experiment wasn't conducted, is the right word, I believe, conducted correctly. Like, I wasn't there. Maybe I would have a huge mind blow if I was there. I would do this experiment with a lot of people together, and then I find out, wow, something is going on here.
Let him talk. That's acceptable. If he's being honest, that's actually acceptable. Let him talk.
That's basically all I wanted to say. Like, to me, I know it's just a YouTube video with a few thousand clicks, but to me, yeah, I don't like have this mind blow because I'm just sitting here. I know that there is so much stuff on the internet. I don't know if these results are legitimate. So of course,
that's acceptable. Yeah, that's a legitimate answer. I've got no problem with that.
You should be very skeptical with everything that you see on the internet. So
Hey,
that's
Merlin,
where I'm like.
There's another one. 28.6 miles.
Yeah. I'm questioning the outcome.
Well, that's why typically what you hear us say in here is how to do it for yourself.
So is my mic low as hell? Like, what is it?
Whenever other people talk, Elijah, you get cut off, the same as what Jedi does.
Your mic is loud and clear. So, anyway. So, the bottom, damn, what was I going to say? Fuck. Excuse me. I gotta do better.
So with the results and you saying everything you said, that's totally understandable. That's why for 7 to 10 years. Oh my God! Why can't a penny ever drop without?
Every time, bro. Every time.
Oh
shit.
And then you really believe it's a globe with all of this stuff happening on top of me just telling you something that you know is true. Look at what's happening. That's the world you live in. So that's the world you live in. And it happens constantly. Constantly. 10 years, bro. That's the world we've been living in. Now, with this demonstration and knowing that this is the case, and you going, well, I just can't accept it, I don't know if it's some funny business or whatever the case. That's why for 7 years we've said, do it yourself. Why are you even in here pressing us this hard? If you knew about the globe, you would have got this information from them like we did, and then went and tested it yourself like we did. You don't have to listen to us. What part of this isn't anyone getting?
I just think it's very interesting. I don't want to cause rage and trouble.
No, now I'm being passionate because again, you say something so like I don't know if you can accept this, and it's like, well, maybe you don't know, but I know that we begin with, we're not an authority. We're going to give you a method that everyone can use as a standard in a specific context, and then you can go and verify it for yourself. That has been 24/7's standard forever.
Okay, let's say I really want to do it. Like, I don't have a laser like that. It probably costs a few grand to have a professional laser like that.
Oh my God! Hello, I didn't use a laser. There's 1,000 different ways. You think this is the only? You finally
What's
had
the
to
cheapest, the most convenient way to do it?
strapped up and velcroed to get to the conclusion I got to. Okay? Now, there are thousands of that. Many different things you can do. So, what's the cheapest way? You live by water?
Not really, no. No, unfortunately not.
Okay, you got a clear view of the sky?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, when the moon phase is in waxing gibbous for you, hit me up.
Okay.
And we'll observe something together. I'll get on video call with you personally if you're dead ass.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. So I call you when the moon is doing what? Just to make sure that I understood you correctly.
And waxing gibbous. And download Google Earth as well if you don't have it.
Somebody in the chat is saying somebody's hitting on me. What am I missing out on?
Oh, that's just somebody being a fool.
And somebody here was raised by
Don't worry
goats.
about that.
That's a great username. Sorry, I didn't want to go off topic. Okay, yeah, we'll do. We'll do.
Yeah, the crux of the matter here, right? Like Elijah was saying, and the main difference between these observations and what's been presented to you, right, is in education, right, in school, is that these are tests that you could go and confirm and verify on your own, right? And what they tell you is going on outside of this realm is not anything anybody can verify. This is the difference. So verifying for yourself that the Earth is not curving is an important step for some people who doubt this information. But That's the difference, right? Knowing and not knowing, knowing and believing, right? Once you perform these observations yourself, you'll know. You won't have to believe anybody anymore. You'll know firsthand.
So what's going on now with the? What are we doing with the moon? Just jumped in.
Well, we're not doing anything.
Well, you're observing something with the moon phase.
You and I aren't
No,
doing anything.
Gabriel.
Oh,
You're jumping in. You want to start talking. You're interrupting a conversation between two other people.
No,
You want to ask? If you want to ask any questions, you can.
He's not interrupting. He's just asking about something that I told someone. And you don't walk up to two people that you don't know and ask what they're talking about and if you can be down. That's weird. You think this is
Well,
because
no, I don't think it's weird at all. I was just curious about how
I'm telling
what
you,
it
I'm not
is, how it's applicable because
you're not listening, and that's what's making this conversation hard.
Well, this is Discord. You're not two people just standing around on the block.
I have to say, I agree with that. We're online. It's different.
We're online, but he's asking what we're doing. I'm informing him that I've entered into agreement with an individual that he's not part of. What part of that? So why do I have to get aggressive to maintain that position? Is that reasonable for me to say? I just had a long ass conversation with someone that wasn't easy. I asked them if they wanted to do something. They said sure. Other person comes in and says what we're talking about. I said, don't worry, it doesn't concern you. And they proceed to push the issue. What kind of individual is that, online or not?
You insulted me and called me weird. You didn't say that.
Is that not what I was saying? I didn't have to listen. I didn't. What I said was we're not doing anything. I didn't have to tell you much else, but you kept pressing. That was weird.
No, because you're lying. You're just straight up lying at that point.
All right, now okay. At this point, he's distracting from the conversation. He's lying because I'm just clarifying what's going on. He keeps dragging the conversation further into absurdity.
I was just curious if you were observing something with the moon phase in a public Discord. And that's fine. If you don't want to let me know, you don't have to be a complete asshole about it.
Oh my god, dude. We take questions one at a time. One person asking questions at a time, Gabriel. If you want to ask questions after he's finished speaking with Merlin,
there was
it
nobody
would then be
speaking.
your turn. It doesn't matter. You have no idea. You just came into the conversation. I was clarifying a point with Merlin.
That's what I was asking about, and I was met with hostility.
Hello, moving on. Hello, moving on. Moving on. It was clarified. It's an A and B conversation. He didn't need to see. We're moving on. Right? So what are we talking about?
How you can observe the Earth for yourself, and you don't have to trust somebody else in their opinion.
Thank you very much. Did you have anything to respond? The guy we were talking to previously?
Merlin?
No, I think that was quite interesting, and I think now it's Gabriel's turn. But thanks for this insight.
No doubt.
Now, to clarify, for you, Gabriel, what they were discussing was laser tests and long distance observations. They weren't looking at moon phases or anything of the sort.
Oh, okay, I see.
Did you have a question, Gabriel?
I don't know, man.
It's like when you don't let people tell you what to do, all of a sudden they they don't like you. They act like you're the worst. You're an unreasonable person because you won't let them tell you what to do. Isn't that interesting?
Like the guy who interrupted you earlier and left because you wouldn't answer his question right there on the spot.
Yep. Or like the people that tell me to get a boat and go to the ends of the earth. and we're the ones that are assholes because we're like, no. Well, why not? I don't have to, but wouldn't that prove? No. Oh, why are you being so hostile? Because I'm not letting you tell me what to do? Because I'm not letting you tell me what to accept as my belief system? Kick rocks.
I don't know why you're still going on about it.
They project their doubt onto you, right? So it's like, because we're not in doubt. We figured it out. They are the ones left in doubt, right? So they come up with a standard and then project that standard onto you.
For some reason, the guy thinks I'm talking to him personally, like I'm still like, no, I'm talking about the status of the conversation every day for the last 9 years. That was what we were talking about. Get out your feelings. He's still going. That's what we was talking about. No.
I want to hear Crit's worst nightmare. I want to hear this. Who is this guy?
What?
Crit's
Is he here?
inflatable doll. Who is that guy? Oh, Benny's gone. He's weird.
Yeah. You know, Crit has a lot of fans. They
Oh
like to
yeah, I
hate
know.
Crit.
Yep, I've
They
got him too.
only come in to let Crit know that they cannot stand what he's all about. They only come in to let Crit know that they can't stand his style.
That's pretty sad, you know. That's like their standard of evidence is talk about flat earthers.
I love Crit. I love his delivery. It's impeccable.
And it is. I agree. Welcome to the room, Trust. You got a question?
Not really. I'm just listening.
Okay. Can you put yourself on mute? Because we're getting some feedback from you. Appreciate you being here, though.
Okay, thank you, Emma.
So, Gabriel, do you have any questions for the panel about the subject matter, or do you have any evidence you think will stop us all from knowing that the Earth is flat and stationary?
No. I mean, if you would, I don't know if you remember our conversation a few days ago, but I've hopped in a few times, and I'm actually becoming more of a skeptic towards the whole spherical Earth concept. I was talking, I believe, 2 days ago about how I observed the parabolic arc, like what you guys spoke about with the rocket launch in Cape Canaveral. And I guess I guess I do have another question. So I live by the coast. I'm just curious if it's commonplace or happens often where ships go into the horizon. So, and like what I'm supposed to look for.
It depends on the conditions for that day, really. You're gonna experience different phenomena depending upon the conditions for the day and the time of day and the temperature. So, humidity levels and such. So,
I'll tell you what he's going to look for. He's going to look for the horizon to be 1.22 miles out from a 1 foot observation height above a large body of water. Yeah.
Do you need a telescope in order to do that?
Oh, go ahead and get a telescope. Your optical range is going to increase, and you will be seeing thousands upon thousands of times farther than what you should be seeing if Earth were a globe. When I said 1.22 miles away from a 1 foot observation height, I'm saying that's where the geometric limit should be. That's where the horizon should be for a ball Earth, if Earth were a ball with a 3,959 mile radius. So.
Yeah, because a while ago I was arguing, hey, well, doesn't the whole of the ship disappear before? And I was informed about the fraction of the air or something.
What the fuck?
There's definitely conditions in the air that are going to cause things to appear. Excuse me?
Huh?
Do you have an issue? Okay, he's muted. All right.
Problem solved.
Yeah,
Please speak slowly. So with the boats and the horizon, okay, so the horizon would have to be a certain distance away, depending on the height of the observer, if the Earth was a globe. Now, what happens most of the time when a boat goes out is that it will just get smaller and smaller until you can't resolve the boat anymore. Okay, but what we found is you can zoom back in and see the boat again. Right? That happens when you have clear conditions without waves. That's what happens most of the time, you know, and I've witnessed that firsthand growing up on the east coast of Australia. Surfing and fishing a lot, watching the big cruise ships go out. Like it was a big area, a big port near where I lived, where the cruise ships would take off from. And we would sit there, you know, waiting for fish or whatever, watching the cruise ships and the fishing boats go out. Most of the time, they just kind of fade off into the distance because the opacity of the air, right, the clarity of the air, you have a visibility rating. And usually what happens is they just get too small and you can't see them anymore. Now, if you have big waves, obviously the ship will appear like it's disappearing bottom up due to the waves, right? But that's just physical obstruction. Now, very occasionally you can have miraging effects like sinking or an inferior mirage that makes it look like the ship is actually sinking behind the horizon. But usually you can tell when there's a miraging effect taking place as well. But that's more of a rare effect. Okay, so I can put some examples in the side chat. But what we can do is we can test for the geometric horizon, and this has been done thousands and thousands of times, and we can never find the geometric horizon. Right? There's no evidence that there's such a thing exists. Now, what we say the horizon is exactly what the definition of a horizon says that it is. If you look up definition of horizon, right? It's just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, right? It's a product of perspective and the particular weather conditions on the day. That's why you'll see it jumping around if you take a time lapse. So when it comes to boats on the horizon, like we can replicate things disappearing bottom up on a flat surface, right? We can show different types of small scale observations that show you that it's not specifically due to Earth curvature.
Yeah, because so I guess the ideal thing to do is observe a boat in ideal conditions.
Yeah, let me give you. I got a very nice example here of what I'm talking about. So I'll just pop it in the side chat.
it's just interesting because like seeing things with your own two eyes makes quite an impact compared to just what you're being fed or told.
Yeah, definitely. So if you have a look at this little GIF in the side chat, you'll see the guy's just standing right where the shoreline is, right? He's not very high off the surface of the water. And you can see it's nice clear conditions, and we've got a giant ship in the distance. Now, when he's zoomed out, you can't see the ship at all, right? It looks like it's gone beyond the horizon. But when he zooms in, you can see the entire ship again. If there were waves present that day, you know, it would look like it's disappearing bottom up if it were to sail away from you. But because there's no waves present, you know, picture that same ship when he's fully zoomed out, right? If he didn't have the zoom camera and he was just watching that ship go out, it would look like it just would get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then he wouldn't be able to see it anymore. But it's not actually gone. It's still there. You just can't resolve it. Now, once something gets smaller than a certain size, which is 0.2 degrees, I think, that's the angular resolution limitation of the human eye. So if anything gets smaller than that, the human eye can't resolve it. So he's able to resolve it again because he's zooming in with an extremely high-powered zoom camera, and he's bringing it back to view.
So I get some optics of some sort.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, that like from this height that he's at, the horizon should be 3 miles or less away. Like we can't tell the exact height, but it looks like he's just off the surface of the water.
You can even see the boat, and you can even see the boat behind it hasn't. Like you can see that almost clearly. There's a second boat off to the left.
Exactly. So I'll put another like a little demonstration in the side chat as well. Right, so this kind of shows you what happens if you've got waves present. Because what happens is the waves in the foreground, right, they're still close to you, but the ship, as it's going away, it gets smaller and smaller due to perspective. Okay, so the waves in the foreground can easily block the bottom of the ship in the distance because the ship's reduced so much in angular size. So if you have a look at that GIF,
that makes total sense because. Yeah, with waves, the further out it is, the more waves would obscure your vision.
Exactly, and you'll also notice that it kind of looks like the water kind of ramps up, and it looks like the sky ramps down, and that's a product of your perspective as well. So those, even if the waves are small, like say the waves are only 1 meter high, right? Those 1 meter waves, due to perspective, will easily block the bottom of a giant ship in the distance. It's kind of like that, the similar concept of how you could kind of put your hand in front of your eyes and block the bottom of, you know, a giant mountain. Even though your hand's so small, it's just because of the perspective. Right.
Yeah, definitely. That makes sense.
And if you're viewing from like close to the surface of the water, you've got something called shoaling, you know, and it's basically when the ocean swells come in closer to the shore, they get higher because the seabed gets shallower. So the waves build up and the waves actually get higher than what they are when they're out in the ocean. So that can it's called shoaling, and that can be a reason why, you know, a ship could disappear bottom up as well. And just lastly, I'll just upload it might take a moment for this one to upload, but this one, right, it's just a small scale flat surface, and someone sets up like a little toy boat on the ground, and you'll see that it looks like the boat disappears bottom up on this little flat surface, but this is just a miraging type of effect that's happening, right? It's called an inferior mirage, so that'll be uploaded in about 20 seconds or something. So yeah, that's another possibility that can be present. And there's a few other things that you could mention as well, but you know, this is enough. I think.
The boom mic incident.
Boom mic incident.
I don't know. I remember seeing something like a long time ago. Obviously, I'm like, oh, this is just baloney garbage. But apparently there was like a split frame of the moon landing where there was a boom mic in frame.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure about that. There's so many inconsistencies with the moon landing footage. It's, you know, there's whole documentaries about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
If you'd
But
like,
yeah, have a look.
we can post a 6-hour compilation.
Oh, you have that? I'd definitely waste the whole day on that.
Yeah, if someone can post that'd be awesome. There's so many funny clips in that. But yeah, it's all like.
Yes, actually, I can see it.
What's that?
Never mind.
Yeah, so have a look at the here's the GIF I was talking about in the side chat, right? So this is just a small section of flat ground, and he's set up like a little toy boat, and you'll see that as he lowers the camera closer to the surface, it looks like the bottom of the boat disappears, and you can only see the sail. Quite often we see the same sort of effect out in the ocean as well, but it's not as noticeable when it's out in the ocean because, unlike in the GIF, right, the ground is blue, like the water will be blue out in the ocean, and then the sky will be blue behind it. So it's very, very hard to see that mirroring effect that's there due to the mirage. So it will, yeah, and also you're looking from a big distance away, right? So it can look like the ship's disappearing bottom up, but really it's just a miraging effect. Yeah.
This is interesting.
So I took a few screenshots out of a video one of the Globe Earthers was presenting earlier today. I'll just try to find them. And he was saying, yeah, look, you know, you can see this ship disappearing over the horizon. But yeah, it's not. Okay. It's hold on just one second.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just a second, sorry. Right, so you can see the same thing happening here, right? So you can see the top of the ship. A few minutes earlier, you could see the whole ship. But we can see the sails of the ship, but then there's a gap between the horizon and the sails. And that's the same thing exact same thing that you can see in that small scale observation above it, right? There's like a mirroring effect going on, right where the horizon meets the sky. Sorry, right where the water meets the sky.
Mm.
Yeah, what were you going to say? Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I'm just looking at this GIF. 1 second. Interesting stuff. Oh, so what I was curious about is, all right, is there like a common notion with flat Earth as to what it actually looks like? Like what is beyond? Like I know there's some talk about like ice wall.
No, we don't claim to. Oh yeah, go ahead.
In other words, you're talking about cosmology like the Bible would or any other religion would. Cosmology, that's what you mean? Like
Yeah,
what is the
yeah. I mean, is like you?
we don't
Curious,
have any,
like as to like the map, like
yeah, we don't
is
have
that
any
accurate?
we don't have any measurements for the entire existence like a cosmology.
Okay.
We just have what we have, which should be good enough. Like to expose a lie this big is amazing, huh?
And I guess that kind of plays. I guess that kind of plays into what I was talking about a couple of days ago with like the erased history theory, or what we're being told. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that stuff is interesting. I listen to John Levi and all of that. We're used to. sorry to cut in like that. It's just when people start saying all of that, it's like I want them to understand they're asking about cosmology.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's good.
It's like, oh no, it's not a fire thing. Listen, it's a cosmology thing. Like we're all in this boat together. There's so many ancients and so many people who philosophize about the sky and what this place is in its entirety. We could talk about it, but that's not what we talk about. We talk about the measurements.
Yeah, it's good to identify what you can know and what you can't currently, at least currently know, right?
Sure.
Well, what brought you to the server anyway? Hmm? Like, were you ever interested in the different, cosmology of the world to begin with? Have you actually read up on, what these people think? Like, I don't know. I'll just write off the Michelle Fallon, her cousin. We're cousins to rocks because of evolution and all that. Is what Michelle Fallon, an astronaut, would say. So I just wonder how much of this religious nonsense other people have heard for themselves. Because they're too busy focused on what we believe, what we think. And they're not busy actually paying attention to the meditation.
Yeah, so we came from space dust, which is it's undisputed. Like children don't really dispute stuff that they're being told. They don't really have the mental capacity to.
Right. No, they didn't have the purple one.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, it's undisputed. But let me tell you how it's still undisputed. Did you hear the video from yesterday that was being played? The physicist that said that she wouldn't look into the information that the guy was giving, the observations, and then she claimed to have a friend that had already went through all that. Like we're supposed to just believe that you have an experience where somebody actually showed you what we're showing you, because we're a group of people. We're not one crazy person. We're a group of people that are like, okay, they said this was the standard. Okay, this is the math. I don't know a lot, and I know a little bit. Okay, they claimed this. This is the expectation. Oh my God. What we expected isn't the case. Like, we can't just let people go, that didn't happen. Because that's all they've been doing that for 10 fucking years. Oh, that didn't happen. They did something wrong. And then we argue with each other. And I guess my job in life right now is to stop anyone who would take the bait and argue with me. More important that they understand and the people who are listening understand that the earth is either a curved surface or it's not. And the only method for determining so is some type of geometric. Not the word science, not the word NASA, not the word television, not satellites, not the word not the phrase all human history and all of the knowledge and
None of that. I'm not here for none of that. And so when people start talking about any of that, respectfully, I decline. Because I'm not about to let a child dictate the conversation of the day. I'm here to teach. And I'm not trying to like say people are children. I'm just saying when somebody comes up to you and says something that doesn't make sense, you don't let them control the narrative for hours and hours, which is something we've all felt victim to. I'm just saying when you really learn, so we can actually get to asking the hard questions to the people that need to be asked in front of an audience. The most important, what I just said, is in front of an audience. But also, tangent to that and important is the audience hearing that we're asking legitimate questions and have legitimate results that can't be contested because people don't believe it. And that's freaking crazy with all the information that we have and all the information that we've been sharing. Masses don't know that we have something definitive that should be focused on. That's a problem. I'm not here to talk to anti-planners. I'm here to use them for exposure.
Yeah, I think it boils down to either A, you're closed minded, or B, you're open minded. The latter preferred.
If you're closed minded, say that it's like, okay, cool. I don't expect you to stay in a room about a topic that you're not interested in. So why disrupt it? You know what I'm saying? But people never take, is for like it's like they pull you into a conversation that inevitably will have two people arguing and disliking each other, and it makes no sense.
All right. So I posted 2 links to a 6-hour compilation of NASA being funny on video. Funny as in people disappearing before they should, the background wigging out while astronauts are conducting their stream, astronauts grabbing invisible objects and putting them away on stream, objects appearing out of nowhere.
Well, I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
Yep. One link is to a gentleman's website, and another one is a YouTube video.
Can someone also link the discussion between Wakey Wakey and the woman? I want to watch that with my girlfriend.
Yeah, that's a great one. I'll find that in a second. Chuck it in the side chat.
Thank you.
Wow, it's wild how much like the how prevalent the shadow banning on YouTube is. Like how does a 6-hour compilation like this have only 600 views?
Well,
Yep.
in 2017, Google had to send their board in front of, the United
Congress.
States Congress, and then explain to them how they were going to stop the so-called conspiracy theorists from existing on their platforms. And their answers were, we're going to demote the bad content, and then we're going to promote what they call authoritative content. So when you search up flat Earth, the relevant filter is going to give you all of their so-called authoritative content, which is going to be full of straw man arguments and shit we don't claim.
Yeah.
And underneath the videos where you're watching, like Flat Earth, it'll send you a wiki link. There's a little box under it. It'll send you to a wiki page. And then the wiki page gives you a description of the Flat Earth Society, which is not what we're saying, which is not us. That's a bunch of globers pretending to be flat earthers. And if you ever went to their website, all they do is argue about models. And Mary Mom, she went there and was discussing with those people, and she was like, "What is this shit?" And then I can also give you a video of the congressman asking the woman for Google, "What are you doing about these flat earthers?"
Now, mind you, it was an umbrella like discussion about all quote unquote conspiracy theories, right? So 9/11, anti-vaxxers, blah 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 blah, right? So they were supposed to do this for all of that, right? But they used flat Earth as an example specifically.
Yeah. So when you go to see like Bigfoot videos, you get a Bigfoot wiki page. If you're looking into lizard people, you get a lizard people wiki page. Like he said, 9/11, you get a 9/11 wiki page, and it's all, subterfuge.
I'm curious if there's like a certain search algorithm you can use besides YouTube's itself.
You can turn off the relevance filter and then use a last posted, and sometimes you can get what you're looking for.
Yeah. Thanks for sending that video.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. It's interesting that videos like that and live streams like ours get abysmal views. However, every time Flat Earth is brought up on a mainstream platform, they get the most views. If you can't see it, you're asleep. Every time Flat Earth gets brought up, doesn't matter whose platform it is, doesn't matter who brings it up, that is a viral moment, right or wrong.
Yeah, I see that the sorting feature on YouTube is pretty messed up. Like you can't sort by the oldest video. Wonder why. I'm sure I could get an extension for like my PC.
Trust, down there at the bottom, you've got questions. We have answers. Are you able to speak? Maybe not.
I posted a link to that hearing.
We also like, forget. I mean, we got so many good things. There's a guy, something Garcia, and he actually got sued because he had a contest where I guess the contest was about someone who could prove that the earth was curved. And a guy used a program, which is reification, like we keep telling you. And he's like, there, that proves it. And the judge, well, first of all, he said, no, you're not winning this money. That's not true. And he took him to court, and the judge ruled that these are not give the judgment in favor of the guy who was sued. And that's a case you can still look up to this day. Like shit like that isn't popularized, It's sad.
Yeah, he had made a bet or made an agreement and blasted it out saying, if you can provide tangible, in reality proof of the Earth being a globe, then I'll pay you X dollars. And he was like, you can't use computer programs. It has to be in reality. And the guy gives the computer program, then sues him because he didn't pay him his money. And the judge concluded that your evidence was not in reality, it was on the program, which was not part of the agreement. And then he took him to court twice. And both times they were like, no. And if you bring it back here again, I'm going to hold you in contempt.
Yeah, I'll put a link in the chat. Zen Garcia.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.